Star Wars. Planet of Twilight. By Barbara Hambly. Chapter 1. The first to die was a midshipman named Koth Barak. One of his fellow crew members on the New Republic escort cruiser Adamantine found him slumped across the table in the Deck 9 break room, where he'd repaired half an hour previously for a cup of caffeine. 20 minutes after Barak should have been back to post, Gunnery Sergeant Gally Wolver went looking for him, exasperatedly certain that he'd clicked into the infolog banks, just to see if anybody mentions the mission. Of course, nobody was going to mention the mission. Though accompanied by the Adamantine Chief of State Leia Organa Solo's journey to the Meridian sector was an entirely unofficial one. The Rights of Sentience Party would have argued quite correctly that Seti Ashgad, the man she was to meet at the rendezvous point just outside the Chorios systems, held no official position on his homeworld of Nam Chorios. To arrange an official conference would be to give tacit approval of his, and the Rationalist Party's, demands, which was, when it came down to it, the reason for the talks. When she entered the Deck 9 break room, Sergeant Wolver's first sight was of the palely flickering blue on blue of the infolog screen. "Blast it, Koth, I told you." Then she saw the young man stretched unmoving on the far side of the screen, head on the break table, eyes shut. Even at a distance of 3 meters, Wolver didn't like the way he was breathing. "Koth." She rounded the table in 2 strides, sending the other chairs clattering into a corner. She thought his eyelids moved a little when she yelled his name. "Koth." Wolver hit the emergency call almost without conscious decision. In the few moments before the med droids arrived, she sniffed the caffeine in the gray plastine cup a few centimeters from his limp fingers. It wasn't even cold. A thin film of it adhered to the peach fuzz beginnings of what Koth optimistically referred to as his mustache. The stuff in the cup smelled okay, at least as okay as Fleet caffeine ever smelled, and there was no question of alcohol or drugs. Not on a Republic escort. Not where Koth was concerned. He was a good kid. Wolver was an engine room regular who'd done 15 years in merchant planet hoppers rather than stay in the regular fleet after Palpatine's goons gained power. She looked after her midshipmen as if they were the sons she'd lost to the rebellion. She would have known if there had been trouble with booze or spice or giggle dust. Disease? It was any long-time spacer's nightmare. But the good faith team that had come on board yesterday from Seti Ashgad's small vessel had passed through the medical scan, and in any case, the planet Nam Chorios had been on the books for 4 centuries without any mention of an endemic planetary virus. Everyone on the Light of Reason had come straight from the planet. Still, Wolver pecked the commander's code on the wall panel. "Sir." "Wolver here." One of the midshipmen's down. "The meds haven't gotten here yet, but..." Behind her the break room door swooshed open. She glanced over her shoulder to see a couple of 2-1Bs enter with a table, which was already unfurling scanners and life support lines like a monster in a bad holiday. "It looks serious." "No, sir, I don't know what it is, but you might want to check with Her Excellency's flagship, and the Light, and let them know." Okay," she added, turning as a 2-1B posted itself politely in front of her. "My heart is yours," she declared jocularly, and the droid paused for a moment, data bytes cascading with a faint click-clicky-click as it laboriously assembled the 85% probability that the remark was a jest. "Many thanks, Sergeant Wolver," it said politely. but the organ itself will not be necessary. A function reading will suffice. The next instant Wolver turned, aghast, as the remaining 2-1B shifted Barack onto the table and hooked him up. Every line of the readouts plunged, and soft, tinny alarms began to sound. Festering groats. Wolver yanked free of her examiner to stride to the boy's side. What in the name of daylight? Barack's face had gone a waxen gray. The table was already pumping stimulants and anti-shock into the boy's veins, and the 2-1B plugged into the other side had the blank-eyed look of a droid transmitting to other stations within the ship. Wolver could see the initial diagnostic lines on the screens that ringed the anti-gray personnel transport unit's sides. No virus. No bacteria. No poison. No foreign material in Koth Barack's body at all. The lines dipped steadily toward 0, then went flat. We have a complicated situation on Nam Chorios, Your Excellency. Seti Ashgad turned from the 4-meter bubble of the observation viewport to regard the woman who sat, slender and coolly watchful, in one of the lounge's gray leather chairs. We meaning whom, Master Ashgad? Leia Organa Solo, Chief of State of the New Republic, had a surprising voice, deeper than one might expect. A petite, almost fragile-looking woman, her relative youth would have surprised anyone who didn't know that from the age of 17 she'd been heavily involved in the rebellion spearheaded by her father and the great stateswoman Mon Mothma. With her father's death, she was virtually its core. She'd commanded troops, dodged death, and fled halfway across the galaxy with a price on her head before she was 23. She was 31 now and didn't look it, except for her eyes. The inhabitants of Nam Chorios. Or only some of them? All of them. Ashgad strode back to her, standing too close, trying to dominate her with his height and the fact that he was standing and she remained in her chair. But she looked up at him with an expression in her brown eyes that told him she knew exactly what he was doing, or trying to do, and he stepped back. All of us. He corrected himself. Newcomers and Therans alike. Leia folded her hands on her knee, the wide velvet sleeves and voluminous skirt of her crimson ceremonial robe picking up the soft sheen of the hidden lamps overhead, and of the distant stars hanging in darkness beyond the curved bubble of the port. Even 5 years ago she would have remarked tartly on the fact that he was omitting mention of the largest segment of the planet's population. Those who were neither the technological post-imperial newcomers nor the ragged Duran cultists who haunted the cold and waterless wastes, but ordinary farmers. Now she gave him silence, waiting to see what else he would say. I should explain. Ashgad went on, in the rich baritone that so closely resembled the recordings she had heard of his father's, that Nam Chorios is a barren and hostile world. Without massive technology it is literally not possible to make a living there. The prisoners sent to Nam Chorios by the Grismath dynasty seem to have managed for the past 700 years. The man looked momentarily nonplussed. Then he smiled, big and wide and white. Ah, I see Your Excellency has studied the history of the sector. He tried to sound pleased about it. Enough to know the background of the situation, replied Leia pleasantly. I know that the Grismaths shipped their political prisoners there, in the hopes that they'd starve to death, and set automated gun stations all over the planet to keep them from being rescued. I know that the prisoners not only didn't oblige them by dying, but that their descendants and the descendants of the guards are still farming the water seams, while the Grismath homeworld of Meridian itself is just a ball of charred radioactive waste. There was, in fact, very little else in the registry concerning Nam Chorios. The place had been an absolute backwater for centuries. The only reason Leia had ever heard of it at all before the current crisis was that her father had once observed that the old Emperor Palpatine seemed to be using Nam Chorios for its original purpose, as a prison world. 40 years ago it had been rumored that the elder Seti Ashgad had been kidnapped and stranded on that isolated and unapproachable planet by agents of his political foe, the then Senator Palpatine. Those rumors had remained unproven until this second Ashgad, like a black-haired duplicate of the graying old power broker who had disappeared, had made contact with the Council in the wake of the squabbling on the planet and asked to be heard. Though there was no reason, Leia thought, to make this man aware of how little she or anyone knew about the planet or the situation. Do not meet with Ashgad, the message had said, that had reached her, literally as she was preparing to board the shuttle to take her to her flagship. Do not trust him or accede to any demand that he makes. Above all, do not go to the Meridian sector. Very good. He passed the compliment like a kidney stone, though he managed a droll and completely automatic little chuckle as a chaser. But the situation isn't as simple as that, of course. From a corner of the lounge, where a dark-leaved dianthus vine shadowed the area near the observation port, a soft voice whispered, "They never are they?" Well, I was given to understand that the only inhabitants of the planet before colonization recommenced after the fall of the Empire were descendants of the original Meridian prisoners and guards. In the shadow of the vine, Ashgad's secretary, DZYM, smiled. Leia wasn't sure what to make of her irrational aversion to DZYM. There were alien species whom the humans of the galaxy, the Corellians, Alderaanians, and others found repulsive, usually for reasons involving subliminal cues like pheromones or subconscious cultural programming. But the native Korean Zoltamers, they were called, whether they belonged to the Duran cult or not, were descended from the same human rootstock. She wondered whether her aversion had to do with something simple like diet. She was not conscious of any odd smell about the small, brown-skinned man with his black hair drawn up into a smooth topknot. But she knew that frequently one wasn't conscious of such things. It was quite possible that there could be a pheromonic reaction below the level of consciousness, perhaps the result of inbreeding on a world where communities were widely scattered and had never been large. Or it might be an individual thing, something about the looseness of that neutral, unexceptional mouth, or having to do with the flattened-looking tan eyes that never seemed to blink. "Are you one of the original Koreans, Master DZYM?" He was without gesture. Leia realized she had subconsciously been expecting him to move in an unpleasing, perhaps a shocking, way. He didn't nod, but only said, "My ancestors were among those sent to Nam Chorios by the Grismaths, yes, Your Excellency." Something changed in his eyes, not quite glazing over but becoming preoccupied, as if all his attention were suddenly directed elsewhere. Ashgad went on hastily, as if covering the other man's lapse. The problem is, Your Excellency, that 750 years of complete isolation has made the ultimate population of Nam Chorios into, if you will excuse my frankness, the most iron-bound set of fanatical conservatives this side of an academic licensing board. They're dirt farmers, I understand. They've had centuries of minimal technology and impossibly difficult weather and soil conditions. And you and I both know how that makes for conservatism and, to put it bluntly, superstition. One of the things my father tried to institute on the planet was a modern clinic in Huegshul. The place can't make enough to keep the med droids up and running. The farmers would rather take their sick to some grand cult listener to be healed with power sucked down out of the air. His hands fluttered in a sarcastic, hocus-pocus mime. He took a seat in the other gray leather chair, a blocky man in a very plain brown tunic and trousers obviously cut and fitted by a standard patterning droid and dressed up with add-ons gold collar pin, gold buckled belt, pectoral chain that Leia had seen in old holos of his father. He leaned his elbows on his knees, bent forward confidingly. It isn't only the newcomers that the Rationalist Party is trying to help, Your Excellency, he said. It's the farmers themselves. The old-timers who aren't Therans, who just want to survive. Unless something is done to wrest control of the old gun stations away from the Tharan cultists, who forbid any kind of interplanetary trade, these people are going to continue to live like the agricultural slaves they once were. There's a strong rationalist party on Nam Chorios, and it's growing stronger. We want planetary trade with the New Republic. We want technology and proper exploitation of the planet's resources. Is that so harmful? The majority of the planet's inhabitants think it is. Ashgad gestured furiously. The majority of the planet's inhabitants have been brainwashed by half a dozen lunatics who get loaded on brachial root and wander around the wasteland having conversations with rocks. If they want their crops to fail and their children to die because they refuse to come into the modern world, that's their business, I suppose, though it breaks my heart to see it. But they're forbidding newcomers entrance into the modern world as well. Though she knew that DZYM would undoubtedly back up anything Ashgad said as the man's secretary, he could scarcely do otherwise. Leia turned to the Korean. He was still sitting without a word, staring into space, as if concentrating on some other matter entirely, though now and then he would glance at the chronometer on the wall. Beside him, the port offered a spectacular view of the ice green and lavender curve of Brackney's Chorios, the farthest flung planet of the several systems that went by that name, whose largest moon had been designated as the orbital rendezvous of the secret meeting. The escort cruiser Adamantine was just visible at the edge of the view, a blunt-nosed silvery shape, unreal in the starlight. Below it, close to the bright triangle of colored stars that were the primaries of Brackney's, Nam, and Pegasus Coriae, and pathetically tiny against the cruiser's bulk, hung the cluster of linked bronze hulls that was Seti Ashgad's vessel, the Light of Reason. Even Leia's flagship, the Borealis, dwarfed it. Assembled of such small craft as could slip singly through the watchful screens of Nam Chorios' ancient defensive installations, the Light would barely have served as a planet hopper. It could never have taken a hyperspace jump. Hence, thought Leia uneasily, this mission. Even before she'd had the surreptitious message, their distance from the nearest bases of the New Republic's power on Durin and their proximity to the one-time imperial satrapy of the Anti-Meridian sector made her nervous. Was that all that note had meant? Or was there something more? The Duran cultists are not anyone into whose hands I would be willing to place my destiny, Your Excellency, murmured DZYM. He seemed to draw himself back into the conversation with an effort, folding his small hands in their violet leather gloves. They hold an astonishing amount of power in the Ultimate settlements along the water seams. How could it be otherwise when they are armed, mobile, and have for generations been the only source of healing that these people have known? Beyond the dianthus leaves that masked the edges of the observation port, Leia's eye was caught by a flickering of the lights along the adamantine's gleaming sides. She saw that in the rear quarter of the escort ship, a number of them had blinked out. What do you mean you can't get through? Commander Zolan turned, harried, from the calm board, which had blazed into life like a festival lamp, to stab yet another flashing switch. Are you not getting an answer from the Borealis, or what? It seems to be a simple signal block, sir. Communications Chief Oren touched her forehead in a nervous salute. Legacy is running a scan for it. In the small screen, Oren turned in her chair, granting the commander a glimpse of the comm center, on whose main board a huge readout of the adamantine's comm circuits was illuminated in glowing yellow lines. Red lights flowed along them, synaptic testing for a blockage or interference in the power transmission, easy enough to find and correct under ordinary circumstances. But the circumstances had gone from ordinary to hideous in just under 10 minutes. And by the red lights flaring all over his comm board, by the hastily gasped message from the infirmary, and by the sudden absence of anyone replying or reporting from maintenance, shuttles, power, and several other ship sections, things were plunging from bad to worse with the speed of a decaying orbit. Legacy? Rand rose from her chair. Zolan saw past her that the chair he had thought empty in front of the scan console was, in fact, occupied. Yeoman Legacy had collapsed forward over his console, SQUE Mao's salmon-colored hands clutching the edge of the board spasmodically, in time to the dreadful shudders that ran like waves through his frame. Zolan thought, calamari aren't supposed to be affected by human viruses. If this was a virus. Neither, of course, were Celestins or Nauroni, both of which species were represented by crew members who had reported ill in the past 5 minutes. Zolan seemed to recall from his xenonology courses that Nauroni and Mon Calamari were a textbook example of mutually exclusive immune systems. What a Nauroni could get, a Calamari literally couldn't. Legacy? Oren bent over the Mon Calamari's shivering body. Legacy, what? She staggered a little, almost as if she had been struck, and put a hand to her chest. Groping, as if trying to massage away some numbness or pain. Commander Zolan, stated the calm voice of 2-1B. The head of the infirmary section, on the channel that he had left open. I regret to report that back-to-tank therapy appears to accelerate rather than retard dissolution of subjects, by a factor of nearly 35%, as far as can be analyzed. With the measured tones sounding in his ear clip, Zolan flicked the central console screen from image to image, keying through to corridors. Here the search teams in quest of the signal block device turned toward the infirmary as first one, then another of their number would stop, lean against the wall, knead and rub at the chest or head or side. The view cut to sick bay, where the calm and tireless droids operated mechanical lifts to remove Sergeant Wolver's lifeless, dripping body from the back to tank, to the shuttle bay control room where the last yeoman on duty lay dying alone in a corner by the door. 15 minutes, thought Zolan blankly. 15 minutes since Wolver signaled from the Deck 9 break room. He hadn't even severed the connection when the other calls had started pouring in. Midshipman Gasto down. Engineering Chief Choke Kun down. Sir, we can't get any signal from maintenance. 4C. He clicked through a channel to the central computer's operating signal Division 4C. Emergency reprogramming request. All maintenance droids of the... His head was aching, his chest, too. He found it difficult to breathe. Stress, he told himself. And no wonder. He had to find the signal block, had to get in touch with the Chief of State's flagship. Had to get a signal out to the sector medical facility on Nim Drovis. All maintenance droids of the C3 category. Search for non-standard equipment in. What color would the lines be that a signal blocker would be cut into? Non-standard equipment in the green lines. He hoped that was right. His head was throbbing. Implement immediately. Not that it would do much good, he thought. Droids were systematic. Their method of hunting for non-standard equipment would be to start at the Adamantin's nose and work to the stern. Investigating every hatch and relay, rather than checking the most obvious places first, the places where some member of Seti Ashgad's small good faith party might have made a few moments for himself alone. Not that it had to be Ashgad. A signal blocker could have been set with a timer. The thing could have been planted in the Adamantin before their inconspicuous departure from Hesperidium. Zolan found that without thinking about it, he had slumped back into his chair. His hands and feet felt cold. He cut into the image of the flagship Borealis, distant against the blackness of the stars. South close, but kilometers away in the palely shimmering green glow of the planet beneath. Had this, whatever it was, broken out there, too? Was Captain Ioi trying to reach him? He leaned his head back. 20 minutes, he thought. 20 minutes. He felt as if he were in a turbolift, plunging into long darkness. I realize there's been a great deal of ill said about the Rationalist Party over the past few years. Seti Ashgad had risen from his chair as if the sheer importance of his cause drove him to his feet, and paced restlessly back and forth behind it. But I assure you, Your Excellency, that we're not the strip mining capitalists we've been portrayed. The newcomers went to Nam Chorios in the hopes of opening new frontiers. Individual entrepreneurs can't get a foothold in Pegasus Chorios. Places like Nim Drovis and Budpak and Ampliquin have their own civilizations, settled up and locked in. Given the presence of the heavy industry in the anti-meridian sector, the trading opportunities alone should have made the entire colonizing of Nam Chorios self-sufficient. But it isn't just that the newcomers are forbidden to bring in any ships larger than a personal flitter or to let any out. The Their habit of opening fire on any vessel over a certain size means that when equipment wears out, it can't be replaced except for an exorbitant fee. It means there's no export to support anything but the barest subsistence livelihood. It means we have to pay smugglers' prices for everything. It means that because the registry didn't give sufficient information about conditions, these people have condemned themselves to exile in a cultural backwater. You can't pretend that's fair. No, I can't, said Leia slowly. But isn't that what colonization is about? Gambling on what conditions are going to be when you get when. I'm not saying that the Therans are right, she added, holding up a hand as a man before her drew breath for an indignant protest. What I am saying is that they are supported by the majority of the population of the planet, who are kept as their slaves by superstition and lies. That isn't the Republic's business. Leia straightened her shoulders under the velvet weight of her robe, seeing, in the flare of Ashgad's anger, the reflection of what her own reactions would have been at 18. But it shouldn't be that way, she remembered crying to her father, when after a complicated and emotional court case concerning vampiric Garuns and their prey, the prey had elected to return to their vampires. It had taken her a long time to understand and respect her father's decision to pursue the matter no further. Nam Chorios is not a part of the Republic. Legally, we have no right to interfere in their affairs. Not even to protect the rights of the colonists. The rights of men and women who left the Republic, said Leia, to go live on a world that was not part of world or decided to take a chance on a world about which they knew almost nothing. Everyone knows the deficiencies in the registry's information. And the Empire protected the rights of Alzak III, of Garnib, of Trosh. Ashgad's broad face reddened. The cases are nothing alike. We certainly aren't asking you to enslave a native population. Just to ensure those who wish it the right to a decent livelihood. The majority of Nam Curios's population voted not to affiliate with the Republic, said Leia. And that the colonists did know. We have no right to disregard the wishes of the majority. I have no wish to sound hard-hearted, Master Ashgad, but the newcomers are not being constrained in any fashion that I have heard of. Except that their lives are there. All their assets, which with the gun stations in operation they can't even take with them should they leave. Their stake in the future is on that planet. So is the stake of the original inhabitants, Master Ashgad. The big man stood for a moment, one hand on his hip, the other on the back of his chair, head down, one dark lock of his thick hair hanging over a forehead furrowed with frustration and thought. Among the dusky leaves of his miniature boavet, DZYM had fallen silent again, gloved hands folded, a small frown of concentration furrowing his smooth forehead. He hadn't, as far as Leia could discover, even made secretarial notes to himself in a hideout mic to supplement a recorded transcript of the interview. What I will do is this, said Leia, after a moment's silence. When I return to Coruscant, I'll authorize an investigation team to see what's really going on down on the planet, and to explore other options, if possible. We may be able to negotiate with the Therans who control the gun stations. No one negotiates with the Therans. Fierce bitterness flashed like a dagger in Ashgad's voice and glinted in his green eyes. They're fanatical lunatics who've had that entire population of credulous fools under their spell for generations. There was a small movement among the Dianthus leaves. Leia glanced quickly across at Dizwayam, in time to see the secretary sit back, strangely misshapen-looking in his granite-colored robes, an expression of satiated ecstasy moving across his face. He sighed deeply, savoringly, and was still. I had hoped to convince you to come to our aid, Your Excellency. Ashgad's voice again drew her mind away from the curiously non-working secretary. And I'd very much appreciate your sending a commission. I'll certainly use all the influence I possess in the newcomer community to help them with their findings. Leia rose and extended her hand. I know you will. She spoke with genuine warmth, though the cynical rebel who still lived in the back of her mind added, I just bet you will. Ashgad bowed low over her hand, an old-fashioned courtesy she hadn't encountered since she'd left Palpatine's court. The man seemed completely sincere, and Leia's own instinct to help and protect embattled minorities sympathized with his frustration. From having contended with such factions as the agro-militants and the United Separatists, she did genuinely wish that she could do something for modern, intelligent people struggling to free themselves from irrational tyranny. If that was what was actually going on. See that Master Ashgad finds his way back to the shuttle bay all right, would you, Sirmic? Leia's small honor guards sprang to their feet as the chief of state and her guests stepped through the doors to the conference chamber's anteroom. The lieutenant bowed and shouldered her sleek white and silver ceremonial blaster rifle. This way, Master Ashgad, Master Dizwayam. Looking at the youthful faces and earnest demeanor of those half-dozen young graduates of the New Republic Space Academy made Leia feel 100 years old. The trio of bodyguards Ashgad had brought with him bowed to her as well, handsome androgynes in close-fitting, light blue uniforms with the oddly dead-looking hair of very expensive dolls. As she watched the bronze-embossed doors of the corridor shut behind them, Leia heard a soft, gravelly whisper behind her say, Those three smell wrong, lady. They are no living flesh. Leia glanced behind her at the four small, gray, wrinkled humanoids who seemed to have melted from the antechamber's walls. The smallest, who barely topped Leia's elbow, regarded the bronze doors with narrowed yellow eyes. Several years had passed since, in the face of mounting pressure from the Council, Leia had eliminated her bodyguard of Nogri hunter-killers. Leia understood it. Even before the unfortunate incident of the variable ambassador, there were those who said it ill behooved her to wield a weapon that had been Palpatine's. Bringing them on this mission had been a terrible risk. Do not trust Ashgad, the message had said. She had sent for them, secretly, just before departure. There were some risks greater than schism in the Council. Technically it is living flesh, though, said Leia thoughtfully. Their synthrids is rack. I've seen them in the pleasure domes on Hesperidium and Kurosi. Sculpted synth flesh over metal armatures. They have only minimal internal computers. Their actions are centrally controlled, probably from Ashgad's ship, because I don't know of any technology that would transmit from as far away as Chorios itself. She folded her arms, and a small dark line appeared between the sharp brushstrokes of her brow. And as far as I know, they're very, very expensive. Would you just make sure for me that they do get on their vessel? The Nobri inclined his head, but not before she saw the wrinkle of amused comprehension in his eyes. Shkath already sees to it, lady. Maybe the message she had received had prejudiced her, she thought, shaking her head. It was something she tried daily to guard herself against, but personal prejudice could never entirely be discounted. The Nobri started to withdraw. They tended to keep themselves separate from the Academy Honor Guard, who were among the few even aware of their presence on the ship, but Leia raised her hand impulsively. What about Master Dizwayam? She asked. How does he smell to you? Izrak hesitated a moment, weighing the question, the folds of his leathery gray face tightening. Then he made a sign of negation. His smell is a human smell. I do not like him either, lady. I do not like his eyes, but he smells as other humans do. Leia nodded, a little comforted. Will you come with me? She asked. And you, Marco Pius, if you would. She smiled to one of the young Academy guards. It wasn't their fault, she knew, that the hunter-killers of Onagra could slice a potential assassin to pieces before a human, particularly these youths, could unlimber a blaster rifle. Nor was it the fault of the Academy guards that she could not risk any possibility of threat while on this mission. Throughout the trip she had been very careful to keep the Academy guards in their usual position at her side, and to emphasize to them that the Nobri were only a backup, a holdout weapon against unexpected catastrophe. And as Luke would say, there was no way of telling which group might be her salvation in a crisis. At the turbolift she touched the summon switch, and when she ended, her two guards were within the car, toggled the controls for the shuttlecraft hangar deck. Do not meet with Ashgad. Down on the Borealis shuttle deck, Luke Skywalker turned the slip of Fimsaplast over in his hands. It was small, about the length and width of 2 fingers, the semi-transparent stuff used for packing and wrapping delicate objects for shipping. It had been carefully but unevenly torn from a larger piece and wadded tight in the innards of a cheap music box, in fact. The words were written in graphite marker, such as his uncle had used to mark rocks and scrap metal out in the field. The tune the box played was an old one, a song about a beleaguered queen and her 3 magical birds. The handwriting was Callista's. Do not trust him or accede to any demand that he makes. Above all, do not go to the Meridian sector. Callista. His heart was a slow battering ram against the inside of his ribs. He barely heard the quick, soft beeping at his side as the astromech droid R2D2 emerged from around the airfoil of the modified beast-wing that rose like a suspended wall in the rear corner of the Deck 6 shuttlecraft bay. C-3PO, Protocol Droid Extraordinaire, followed close behind, golden carapace shining in the soft light. According to R2, all systems appear to be in flying order, Master Luke, stated the protocol droid in his prissy mechanical tenor. But personally, I should be much happier were you to take a larger craft with greater oxygen capacity. Luke nodded absently. Thanks, 3PO. but in fact his attention never left the slip of plast in his hand, the bold, firm, slightly old-fashioned writing across its face. He was seeing the snows of Hoth, and the way Callista's lightsaber had vied with the ice planet's dim sunlight for brightness. Seeing the ruined bunker there, and how the ice had glittered in the smoke-brown tousle of her hair. Remembering what it had been to fight at her side, more a part of him than his own hand or arm, knowing which way she'd turn, or lunge, or drive the snow monsters into his blade. With the memories of the snow were the warm sense of night on Yavin 4, and of lying in each other's arms on the hillside above the jungles, counting stars. Callista had explained to him with great solemnity why it had seemed so logical for her and 2 other Jedi apprentices. 33 years ago in another body, another life, to try to concoct the illusions of ghosts haunting an old drift station on Bespin to puzzle their master, and why this had turned out to be not such a good idea after all. He hurt with wanting her, missing her, needing her. I realized I could not come back to you. I'm sorry, Luke. The blazing glare of the monster ship, the night hammer, and all the hopes of the renegade Admiral Dalla's fleet, crashing in flames. His own voice crying Callista's name. I have my own odyssey. The warm, boyish, husky voice coming to him from the recording, the gray eyes and the ghostly oval of her face. I'm sorry, Luke. The shuttle deck of the Borealis was quiet. Only a few security officers stood around the antiquated Sonar system brig that had brought Seti Ashgad over from the light of reason, talking with the brig's graying, downtrodden-looking pilot, their white and silver ceremonial blaster rifles slung on their backs. Ashgad had arrived with only his secretary, his pilot, and 3 synthroids, and Luke could have reassured his sister's guards that it was not physically possible for a Sonar brig to carry more than 6 humans. Sonar brigs, particularly the old H-10s like that one, were the staple of small system personnel transport. Luke had taken apart and put together enough of them in his youth on Tatooine to know there wasn't a compartment big enough to tuck a Ranit into, let alone anything human or human size. The vessel was in good shape, but the metal was patched, pitted, and old. If Seti Ashgad, who according to Leia was one of the wealthiest men on Nam Chorios, could obtain no better, it was little wonder he was willing to join up with the rationalist party to try to better conditions on the planet. He turned the message in his fingers again. The music box, a cheap and ingenious mechanical contraption without a chip in it, had been forwarded from a Traken, but analysis of the peculiar crystalline dust beneath the nailheads securing the panel behind which the message had been found had revealed that it had been put together on Nam Chorios. Callista was on Nam Chorios. Or had been, when she sent the message. R2 beeped again, more quietly. R2-D2 was the only droid Luke had ever encountered who seemed to be able to sense human moods. C-3PO would catch on eventually if the problem were translated into binary and jacked at full blast into his receptors, and would then feel and express genuine sympathy, but R2 just seemed to know. Luke sighed and patted the little droid's domed cap, as if it were a pitton's head. Through the gaping maw of the magnetically shielded shuttle port, the violet-white speck that was Nam Chorios' primary glimmered against the powdery banners of starlight and galactic dust. There was something about it. A curious tingling in the force that Luke could feel even at this distance. What it might be, he didn't know. Do not meet with Ashgad, do not go to the Meridian sector. Can I be of any further assistance, Master Luke? 3PO's voice was diffident. Luke made himself smile, and shook his head. No. Thanks. According to my internal chronometers, Her Excellency's meeting with Master Ashgad should be concluding now. Normal departure protocols occupy on the average 20 minutes, and you did express a desire to be away from the Borealis before Master Ashgad returns to the shuttle bay. Luke glanced at the chronometer on the wall, an automatic gesture, since he knew 3PO's internals were accurate to 2 or 3 beats of atomic vibration. Right. Thank you. Both of you. He hesitated, then slid the plast into the pocket of his gray flight suit. Good luck, Master Luke, said 3PO. He hesitated a moment, then added, given an estimated population of less than 1 million humans, and no indigenous life forms on Nam Chorios, chances of locating Lady Callista within a standard year should be well within the 17th percentile. Luke made himself smile again. Thanks. And the 17th percentile in a year wasn't bad. Not when you considered how vast even the known portion of the galaxy was. It had been a year already, since the Night Hammer had plunged blazing into the atmosphere of Yavin 4. At least he had it narrowed down to one planet. If she were still there. Why Nam Chorios? He was turning toward the ladder that led up to the B-Wing's hatch when the main bay doors opened. His sister entered, golden boot tips flashing beneath her figured gown, and the great state robe of ruby velvet spreading behind her like a Thranta's wings with the speed of her stride. The young Academy midshipman who accompanied her everywhere fell back and stood near the door. As Luke held out his hands to her, he glimpsed the Nogri Izrak, lurking almost unseen in the shadows. So, did he whip out an ion cannon and try to murder you? Leia grinned, but the smile was a wan one and disappeared almost at once as she shook her head. There's just I don't know. Maybe it's because he looks so much like the holos I've seen of his father. I sympathize with his cause, him and the newcomers on that planet. But it's out of our jurisdiction. She looked over at the brig and did a double take. He came in that? He's not kidding about those gun stations. Luke gestured to the long char on the brig's side. A B-wing should be just small enough to get past the screens. There was a moment's silence, awkward, either knowing quite what to say. To break it, Luke fished in his pocket for Callista's message. You need this for anything? Analysis. Keep it. She put her hands on his shoulders, drew him down to kiss his cheek. We've got all we can out of it. It may tell you something about where to find her, once you get down there. There was silence. Then, she's got to come back, said Luke softly. She'll stand a better chance of regaining the ability to use the Force at the Jedi Academy than she will on her own. We have all the records that are still in existence, all the training aids you found on Belsavis. The Jedi power has to be still within her somewhere. Cray had it. It isn't as if Callista's mind went into the body of a non-Jedi. And the Academy needs her. Leia was silent. I need her. You'll find her. Still she held his hands, willing him to feel a reassurance she did not share. She had never seen her brother happier than during the time he'd spent with that quirky, silent, gentle lady, a Jedi Knight reincarnated without her powers. A woman who had been a ghost and lived again. But she'd been with Callista on Belsavis, when she'd realized that her ability to use and touch the Force had not carried over into the body that Dr. Cray Mingla had bequeathed to her. She'd watched the woman's grief, frustration, and slow-growing despair, had talked to her about things that could not be said by either one to Luke. Luke would find her, Leia thought sadly. Somehow she knew that much. But to what end? You'd better go, she said. Luke, when you're down there, look around, will you? According to Ashgad, the Dren cultists who control the gun stations use coercion and superstition to rule the Ultimate population. As Leia spoke, she followed Luke to the corner, where he'd stacked the supplies he'd take with him: a water bottle, a small medkit, wear tablets. They'd chosen a B-wing over the smaller X-wing fighter partly because of the nearness of the pirate nests on Pedusus Chorios, but partly because of Callista's warning. The three systems had been scanned repeatedly, and reported clear. But Leia still felt uneasy. A B-wing could take on a much larger ship in a fight, but it was perilously close to the estimated automatic target mass of the gun stations. Now, if it's just superstition, there's nothing we can do about that. She went on. It's their free choice, and they voted overwhelmingly to keep the original trade restrictions in force. But if there's coercion involved, that may change the rationalist's case. We may be able to negotiate. Moff Gideon still rules the Anti-Meridian sector in the name of the Emperor, and it isn't that far away. That had been yet another reason for choosing a B-wing. If fighting breaks out between the newcomers and the Therans, he may try to interfere. We've got a pretty strong force at the Duran orbital base, but I'd rather not have to use it. Luke nodded. She stood below, looking up as Luke climbed the long, fragile ladder up the side of the airfoil and began working the bottles and packets into every spare cranny of the cockpit. In the days of the rebellion, and during the long mopping up of sporadic warfare with the various Maul and governors and self-proclaimed Grand Admirals of the Empire, he participated in space battles and dogfights without number. Given the presence of Imperial warlords and a sizable Imperial fleet still under the control of those who longed for the old regime, he supposed he'd take part in hundreds more. But more and more, in the back of his mind, was a growing regret and a terrible sense of waste. I'll keep an eye out, he said. He climbed back down to her and zipped up the light, tough fabric of his suit. Being incognito should help. He glanced across at the brig, its pilots still in conversation with the guards. The dispatch of an escort vessel would rouse very little curiosity, given the proximity of Pedusus Chorios. Just the fact that Callista would send that message, would come out of hiding to send it, means there's something going on. The fact that she didn't think it could go subspace means it's serious. Leia shook her head, the gold finials and cabochon gems of her hairpins flashing. It could be. That's something else I wanted to ask you. She leaned her shoulder against the airfoil, which rocked just slightly in its anti-gray cradle, and lowered her voice. It isn't generally known, Luke, but there's some kind of leak in the council. Information's getting out to Admiral Pelion and to the Imperial Moffs like Gittels and Shargle over in I sector. Minister of State Rican thinks it may be through someone in the Rationalist Party, maybe even Qvarks himself, though I think the man's honest. They have adherents both in the Republic and in nearly every piece of the Empire still big enough to field a fleet. She hesitated a moment, her mouth wry and her brown eyes suddenly older than her years. Luke saw, in her eyes, the years of bitter wrangling, the betrayals, Mon Mothma poisoned, the council split by factions, Admiral Akbar betrayed, discredited, hounded. Myself, she said softly. I think it could be almost anyone. But Callista knows something about it. I'll keep my ear to the ground. He checked the seals on his flight suit and the helmet tubes of the emergency systems. Not that any system would save anyone's life in a true emergency in vacuum. Leia. He reached out a hand for hers, not entirely certain what it was he wanted to say. Her eyes met his. He understood the look in them. Before she was 20, she had seen her family, her world, everything she knew, casually wiped out as a demonstration of the Empire's might. Before he had ever met her, she had lost some essential part of herself. But that weary hardness in her eyes, that look of steeling herself so as never to be surprised by even the worst. And she knew it. She felt what she was becoming. He said, not knowing that he was going to say it. Keep up with your lightsaber practice. KYP or Tyan should be able to help you. They're the best, the most centered in the Force. You need it. I'm speaking as your teacher now, Leia. Surprise wiped the defensiveness from her eyes, but she looked quickly away. When she looked back, it was with a quick grin, to cover her uneasiness. To hear is to obey, Master. Turning his seriousness aside. But in the meeting of their eyes he saw in hers, please understand. Although he knew she didn't understand herself, the false note in her voice or the intention. Momentarily seen and as quickly buried. To let the turmoil in the Grand Council, the massive investigation of Lorner Corporation's abuses in the Gondos system, the galactic court trial of Turvik Bandi slavers, the education of her children, anything and everything divert her from the Jedi training she knew in her heart that she needed. He didn't press her. You kiss the kids for me. He drew her close for a quick, warm kiss on the cheek, awkward around the helmet, tubes, and wires. Tell the guys at the academy I'll be back. I wish you could take at least R2 with you. He climbed a few rungs of the ladder up the airfoil. So do I. But even if I took him apart, and tucked the pieces into every corner, and under the seat of this thing, there wouldn't be room. She drew back, and watched as he climbed the rest of that long ladder, settled himself into the B-Wing's cockpit. I'll subspace you from Hueg Shul when I need to be picked up, he said, his voice tinny through the helmet conum as he fastened himself in. Probably before that, if I can find a transmitter strong enough that'll take the code. I'll be waiting. She reached out with her mind, through the glowing inner net of the Force, and touched his spirit like the warm clasp of a hand. Felt his thanks for that final reassurance. Then she and the droids retreated, and at her signal the security guard, the shuttle's pilot, and Marco Pius joined her at the bay doors. Israk had already faded into the corridor's shadows. The great leaves of dull gray metal slid open to let them out. Her last sight of the bay showed her Luke's B-wing turning with weightless grace to face the black, star-spattered rectangle of the magnetic portal, and the steady burning violet eye of the distant world where Callista had taken her refuge. The doors slid shut. "Keep up with your lightsaber practice." Why had she felt that guilty flinch when he'd said that? "You need it." Why did she feel in her chest that slight sensation of panic, like a woman deathly sick who fears to ask the doctor what she has? She knew she needed it. The calm light was flashing in her stateroom when she reached it, but when she pressed the toggle and said, "Organa solo," there was only the faint hum of an open channel. She frowned, annoyed and a little worried, and kicked the heavy train of her robe aside as she settled into the chair before the station. "If you have no further requirements, Your Excellency," said 3PO, "R2 and I will take this opportunity to repower." She looked up quickly. She found she had been staring reflectively at the blinking comm light and said, "Oh, okay. Fine. Thank you." She punched through an alternate comm number, and again, got only tone. It happened, of course. Usually it meant that the comm watch was in the break room. As a girl, she'd had the annoying habit of coding and recoding comm numbers every few seconds until she got results. It had taken her years to break herself of it, to relax for a few moments, do something else, then try again like a normal person. But the situation wasn't normal. Though the Meridian sector included a number of Republic planets and 2 major fleet strongholds at the Duran orbital base and on Side Block 12, Moff Gittell's satrapy in the anti-Meridian sector wasn't all that far away. And whereas she doubted he or his admirals would try anything in the face of the combined firepower of the Borealis and the Adamantine, the fact remained that her mission to the Chorio systems wasn't widely known. If there was trouble, response time would be slow. The bright-faced boys and girls of the Academy Guard leapt to their feet as she re-entered the anteroom, bringing their weapons to the present. Leia returned the salute with a grave lifting of her hand. "Marco Pius, would you do me a favor?" "I know this sounds really paranoid, but I've got a message light and I can't raise anyone in calm. Could I get you to go down there and see if it's anything urgent?" "Of course, Your Excellency." He slung his weapon, bowed, and departed like an advertisement for the Academy before she could get her thanks out of her mouth. As Leia returned to her private parlor, she smiled a little in reflection. Several members of the council, notably Qvarks, who like most rationalists was enchanted by gadgetry, had moved to purchase an executive honor guard of the new synthroids, arguing that, in addition to eliminating any further need to use the Nogri, it would be cheaper to maintain in the long run and provide more uniform security with less chance of betrayal or individual error. Her desk neatly arranged by C-3PO, who had taken it on himself periodically to pass through her stateroom like a golden hurricane of tidiness, contained a very nicely produced AdCube from the Lorner Corporation's Synthroid division concerning the aesthetic quality, utter reliability, high performance standards, and low cost. Ha! Thought Leia, of the new droids. Hardly droids at all. The pleasant voice of the obviously synthroid announcer had lauded before Leia muted the sound. She had to hand it to Lorner. All the finest, all the first. The cube had been in her stateroom since the start of this mission, and as far as she could tell hadn't repeated itself yet. Centrally controlled independent replicant technology could allegedly reproduce the watchfulness and defensive capabilities of the Nogri, though she didn't believe it, and wasn't sure she wanted something like that on the open market. She had to admit, seeing Ashgad's 3, that they were nice-looking, undoubtedly efficient, less aesthetically intrusive than droids, and certainly less unsettling than Nogri. Freed of standard droid memory system requirements, for all intents and purposes they looked like human beings, if human beings were what you wanted. She shook her head and sat down at the comm station again, suddenly overwhelmed with fatigue. Members of Daesong, a splinter group of the Rights of Sentience Party, claimed that an honor guard was a form of servile humiliation and should be replaced by droids. Hadn't these people ever heard of magnetic flux disruptors? But Leia didn't consider either as Rak or Yeoman Shriel, for instance, either humiliated or servile. In his off-duty moments, not that a Nogri was ever completely off-duty, the little hunter-killer would tell Leia tales of his childhood on Onagar, of his wife and children there, the same way Yeoman Shriel or Yeoman Markoplus would show her holos of their brothers and sisters and pets at home. The Daesong folks objected violently to the synthroids too, of course, on the grounds that synth flesh was living and had rights as well. The Thern listeners, wandering around the desert holding conversations with rocks, couldn't possibly be crazier. Leia leaned her head against the back of the chair, tired beyond words. Tired, she thought suddenly, as her hands and feet grew cold, beyond what she should be. It didn't exactly hurt her to breathe, but every breath was an effort. The hand she raised, or tried to raise, to rub the ache behind her sternum felt as if she'd been manacled with lead. This is ridiculous, she thought. Every member of Seti Ashgad's party and yesterday's good faith inspection of the vessel had been scanned. Of course they'd been scanned. No virus, no microbe, no poison. Nothing had been detected. Dizziness swamped her. She reached across the table for the comm button, but collapsed halfway and slid to the floor in a great sigh of velvet robe. Your Excellency? The door swished open. Your Excellency, I have been attempting to monitor fleet communications and... Your Excellency. 3PO toddled into the stateroom, golden hands flying up in a singularly human gesture of alarm. Your Excellency, whatever is the matter? R2-D2, close on the protocol droid's shining metal heels, rolled up to Leia's side and directed a scanner beam over her. He tweeped informatively. I know she's not well, you stupid bucket of bolts. And don't you go quoting heart rate readings to me. He was already at the Walcom unit. Infirmary? Infirmer? There's no answer. He turned dramatically to his counterpart. Something terrible is going on. I attempted to get in touch with the Adamantin just now to check on our departure for the rendezvous point, and there was no answer. We must. The stateroom door slid open, framing in its tall rectangle the slumped, small form of Dzuayam. Oh, Master Dzuayam! Cried 3PO. Something terrible has happened. You must inform the emergency services. The man only stepped clear of the opener beam of the doorway and walked to Leia's side. He seemed a trifle unsteady on his feet, as if drunk or drugged. His colorless eyes half shut, he wore on his face an expression 3PO never truly good at interpretation of human facial expression despite the most advanced of pattern recognition software could not define or even guess at: ecstasy, concentration, dreamy pain. He stood beside Leia for a time, looking down at her. Then he half knelt and began to pull off his violet leather gloves. The door swished open behind him. "DZYM!" cried Ashgad, striding through as his secretary slewed around. DZYM got quickly to his feet, pulling his glove on once again. Ashgad dropped to one knee at Leia's side. "Oh, Master Ashgad," began 3PO, starting forward. Ashgad said briefly, "Push him aside," and one of the fair-haired, androgynous synthroids stepped through the door after him, and shoved 3PO hard across the room. The synthroid had the startling strength of cable and hydraulic joints, and 3PO, for all his excellent construction, was only middling well balanced. He went crashing down in the corner, flailing and struggling to get up. "Stop it," said Ashgad, looking up at DZYM, holding his gaze, meaning, obscure to any onlooker, passed between them that they both understood. "Release her. My lord, she may revive before. Release her. Now." DZYM's mouth turned pettishly down for a moment. He shut his eyes in momentary concentration. Then he drew a little breath and said, "Very well. The action is stopped." Ashgad turned back to Leia. R2D2, standing over her with his single little clamp arm extended downward as if to try to rouse her, swung back to his upright mode and backed hastily. "Wait!" cried 3PO. "No!" For the first time, he had an almost human intuition that this man had not the smallest intention of taking the chief of state to the infirmary. "R2, stop them!" But Ashgad was human, and R2, though he had a certain defensive capability with his electronic welder, could no more have attacked him than he could have danced on a tightrope. It was something that normally programmed droids simply could not do. Ashgad got to his feet, with Leia limp in his arms, the red velvet of her robes hanging nearly to the floor. To the synthroid, Ashgad began to say, "You're to wait until the brig is." "Yes, Legis?" The thin, tired-looking man whom 3PO recognized as the brig's pilot stepped in as the door swished open once more. "It's finished," the pilot said. "I've launched the slave relay with the time-delayed projections of final reports for both vessels. I used scrap from the active files of both onboard computers. The messages should be indistinguishable from real transmissions." His face was white in the dark, graying tousle of his hair, and there was a tautness to his mouth, as if he had just finished being sick. "Everyone on board both ships appears to be dead or incapacitated." He glanced over at DZYM, whose eyes had gone dreamy again. DZYM smiled and murmured, "Yes. Oh, yes." The man Legis looked away from him, pain and loathing in his eyes. The synthroids have taken one of the shuttles over to the escort ship. They should have no trouble boarding. Very good. Ashgad glanced at the wall chronometer. It should take about 30 minutes for us to return to the light of reason and take her far enough from these ships for safety. The door opened as they turned to enter the anteroom. Through it, 3PO could glimpse the Nogri's rack, sprawled on the floor across the threshold, still moving feebly but his face livid with the pallor of approaching death. Ashgad, with Leia in his arms, stepped over him, and over the others, human and Nogri, lying on the floor beyond, the crimson velvet dragging over their faces. Dizwayam knelt for a moment at his Raka's side, passed his gloved hands lightly across the dying bodyguard's face and throat, his face suffused with pleasure. Legis averted his eyes and avoided touching him as he passed. The closing door cut off the sight of them, and whatever Ashgad said next. "Oh, do something!" cried 3PO, and tried to get to his feet. R2 rolled over to him and extended his welder as a sort of lever arm to help him up. "Why didn't you do something, you ignorant little adding machine? We have to stop them." Guards. Guards. They're kidnapping the chief of state. The anteroom door swooshed wide at 3PO's touch. The protocol droid hesitated over the body of his rack, dead now, eyes staring in horror, then turned helplessly away. With the opening of the door into the corridor, he stopped in alarm. Two other Nogri lay on the floor, one still breathing with slow, harsh, stertorous gasps, the other utterly still. They bore no marks of violence or struggle. "Shut obey!" cried 3PO, punching the code on the wall com. "Shut obey! They have to be stopped." There was no answer but the whine of a signal blocker somewhere in the system. He hastened after R2, who hadn't even paused, trundling down the corridor and making a little detour around the dead guards. What can have caused it? Symptomatic analysis indicates. R2 stopped, with such suddenness that 3PO nearly cannonaded into him, over the body of a 3rd Academy guard. He extended his gripper arm to prod the young man's shoulder, and 3PO saw that this one, the bodyguard Marco Pius, bore on the side of his head the mark of a heavy blow. "Yeoman Marco Pius, Master Ashgad has kidnapped Her Excellency!" cried 3PO, at the first sign of reviving consciousness. Sitting up, the youth said a word that 3PO knew in close to 1,000,000 languages but was programmed never to utter in any of them. "The Vol's ship's been poisoned." He rolled to his feet with a nimbleness that caused the droid a momentary flash of envy. "I beg your pardon, sir, but the symptoms are less those of poison than of disease," reported 3PO worriedly. "Specifically, my databanks show a 90% correlation with the death seed plague of 7 centuries ago. But how such a thing came to pass? Whatever it is, they're panicking down in the infirmary." The boy scooped up his ceremonial weapon and strode so quickly along the corridor as he spoke that the two droids could barely keep pace. The engine crew sealed themselves off. "I caught that pilot of Ashgad's if he is a pilot doing something with the transmission records. They're going to do something to both vessels, something to destroy them," said 3PO. "They said they had to get their own ship out of range." "We're doomed." "Not if we can get to one of the scout boats, we're not." Beyond the vast portal of the magnetic hatch, the stars were already moving when Yeoman Marco Pius and the two droids reached the shuttle bay floor. The shuttle brig was already gone, a dwindling gray flake in the blackness. The three bay guards lay dead on the floor, unmarked and peaceful. Far off the light of reason was a tiny berry, a cluster of minute bronze, black, and silver mini-hulls, and farther still the silver arrowhead of the adamantine could be seen moving out. "Where are they going, Dot?" cried 3PO, stopping dead in his tracks to watch. He thought he saw something move in the shadows, something tiny scuttling along the wall, and turned his head in an attempt at visual tracking. "There isn't anyone alive on that ship, I heard them say so." Marco Pius grabbed his arm and dragged him up the small scout craft's ramp. "They're taking it out of the vicinity of the Chorios systems," said the boy, slamming shut the scout boat's hatch behind them and dropping into the chair behind the bridge controls. If Ashgad kidnapped Lady Solo, if he found some way to poison the crews on both ships, or whatever he did, he's not going to want record of either ship disappearing too soon after the rendezvous. He was jerking over levers. Checking readouts, activating the emergency relays to open the magnetic portal once again, while beyond the portal the stars glided quicker and quicker as the tiny dots of the Charlos systems fell behind. He's going to want to say, "Oh, they were all fine when they pulled out of here. Look at this." He cut into the coded Deep Space Net channel. Its screen flashed an image of the two Republic cruisers making their serene way toward the standard Coruscant jump point on the far side of the Chorios systems. Immediately afterward, the image of Leia's face appeared, reporting the conference successfully concluded. Brassy lights flared over Marcopius's dark frown, and the cool, neutral voice of an emergency recording began to announce monotonously, "This vessel is in Stage 2 of hyperspace sequence. Taking a scout craft out at this time is extremely dangerous. Contact the main bridge and review your instructions. This vessel is in Stage 2 of hyperspace sequence." "Hyperspace," wailed 3PO. "Who could be taking it into?" "One of the synthroids. No one else is alive." Marco Pius delicately lifted the scout boat from its moorings and swung its nose weightlessly toward the black rectangle of the portal. "Can't you shut that thing off?" "I'm terribly sorry, Yeoman Marco Pius, but my program forbids me to tamper with safety equipment of any kind." The young man made a final sequence of adjustments, lip between his teeth, sweat glistening on his forehead, while the warning voice repeated over and over that it was extremely dangerous to take out a scout craft of any kind. Ahead of them, through the portal, they saw the adamantine flash bright as it turned, accelerating, then vanished in a spangle of hyperblue light. "Where can they be going?" nattered 3PO. "That's nowhere near the hyperspace jump point for Coruscant. If we can somehow extrapolate from the jump point to learn where they're going." "They're not going anywhere." Marco Pius was breathing hard now, setting the controls. On the decoder screen before them, the digitalized images of the flagship and its escort continued to float among the empty, lifeless worlds that comprised most of the sector. "They're just taking the ships into hyperspace, period. Don't you see? The whole point has to be that Her Excellency vanishes, without a trace, after she's seen to leave the rendezvous safely. They must have one turbo-powered holofaker working for them. He put his hand to his chest, as if to massage away some deep, troubling ache. Hang on. He eased forward on the levers, sweat sparkling in the cropped suede of his hair and the doubled glare of amber and scarlet warning lights. The small, box-like craft slid through the magnetic portal and flipped immediately down, around, avoiding the Borealis's stabilizers, picking up speed while interacting with a far larger vessel, which was ripping along at thousands of kilometers per second. 3PO clutched at the back of the empty navigator's station, circuits momentarily jammed with alarm. R2 let out a long, trilling wail as the scout boat whipped by inches from the bigger ship's secondary tanks. The wake of the flagship's magnetic field tossed and dragged the little craft like a chip in a riptide. Marcopius's dark hands flickered and danced from levers to joystick to toggles as huge sheets of metal and rivets rocketed past the observation ports, alternating with slabs of interstellar blackness already shimmering with the light shift effects of hyperspace sequence. Then the scout boat plunged away, spinning dizzily, stars and ships and planets reeling in a disorienting tumble past the ports. There was a blinding flash, far too near for comfort, as the Borealis plunged into the glimmering void of quasi-reality that was called hyperspace, for lack of any better term. Far to starboard, as Marco Pius stabilized the spinning scout boat, the light of reason had left orbit as well, streaking toward the Nam Chorios primary like an incandescent teardrop. Shall we go after them? And do what? The young yeoman's hands were trembling where they lay on the console. Throw spitballs at them? This is a scout boat, not an Ewing. Besides, we're too big to make it past those gun stations they were talking about. He nodded toward the viewport, where the light of reason was diminishing into the stars. Just looking at that ship, I'd guess it comes apart and goes down to the planet in self-powered sections, leaving the main reactor in orbit. It's the only way they could get enough bulk or even limited hyperspace capability. He guided the scout boat in a long loop, began setting coordinates, an expression of grim sorrow aging his face. What do you know about Pedus Chorios? That's the nearest civilization. Well, it can't really be called civilized, said 3PO judiciously. The local warlords have taken on so-called advisors, ex-smugglers, imperial renegades, corporate sector mercenaries, fugitives from both imperial and republican justice. I shudder to think what would happen to us if we went there, or to Her Excellency if anyone there discovered the predicament she was in. Marco Pius nodded, and made another adjustment. It has to be the fleet orbital base at Durin, then. He paused, trying to draw breath, his face gray around the lips. Are either of you programmed to handle one of these once we get out of hyperspace? R2, who had released himself from his takeoff cradle, let out an optimistic trill, and 3PO said firmly, "Oh no, sir." Upon the single occasion that we tried any sort of piloting at all, the results were most unsatisfactory. Certainly the more modern craft are entirely beyond our programming capacity. I'm a protocol droid, as you know, and though R2 is quite a competent astromech, I'm afraid he has his limitations in other areas. The young man nodded again, leaning his forehead on his fist, his breath going out in a long sigh. 3PO could see he was still shivering, with shock or exertion, the droid supposed sympathetically. Some humans were simply not as resilient as others. Encouragingly, 3PO ventured. "It isn't that far to Durin, sir. The ship should run well enough until we have to make orbit. If you wish to lie down and rest, I can certainly wake you when you're required to pilot the ship into base." For a long time Yeoman Marco Pius didn't answer. Then he murmured, "Yeah. I guess that's how it'll have to be." He got to his feet, staggering and catching himself on Arto's stubby bulk. The astromech rolled beside him, to help him to the narrow bunk in an alcove just beyond the control room door. The young man groped blindly for the blanket. Arto extended his gripper arm and pulled it up over him, and emitted a gentle trill of comfort and farewell as he rolled from the room. 30 minutes later, when 3PO returned to ask the youth how long it would be before they could subspace the Durin base, he found Marco Pius dead. The Force was everywhere, palpable, warming her like sunlight. Lying on a divan? On the toothed, fist-sized crystals that carpeted the old sea floor plains as far as vision could descry. Leia Organa Solo basked in the warmth of the Force. So much warmer than the heatless fingernail of the sun, she absorbed it through her skin, as if her body had been rendered transparent like the amoebic plasmers of dark Anibeth. Someone was saying something to her, but she was deeply asleep and could not make out the words. She dreamed. She was in her father's palace in Aldera. His study was a garden room, looking through a double line of smooth, snow-white pillars to a small lawn beyond whose curved railing the blue waters of the lake could be seen, the endless plains of wind-combed grass beyond. The intoxicating smell of the grass blew through on the warm winds, and she could hear the muted whisper of the wind chimes among the pillars and the soft cooing and twittering of the kairokas, the sounds of her childhood. Her father was there. She was presenting her children to him, Jason and Jaina and Anakin grown to teenagers, wearing the faces she knew they would one day wear. "You've done well, daughter." Bail Organa extended a hand to touch Jaina's heavy chestnut hair. The gold ring on his finger gleamed like a fragment of the world's final sunset. "What have you taught them, these young Jedi of the House of Organa?" "I've taught them to love justice, as you love justice, Father." Leia's own voice sounded deep and quiet in the chamber's gentle twilight. "I've taught them to respect the rights of all living things. I've taught them that the law is above any single being's will. But we know better." Anakin spoke in the breaking treble of an adolescent, and there was an unfamiliar, ugly grin on his face as he stepped forward, and a light in his crystal blue eyes that Leia had never seen in waking life. "We're Jedi Knights. We have the power." His lightsaber licked out crimson from the shadow and slashed her father in half. Leia sprang back from the toppling pieces of the corpse. Scream ing, why couldn't she scream through the clogging weight of sleep? Her father's body lay in pieces in the shadow, cauterized where the blade had severed thorax from pelvis, only a trickle of brownish fluid worming across the marble floor toward her feet. She cried something, she didn't know what. Anakin, Jason, and Jaina all turned to gaze at her. All three had drawn lightsabers. 3 blades gleamed, red and shining columns of power, the light making 6 red flames and 3 pairs of demon eyes. "We're Jedi, Mother," Jaina said. There's no law for us. We can do whatever we want. Anakin said. That's your gift to us. We're Jedi because you're Jedi, too. We are what you are. He turned to look back at the pieces of Bail Organa's body, the eyes open and staring in shock, the outstretched hand with its golden ring. And anyway, he wasn't really your father. Leia screamed. No! No! The images blurred to darkness, and she heard Luke's voice. Learn to use the Force, Leia. You have to. Never. You have to. She couldn't swear then that it was Luke's voice. The warmth of the Force touched her, comforting, but it seemed that she could see it only through a viewport or a doorway. She lay in shadow, and the shadow was cold. She heard movement behind her head and opened her eyes. For a time there'd been a man named Greglich who'd piloted a reconditioned or hauler for the rebel forces, back when they'd been moving from planet to planet ahead of Admiral Piatt's fleet. Greglich had been a good pilot but an addict, whose addictions had deepened until he'd gotten himself and 17 rebel fighters killed in a stupid collision with an asteroid. She remembered him now. One night in a temporary HQ on Kidron, when they were watching for an attack, he told her about being an addict, about mixing drugs to achieve the exact rainbow of mental damage to match any mood he sought to erase. Glitterstim's all right if you're blue, he had said, his brown eyes dreamy, like a man recalling the great love of his life. Everything takes on a rise, a buzz, a life, as if your whole body had been made new and your whole future with it. And for those nights when you've got an itchy anger in your soul against all the people who've robbed you or jeered at you, there's pyropenol. 2 shots of pyrep and you'll spit on the fates that spin your life thread. When you're hurting for the girl who could have saved you if only, Santhurian tenhorut extracts your poison, gentle, gentle, like the sun breaking clouds at the end of day. He'd smiled, and Leia's contempt for the man had transmuted to pity, as she comprehended for the first time all that he had done himself out of for the sake of those easy illusions. He had been a handsome man, bronzed and fair like a charming god, but sexless, as most addicts quickly became, and without the courage to face a relationship or hold an opinion of his own. But sometimes there's nothing that'll do it but sweet blossom. It's a good thing the blossom's not addictive, he'd added with a grin. It could grind galactic civilization to a halt in a week flat. It's that deadly? Leia had asked. Greglich had laughed. My darling child, few drugs are that deadly. It's what they get you to do to yourself that destroys you. Blossom is exactly like sleep. A little of it 2 drops, maybe, and it's like you've just woken up. Before your mind is in gear to do anything, you just sit around in your pajamas saying, I'll take care of business when I'm feeling a bit more the thing. But of course you never do. 5 drops is good for endless sitting, curled up, comfortable, thinking nothing, watching attercops spin webs or dust motes make patterns. Your mind is perfectly clear, you understand, but the starter won't engage. 7 or 8 drops and you're paralyzed. Awake, but unmoving, unable to move, like those mornings when you open your eyes but your entire body's still asleep. A good way to get through days when things are happening to you that you'd rather not feel. Leia had thought at the time, like seeing your world destroyed, and the deaths of everyone you know. She dealt with that one by helping Luke and Han escape with the Death Star plans, by setting in motion the events that had blasted Grand Moff Tarkin and the Emperor's cherished superweapon into stellar dust. She changed the subject, and a few weeks later, Greglich had been killed. She hadn't thought of him, or that conversation, in years. But his words came back to her as she heard the soft snick of the door lock unbolting and the rustle of clothing just beyond the line of her sight. She tried in panic to turn her head and couldn't. She couldn't move at all. Blossom, she thought. Panic flooded her. Someone was definitely approaching the divan on which she lay. The heavy velvet robe of state she'd worn to her meeting with Ashgad still wrapped her like a shroud of molded lead. There was a doorway or a long transparent steel panel in the wall opposite her feet, and the end of the trappist of blanched sunlight that fell through it touched her knees, heating them uncomfortably under the velvet's folds. The wall around the doorway was poured permacrete, lead-colored and unplastered. Beyond she could see a paved terrace and a low permacrete wall and a hugeness of air imbued with hard-edged, sugary light. Clothing rustled again. She felt the vibration of someone grasping the carved headboard of the divan. Its legs scraped softly on the permacrete floor as the divan was drawn backward, away from the rectangle of sunlight, into the deeper shadows of the room. Every atom of Leia's body screamed and thrashed and struggled to rise, to fight at least to turn her head. And every atom of the sweet blossom in her system laughed at her and held her still. The dragging stopped. Get up, get up, get up. DZYM came around the head of the divan. He stood gazing down at Leia with his large, utterly colorless eyes. They were brown on the ship. I know they were brown on the ship. And Leia saw that the skin of his throat, where it was revealed by the open neck of his loose gray robe, was purplish brown, shiny, and ever so slightly articulated. Chitinous, not like human skin at all. When he sat on the divan beside her and took her hands in his, she saw between the cuffs of his gloves and those of his robe that his wrists were the same. He saw she was looking at him and smiled, running a very long, very pointed tongue over sharp brown teeth. While his eyes held hers, he turned his shoulder to her, so that she could not see his hands, and drew off his gloves. She felt him lay them over her arm. Then he took her left hand between both of his. The terrible sinking, the slow ache in her chest were as they had been in her stateroom on the Borealis. A growing, spreading coldness. The seeping away of her breath. I'm dying, thought Leia, as she had then. She saw the secretary's thin, dark lips part in what might have been a smile, or only a satiated sigh. Ecstatic, as he had been on the ship. He stood and walked around behind her. Lifting aside her hair, he put his hands to the sides of her neck. Something sliced her that wasn't pain and wasn't cold, more terrifying than either. She thought, please, no more. She thought, Han. She thought, you'd better finish me off, you squalid parasite, because if you don't, by my father's hand I swear I'll break your stinking neck. She sank into drowning darkness. Voices cried out through the force. Hundreds of them. Luke felt their terror and despair. Dying, he thought. He thought also, in that first cold lance of panic, that Leia's was one of them, terrified and alone. But in the clamor he couldn't be sure. His hand flashed to the comm panel, calling up the far-off images of the Borealis and its escort. Readouts showed them on their way to the Coruscant jump point, a long-distance visual confirmed. Luke debated for a moment trying to contact them. He had a scrambler in the B-Wing's comm systems, but the possibility of being overheard by Gattel's agents, or by those other, nameless threats, held his hand. Instead, he cut into the pickup channel, and heard Leia's voice dimly making her report to Riken and Akbar. Successful conclusion to our enterprise. We're on our way home. Trouble elsewhere? He wondered. On Pedus Chorios, perhaps? Or some other world in the vicinity? Sometimes it was difficult to tell, with the Force. It picked up and magnified some alterations in the life tides of the universe, distorted others. Even now, the tugging grief, the cold panic, he felt had faded. He wasn't even sure exactly where it had come from. He turned his eyes toward the growing violet star that was Chorios II, Nam Corios's primary. That speck of piercing white beside it should be the planet itself. A singing surge of the Force washed over him, filled him, sieved the tiny craft like gamma rays. Like coming into Dagobah that first time, looking at the seething life readings of that strange world, he felt now in the presence of a vastness he could not understand. No wonder Callista was drawn to this place. He touched the levers, accelerated into high orbit. Now the planet was clearly visible. Wastes of slate, smooth and hard as rollerball floors, stretched kilometer after kilometer. Zones of broken rock surrounded them, wall after brittle wall of toothed mountains uneroded by rain or the roots of growing plants. In other places the dry sea floors were covered for thousands of miles and faceted, quartzine gravel that glared as if the world were one great cut-glass gem. Crystal mountains flashed a bleached and broken reflection in the wan light of the tiny, faded whitish sun, chains of them petering out into lines of solitary crystal rock chimneys, like widely spaced sentinels, far into the shimmering, twilight wastes. Light and glass, dizzying alien cloudless heights, and among it all, tiny zones of green. Luke's hands played fast through the orbital checks, then returned to the subspace, signaling back to the adamantine, the Borealis. Nothing. They'd gone into hyperspace by this time, heading back to Coruscant. Death, his memory whispered. He had felt death, massive death, he thought. His recollection of it was dim and dreamlike, and he could not be sure where, or when, or from what direction the sensation had come. But Leia was alive. Somewhere, wherever she was alive. He flipped his scanners to their widest range, but saw only the yellow speck that would be Seti Ashgad's pieced-together planet hopper, blinking along at max sublight, heading for home. His single B-wing should be too small to register on its scanners at this distance, he thought. But it would be best to disappear into the planet's magnetic field before Ashgad got any closer. Do not meet with Ashgad. Do not go to the Meridian sector. Luke studied the scan again. This close to Anti-Meridian, it paid to be cautious, though by all accounts Moff Gideon's didn't have the firepower to bump heads with the fleet at Durin, or the guts to try. And indeed, no sign of any deep space vessels disturbed the provincial calm of this portion of the meridian. Just the occasional orange flicker of planet hoppers, small traders, light cargo haulers going about their petty businesses between the stars. What did Callista know about Seti Ashgades? He edged the B-wing into a lower temporary orbit and brought up the coordinates for the town of Huegshul. He would find her, he thought. He would see her again. The long-range laser cannon took out his rear deflector shield and nicked the stabilizer before he was even out of sight of blackness and stars. It was only luck it didn't destroy the craft entirely. Luck and probably the difficulty in homing on a vessel at the bottom end of its target mass. Luke flipped at once into evasive action, twisting, zagging, plunging toward that vast glittering eternity of dimness and crystal through a flaming hovel of atmosphere. A second bolt clipped the B-wing's airfoil, and as he fought to pull out of the crazy spin, Luke saw the white lances of light slash upward from the ragged line of slate-gray foothills. So much for Seti Ashgad's information about the minimum mass needed to activate the gun stations, thought Luke grimly. Was that what Callista had meant about not trusting the man? But Ashgad hadn't known Luke would even be on Leia's mission, let alone that he'd be going to Huegshul. Nobody but Han and Chewie had known that. He twisted the controls, trying to avoid sliding straight into one of those white lances of killing light. The ground rushed upward, radiant, burning with wan, reflected sun. Blast, thought Luke, as the joystick lurched under his hands, don't quit on me now. There was enough play in the remaining stabilizer to land without killing himself just. The anti-gray cradles were still okay. But when he leveled off, he'd be a better target. He zagged right, left, dropped instinctively as a beam slicked over his head. Those were live gunners, they had to be. No auto station had that kind of response flexibility. Live gunners who knew what they were doing. Huge cliffs, mountains, towering terrifying, bare monuments of basalt and crystals yawned fathomless below him. He plunged the big fighter down among them, veered through narrowing chasms as a laser bolt splintered a black column of rock 1,000 feet high to his left, and rained the craft with fragments. The steady, howling winds of the higher atmosphere turned to random hurricanes that smote him from every canyon and crevice. With its long ventral airfoil, the B-wing was almost impossible to control. Luke pulled into a level slide, barely avoid another bolt and a toothed crag of what looked like gray striated quartz, the glare of the sunlight from a million mirrors nearly blinding. He was out of range of the gun stations, hidden in the mountains, plunging down a long, scintillated canyon toward the wasteland beyond. The stabilizer went, and Luke forced the controls over, reached out with his mind to touch the force, nudged the crazily plunging craft away from the rock walls, past the jutting towers and razor-ridged hogbacks of stone, heading for the blue notch of the canyon mouth. Too low. No altitude. He'd put out all his will, all the strength of the force, to lift the B-wing over the last ridge of rose-gold shining glass, edge it down. Wind slapped him like a monster hand. The B-wing veered wildly, then the airfoil scraped and tore on the pebbled wilderness beyond the canyon. Rocks and dust and fragments of crystal enveloped him in a whirlwind of heat. Shaken nearly out of his bones, Luke held the controls steady, fighting to see, hoping there was nothing ahead of him but more level gravel. There was. A transparent boulder the size of a speeder caught what was left of the airfoil. The whole craft slewed sideways, rolled, the delicate foils buckling and snapping. Luke feared for one heart-tearing second that his seat restraint would give way, and he'd break his neck on the console. The belts held. There was an explosion of sealant, and crash foam. The B-wing rolled twice more, like a barrel, and came to a stop up against something that sent up another splintering cloud of fragments and dust. Then stillness, the moaning of the wind, and the dying pitter of pebbles raining down on the laser-cracked hull. "Here, Your Excellency." Strong hands helped Leia sit up, put a cup into hers, held it steady while she drank. "How are you feeling?" She blinked. The divan had been moved out onto the terrace. "Weak." Strangely colored sunlight lay in mosaics of glassy brightness across the cinder-colored permacrete walls of the house that loomed over them. Glinted on the treeless lunacy of the heaped stone ridges, columns, pinnacles, and buttresses that dwarfed the house on three sides and framed, on the fourth, eternities of flashing gravel, as if the sea had sunk away long ago and left its foam solidified into salt and glass. It must be the crystals that pick up and reflect the sunlight, thought Leia, looking around at the huge outcrops of them embedded everywhere in the rocks of the mountains. The small sun gave only thready light in cobalt oceans of sky. Dim stars shone even in the presence of its glow. Because of the light thrown back by the rocks, there seemed to be no shadows anywhere, or a confusing multiplicity of watered ones. The dry air tightened her face, as it had not in the moister mini-climate of the house. She turned from those bizarre distances to meet the anxious dark eyes of the man who sat on the divan at her side. It was Seti Ashgad's pilot. A nice man, she thought at once. He reminded her a little of the pilot Greglik for some reason, though the physical appearance could not have been more dissimilar. Of medium height and slender build, this man had a sort of saturnine darkness to him in utter contrast with the rebel pilot's flamboyant good looks. Maybe it was the nose and elegant aquiline or the battered, deeply woven wrinkles around the eyes that spoke of a life lived very hard. More probably, she thought, it was something in the expression of the eyes. Odd again, to think of the daredevil Greglik. This man's eyes were the eyes of one who wouldn't harm so much as an insect or stand up to someone who was taking shameless advantage of him for fear of hurt feelings. An escaper, she thought. Not escape into drugs, he hadn't Greglik's unhealthy complexion, but escape by simply not being there if he could manage to get away. But nice. I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Had DZYM been a dream? The slicing pain in the sides of her neck, the hands that drew life from her, exactly as the sickness had on the ship. The horrible impression she had had of some other being under his clothing, some vile movement, tucked away where it didn't show. Where am I? What happened? Her thoughts felt as if she dropped them, and they'd rolled to the far ends of the room, and exhaustion prevented her from gathering them up again. I'm afraid I can't tell you where you are, Your Excellency. He sounded genuinely sorry about it. You understand, it's better if you don't know. My name is Legis Sarpetius Vorn. Vorn. With the greatest of difficulty, as if she were laboriously constructing a house of cards by means of Waldos, Leia put things together in her mind. Legis Vorn, you were Seti Ashgad's pilot, weren't you? And DZYM. DZYM was here. Is this Nam Chorios? DZYM was here? He held the vessel away from her reaching hands, his dark brows nodding. I think you've had enough of this, Your Excellency. I'll get you some water. He emptied the cup which Leia thought had contained water over the low wall at the edge of the terrace. She sat up, watching it fall, the droplets flashing and dwindling as they tumbled in slow motion past the walls of the house, past the rocks of the bluff on which it stood, down to the broken tumble of slate and scree and adamant 200 meters below. Stay here in the sunshine, he urged gently. His voice was very soft, almost inaudible, but deep and one of the most beautiful she had ever heard. I won't be a moment. Leia remained where she was, not because he had told her to, but because the warmth was pleasant on her face, like the slow return of health after a terrible coldness. The Borealis, she thought. What happened on board the Borealis? She'd been ill. The memory of cold returned, the slow dimming down of every system in her body. Or had that been later, when DZYM had come into the room there? Ashgad had apparently taken her off the ship, brought her to this place. She recalled nothing about it. Had Captain Ioe thought she was dead, but in that case, they'd have brought her body to Coruscant, not here. Han, she thought. Han would be worried sick. The children. Other things were leaking back into her consciousness. The blinking message light on the comm that no one had been there to answer yet. Yeoman Marco Pius darting away down the corridor. Admiral Akbar saying, "It looks as if there was an information leak at council level," and Representative Kuvarks tapping the malachite tabletop in her private conference chamber with a stubby brown finger, and saying, "All arrangements have been made for the secret meeting with Ashgad, Your Excellency." Though he has no official position on the planet, this conference could be the key to the entire policy of beneficial usage of untapped planetary resources. Do not meet with Ashgad. Do not go to the Meridian sector. What had happened to the Nogri? The thought wended its way leisurely across her mind. She wondered, if she were to go into the room behind her and try the door, whether it would open. But of course, she thought, locked or unlocked makes little difference. The house itself seemed to be situated in an utterly deserted wasteland of sawtoothed mountains and glaring, jeweled plain. Voices rose to her from somewhere below. She recognized Seti Ashgad's. "We'll just have to go over Larm's head and talk to Demura. Larm's an idiot anyway. He still has no concept of what we need to complete the Reliant. Has any word come in on the subspace?" The beautiful baritone carried strongly in the thin, dry air. Larm, thought Leia. Moff Gittels had an admiral named Larm. She'd met him at the diplomatic reception on Coruscant to celebrate Gittels's elevation to the position, one of the last she'd attended at the palace. Larm was of the flat-backed, by-the-book, spit-and-polish, boot-kissing school of soldiering, toadying Gittels and every other Moff and governor without ever relaxing his tough warrior manner. He'd come up through the fleet as Gittels's stringer, a dark-visaged and sternly efficient foil to the new Moff's hail fellow well-met fairness, and had been duly promoted over the heads of several better-qualified candidates when Gittels had been made Moff of Anti-Meridian. Who Demura was she had no idea, though the name was familiar to her. She couldn't make out the words murmured in reply, but the purring voice pierced her, an arrow of cold under her solar plexus. DZYM. She looked down at her hand again. Soreness lingered on the sides of her neck, over the main arteries, but she lacked the strength to put her hands up to feel. The cold of death lingered in her mind, and something else, the aftertaste of nightmare. That was why she felt so weak. No, she thought. I feel weak because there was sweet blossom in the water. I suppose you're right. Ashgad's voice was quieter, but just as penetrant. 3 synthrids. When I think about how much even one of those things costs. DZYM's voice was a little louder now. Knowing Ashgad's habit of pacing, Leia assumed he was farther from his secretary than he had been a few moments before. It could not be helped, my lord. Synthrids were the only way we could bring the Death Seed on board the vessels undetected. The Death Seed. Leia's breath left her, as if with physical shock. 700 years ago that plague had wiped out millions. Whole sectors had relapsed into primitive subsistence, as those who understood machinery and spaceflight had perished wholesale. It was the casualness of DZYM's tone that galvanized Leia into action. She rose from the divan, pulled the cloak-like folds of her robe more closely around her. The sunlight held no heat, and made her way shakily to the far end of the terrace. Perhaps 25 meters below her, just above where the walls of the great, rambling house merged into the harsh basalt of the bluff itself, another terrace ran the length of that side of the building and curved around the face of the cliff. Heavy hedges of bracknel and one oak grew from planters of imported soil as windbreaks around 2 sides, brilliant and alien green against the gray permacrete. A sort of gazebo stood at one end of the terrace, the shade densely black within. A complex system of mist jets and pipes mitigated somewhat the dryness of the air. By the way Ashgad turned, Leia guessed that DZYM sat within the gazebo's shade. There was a third being on the terrace, stretched out on a black and orange air duvet under a veritable rain shower of air misters, and Leia flinched with revulsion at the sight of it, and the sound of its gluey, tuba bass. DZYM's right. It rolled over, flexed its gelid length at roughly 12 meters. It was the longest hut Leia had ever seen. It was massive, without Jabba's obesity, like a young hut in its agility and speed, but grown to the size of an old one. You couldn't have gotten past the medical scans without them. And only droids would have taken the vessels into hyperspace without a second jump coordinate. Hyperspace. Marco Pius. Izrak. Captain Ioe? Those poor children of her honor guard. Thrupio and Arta. Sickness and horror swept her, replaced a moment later by a burning rage. Yes, but at 100,000 credits apiece. Cheap at the price. The hut shrugged. Demura thought it was worth the expenditure. I agree with him. It wasn't enough to have Legis put through that mission accomplished. We're leaving for Coruscant. Message, or even the fake transmissions from the jump point. We couldn't bring those vessels here. We couldn't destroy them without the risk of telltale debris. And what do you care anyway? Demura paid for the synthroids, not you. And that makes it all right? Ashgad turned impatiently from the railing to face the huge, reclining shape. With an attitude like that, it's no wonder you're no longer ruling this territory, Beldorian. Anyway, rumbled Beldorian cryptically. The price is about to come down on them, isn't it? And what's 300,000 credits, if you can get rid of all evidence of where Her Excellency is and what became of her? Once Riken goes into a coma, the council's going to be chasing its tail for days, each member trying to keep the next from being named successor. He swelled up a little and produced a burp of cosmic proportions, leaking green drool from his mouth and releasing a vast breath of gases that Leia could smell from the terrace above. He rolled a little and delved with one tiny, muscular hand into a washed-up-sized porcelain bowl of some kind of pink and orange snack food that rested on the duvet at his side. Even Ashgad turned his face aside in disgust. And don't speak to me about not ruling this force-benighted planet anymore, the Hutt added, around a mouthful of small, squirming things. No one forced me, Beldorian the Splendid, Geldorian of the Ruby Eyes, to retire. I ruled this world longer than your petty empire existed, and I ruled it well. He shoved another handful of whatever it was into his enormous mouth. Some of it escaped, and made it nearly to the edge of his duvet before he tongued it up. So don't tell me I was too wasteful or too lazy to know what I'm talking about. He extended one hand, and Leia felt it. The Force. A silver cup, probably kept in some kind of cooling bowl under the gazebo's black shade, floated into sight and drifted across toward the stubby, outstretched yellow fingers with their golden rings. And all around her, Leia felt the air change, as if the iridescent sunlight had thickened or changed its composition, itchy, swirling, angry. Beldorian the Hutt had been trained as a Jedi. And against his use of the Force, there was a stirring, a reaction, a movement in the Force itself that Leia, though only marginally adept with her Jedi powers, felt like sandpaper on the inside of her skull. Leia's knees felt weak, and she retreated to the divan again, catching the head of it for balance, shivering within the garnet weight of the state robe. The Borealis, sent into hyperspace blind and unprogrammed, never to emerge. But if what DZYM said was true, if the Death Seed plague had been on board, that was just as well. She had had the Death Seed. She shook her head. It was impossible. According to the records, no one recovered. And Minister Riken, her second in command in the council. When Riken goes into his coma, I have to warn him. I have to warn someone. She dropped onto the divan, shaking in every limb with weakness and shock. Panic and rage struggled against the thickness of the sweet blossom that clogged her brain, a fury to escape, to outwit them. And the drug whispered its reply, of course you should. But not just now. Something in the pocket of her robe pressed into her thigh, hard and uncomfortable. Leia frowned, trying to recall what she'd carried with her in the garment's bulky folds to the meeting with Ashgad. The answer was, of course, nothing. The velvet garment of state was sufficiently heavy without adding weight to it. But in that case, who could have put something there? And when she fished and fumbled around until she found the pocket in the lining, originally designed to carry a recording device or, depending on who the wearer planned to meet, a holdout blaster. Clumsy with the effects of the sweet blossom, her fingers closed on metal. It was her lightsaber. She brought it out, stared at it in a kind of shock. Touched the switch, the quivering laser blade humming faintly, pale blue and nearly invisible in the odd, morning light. Luke's voice came to her, "Keep up with your lightsaber practice. You need it." And like an echo, the voice of the Anakin she had never heard, "We have the power." She pushed the ugly dream from her mind. But she couldn't push from her the knowledge of what they were, the grandchildren of Darth Vader, with only the teaching of law and justice between the New Republic and that terrible dream. She remembered all the efforts that had been made to kidnap them, to use them, to twist them into tools for greed or obsession. And all the while people assumed that she would teach them better, teach them not to use their powers for selfishness or impulse, while she watched the jackals of the broken empire and the members of her own council squabble and snatch and waste time and lives. And Luke kept urging her to take up that personal, frightening power, the power of Palpatine. The power to have it all her own way. She touched the switch again. The shining blade was gone. Arta. Dimly she remembered 3PO's despairing wails into the calm, and as she slid toward cold darkness, the soft clickety-whir of the astromecha's servos near her. R2 knew I was in danger. He helped me the only way he could. She closed her eyes, fighting tears. I will kill them, she thought, the cold fury breaking through the sluggishness of the drug. Ashgad, and Izwayam, and that foul hut, and Legis with his drugged drinks and phony concern. Whatever they're up to, I'll destroy them. Before Legis came back, she thought she'd better check out her room for whatever escape she could find. The air was softer indoors, subtly modified to escape the piercing dryness. That meant magnetic shields on the doors and windows not cheap and some kind of mist generators in the ceilings. Away from the jewel-like refractions of the sunlight the shadows were thick, and the massive walls sheltered a sour muskiness that no air conditioning could disperse. Any place a hut occupied smelled of hut, of course. Nobody ever liked that heavy, rotted odor. On Tatooine, Leia had learned to hate it, though her experience of living in Jabba's palace had served her well during her negotiations with Durga the Hutt on Nal Huda. She was one of the few diplomats who could deal with highly odorous species like Hutts and Vortums unjudgmentally and relatively unflinchingly. One couldn't, she knew, discredit their intelligence just because their digestive enzymes were set up to deal with everything from tree roots to petroleum byproducts. There were bugs, too. She saw them, tiny and purplish-brown, skittering along the densest shadows at the base of the wall and under the small, roughly constructed chest of drawers that was the room's single other piece of furniture. Most storage was in wall niches, natural in a world where only intensive agriculture on the part of its unwilling inhabitants centuries ago had been able to eventually produce woody plants large enough to make furniture out of. The niche doors and the old-fashioned manual outer door of the room were high-impact plastic. There were bugs in most of the niches, fleeing even the muted indoor light. Leia shivered with distaste as she shut the doors again. In the end, she tore strips from the heavy interfacing between the velvet of the robe and its silken lining to bind the lightsaber to the small of her back under her long, billowing red and bronze figured gown. Legis Vorn had worn a sort of loose tunic, trousers, and vest, probably standard in an economy poorly supplied with raw materials or the leisure for frivolity in fashionable fit. At a guess, whatever clothing they gave her to wear would be too big. Every hand-me-down she'd ever gotten from the rebel pilots during the years on the run had been so. Moving around the room to search had cleared her mind a little. Luke, she thought. Luke getting into the B-wing, sliding the cockpit closed Luke's spirit, thanking her for the final touch of farewell. She had no idea where Ashgad's house was in relation to the city of Huegshul, which according to the registry was the only large settlement on the planet. Even given fairly primitive transportation, they could be hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. If Ashgad had ships of at least planet-hopper capability, not to speak of synthroids, he probably had landspeeders as well. She scratched the back of her wrist, where a small red bug bite showed her that whatever those little bugs were, they were pests. The sleepy temptation still lay heavy on her. To return to the divan on the sunlit terrace, to sit blinking out over that endless nothingness of glittering gravel, contemplating its colors, grayish whites, pinks, dusky blues, and green like unpolished tourmaline, an endless bed from which the sun glare winked like a leaden kaleidoscope. I can't, she thought, shaking straight her gown again and pulling on the velvet robe. When the drug wears off a little more, I'll have to put out a call to Luke. If Luke hadn't contracted the plague on the ship. If his B-wing hadn't smashed into the planet with his dead or dying body aboard. She leaned her forehead against the handleless corridor door. I got out of the termination block of the Death Star, she thought grimly. I can get out of here. You're to leave her alone. Ashgad's voice, muffled and distant, came to her through the door. DZYM's reply, soft though it was, sounded shockingly near. The secretary must have been less than a meter from the door. What can you mean, my lord? I mean, Legis told me you'd visited her. Ashgad's voice grew louder, even though he was keeping his tone down. The tap of his boots brought him to where DZYM must be standing. She could almost see him, towering over the smaller man. Stay away from her. She is a Jedi Lord, murmured DZYM, and there was a note in his voice, a dreamy greediness, that twisted Leia's stomach with nauseated panic. I was only seeking to keep her under control. I know what you were seeking to do, replied Ashgad shortly. The sweet blossom will keep her under control without help from you. You're not to go near her, understand? Skywalker's her brother. He'll know if she dies. Here, Lord. DZYM's voice sank to a whisper. On this world? We can't take the chance of the Council naming a successor. Until everything is accomplished, let her alone. His boots began to retreat. There was no sound from DZYM. He hadn't budged, standing next to the door. She heard Ashgad stop, probably looking back. Still in arm's reach of her, DZYM murmured. And then? She could almost see him rubbing his gloved hands. There was a long silence. And then we'll see. Luke hung for several minutes in the seat restrained, getting his breath. Part of his mind he kept stretched out to the force, manipulating the power of fusion and heat to keep the small impulse fuel reserves from exploding. Part he extended, listening, probing across the harsh landscape for signs of danger. People were on their way. His mind picked up the radiant buzz of hostility. Baran fanatics, almost certainly. He hung at a 45-degree angle above the jagged jumble of what was left of the control board, seat, and flooring. The tiny space stank of leaked coolants and crash foam. Huge gaps in the hull where the metal had buckled on final impact let through slabs of thin, fragmented-looking light. Sand and pebbles had come through, too, and lay in tiny dunes and pools among the wreckage. Dust made a shimmering scrim in the air. Luke wound his left arm in the straps, twisted his body so that his right hand could reach the snap locks on his harness. Swinging down and bracing his feet on the wrecked console. He experienced a moment of surprise that he was still alive, much less relatively unhurt, barring a wrenched shoulder, strap bruises, and the general sense of having gone over the side of Beggar's Canyon in a not very well-constructed barrel. The locker where he'd stowed food, water, a blaster, and spare power batteries was well and truly jammed shut. And judging by the angry vibration in the force, company would be arriving in 5 minutes or less. Luke had used the kinetic displacement of the force on occasion to open locks, but the door itself was jammed. He pushed up his right sleeve, shifted the relative strength of his robotic right hand to its highest, and, bracing the heel of his hand against the crumpled metal of the locker door, bent the least solidly stuck corner inward until the triangular gap was large enough for him to reach through and fish out the water flask. With the intention of getting the weapon next because he could already hear the hum of badly tuned speeder engines and the clashing crunch of padded hooves on gravel. He couldn't get purchase on the blaster in time to free it before the weight of springing bodies rocked the fighter. Shadows fell across the gaps in the buckled hull as Luke snaked his arm free empty-handed. Sprang to his feet, and slithered through the smaller split in the other side of the tiny cockpit moments before the crashing racket of expanding gas percussive weapons echoed like thunder in the tiny space, and a shower of high-velocity stone pellets spattered the space where he had been. There were a lot of attackers, 20 or 25, Luke estimated, dropping to the gravel in a long roll to get back under the shelter of the broken S-foil. Men and women both, as far as he was able to tell, for in the sharp cold they were wrapped in thick vests and jackets, sometimes covered by ragged burnousses, their heads further protected by veils or wide-brimmed hats. In addition to the scatterguns they had bows, both auto bows and primitive longbows as well as short javelins, and they surrounded the wrecked B-wing completely. Luke didn't want to have anything to do with any of them. There are 1,000 ways to use the Force in a fight, Callista's old master, Jin, had told her. And 1,001 ways to use the Force to avoid a fight. Luke now used something Jin had taught her, and she him, so simple a use of kinetic displacement that he was embarrassed not to have thought of it himself years ago. His mind jarred at the gravel underfoot, and the gravel coughed forth dust. A lot of dust. The problem with that trick was that you had to be ready for it yourself. Luke had already picked his line of retreat through the closing ring of Therans, and was dragging up the neck of his flight suit to cover his nose and mouth, squinting his eyes for what protection he could find, even as he launched himself out of the shelter of the B-wing. He'd always had a good sense of direction, and Yoda had drummed into him an almost supernatural ability to orient himself in an emergency. He knew in which direction the Tharan speeders and riding beasts lay and made for them amid a roar of gunfire and a rain of projectiles, half-seen ghostly bodies rushing about in all directions in the sudden gray-white obscurity of suspended grit. The field effect of the dust was an extremely localized one, rapidly dispersing in the remains of the dying wind. The Tharan speeders lay outside its plumy, smoking ring. As grubby a collection of fifth-hand makeshift junkers as Luke had seen this side of the rebellion's worst days, aged void spiders, XP-291s, and something that looked like the offspring of a mobcat floater and a packing crate engineered by a gene splicer who'd had too much glitterstim. Among them a dozen CU-PA were prancing and yammering, the brightly hued, hot-weather cousins of Tonchuans whose pea-sized intellectual powers made the snow lizards appear to be candidates for sentient status and doctoral degrees by comparison. Mindful of the water he carried, and the unknown distance he'd have to travel before he reached civilization, Luke flung himself into the best-looking of the speeders, checked the fuel gauge, reached back to slash the lines of the two CU-PA tied to the stern, rolled out the other side, and dashed to the next best one he could find, a rattled XP-38A. That one had more juice in its batteries. He cut loose the CU-PA attached to that one. Two they immediately made tracks for the horizon, gronching and wibbling like enormous pink and blue rubber toys, and slammed the speeder into gear, driving his mind and the force against the ground again like an enormous, stamping foot. More dust belled up, engulfing the Therans who rushed from the first dust cloud in his direction and sprayed him with gun pellets and curses. The speeder slashed out of the dust cloud, and Luke put it into a long turn, heading back into the nearest canyon of the monstrous, glittering massif through which the B-wing had descended. The shadows swallowed him in a winding maze of dry wadis, chasms, and cracks. He could tell when he got too far from the wreckage to hold the heat fusion of the fuel tanks in stasis by the power of the Force. The explosion boomed out over the empty plain, bounced through the dirty jewels of the hills like a flat, heavy word of thunder. Luke hoped the Thetans, if those people were, in fact, the fanatic cultists of whom Leia had spoken, had gotten away from the craft before it blew. Later, in the shelter of a fantastically splintered notch somewhere near the top of the ridge, Luke saw the white flicker of a laser cannon firing skyward again, like threads of perfectly straight lightning pointed into the dull navy blue of the jeweled, arid sky. In time, their target came into view, weaving and dodging in what was clearly an extremely complex pre-programmed pattern. One of the small bronze mini-hulls of the Light of Reason, detached in orbit and making its way separately into the atmosphere. Shading his eyes against the shimmering brilliance that radiated from the iridescent gravel, Luke knew when ground control cut in to guide the fragment. Every civilian Luke had ever talked to, Leia included, for years claimed that a program was as good as a live operator, but he didn't know a single pilot who couldn't distinguish the difference. Not one who'd survived more than a few firefights, anyway. The mini-hull came in under the lowest point of the gun station's attitude, leveled off parallel to the rolling adamant of the plane, and streaked away to the north. Far away Luke could descry another thread-like flash of laser brightness in the sky. He got to his feet, scrambled up the shining slabs to the top of the ridge. The ceaseless wind flattened his flight suit to his body, whined softly among the rocks. 5 or 6 kilometers away on the plain below the glassy hogback he saw what looked like the outline of ruined walls, and against the translucent rose and purple of the surrounding ground, the startlingly green splotches of what he had not yet seen in all this world, vegetation. He raised to his eyes the macro binoculars he'd found under the speeder's seat, much mended manuals, and probably older than he was, but they worked. They showed him wind-scoured foundations, long stripped of everything usable. At a guess, it was one of the old prisons that had formed the original colonies on this world. He traced the treble walls, the placement of blockhouses designed to defend against an attack from within rather than without. Still, there was water down there somewhere. The harsh projections of faceted stone cut his hands as he picked his way back down to the speeder, and he shivered a little in the chill as he put the craft into gear and headed down the canyons toward the ruin. With clumsy dignity, C-3PO arranged the body of Yeoman Marco Pius in the scout boat's small specimen freeze chamber. The craft contained only emergency medical kits, not even a Class 3 med droid, much less a stasis box, and though 3PO hooked the boy immediately into life supports and diagnostics, nothing had been able to save him. The diagnostics faithfully reported no anomalous conditions, no poison, no disease, no bacteria, and no virus on one screen, while the other cataloged the absence of oxygen absorption or brain function. There was nothing wrong with him. He just died. The protocol droid coaxed the young man's limbs into the most dignified position possible in a chamber slightly more than a meter square, then straightened himself up, made a few little human warm-up noises, and proceeded to produce the standard service for the departed, complete with music. R2 tweaked a worried inquiry. 3PO paused in mid-fugue and said, "Well, of course I'm playing the service for the departed on full speed fast forward. We'll be coming out of hyperspace soon if poor Yeoman Marcopius's computations were correct. And I don't scruple to tell you, R2, that I'm very worried that he might already have been feeling ill when he input the calculations to the computer. It takes so little to disarrange an organic brain. Really, only a temperature variation of half a dozen degrees. Who knows where we might emerge from hyperspace? Or if anyone will be within hailing distance to pilot the ship into port?" The astromech wibbled another comment. "Oh, you've checked? We are on the proper course to emerge within hailing distance of the Duran orbital base. Why didn't you say so before?" "Now, don't keep interrupting me. It isn't respectful." He turned back to the young man in the white uniform, the young man who had been their primary hope of a swift and successful planetfall at Duran, assumed a pose of reverent mourning, and whipped through the 2-hour service in one 7-second lightspeed burst. There. He slid the freeze chamber lid shut and turned the locking ring. The unit is certified to contain any form of communicable disease in the registry. Once we've alerted fleet authorities as to Master Ashgad's appalling treachery, poor Yeoman Marcopius's family can be notified. Good heavens! His gold head snapped a quick 30 degrees as a light went up over the infirmary door. That's the warning signal. We'd better immobilize to come out of hyperspace. The amber light blinked faster as the two droids ascended the lift to the bridge. Though the scout boat was set for an automatic deceleration and would have emerged from hyperspace whether or not anyone was at the controls, 3PO felt vaguely safer as he stepped into one of the several immobilization niches near the lift door of the bridge. Beyond the vacant chairs of captain and co-pilot, the line of readouts appeared normal. No warning lights shone beneath the great viewports with their swirling lights and darks of mutated starlight and bent gravitational fields. Artur settled himself in the niche nearest the consoles and extruded an input jack to the data port at the near end of the board. He tweaked reassuringly as the lockdown lights flowed from their flutter of blinking into steady, burning gold. I know we're coming out at the far edge of Duran planetary space, retorted 3PO crossly. Duran is a major port. Only an idiot would set an automatic deceleration sequence for anywhere that there would be the slightest possibility of encountering another ship. The lights on the bridge shifted and brightened. The gravity field surged as regular power cut in. The weird, mottled silk patterns of stretched starlight flexed, lined, and gave way suddenly to the blackness of normal space, barely seen behind the small Republic gunship that occupied 85% of the front view screen and toward which the scout boat was barreling full blast. 3PO said, "Oh dear!" And Artur let out a screaming whistle of alarm. There was a flash and a glare, then the whole screen washed out in an actinic blaze of blue-white as the gunship blew up. It must have taken a direct hit in the tank's instance before the scout boat plunged through the surging whirl of debris where it had been. The scout boat lurched, heaved, and cartwheeled under the slamming shock waves and pounding debris. 3PO cried, "Oh dear!" Again as the view screens cleared and the vast blue disk of Duran appeared. The space between dotted with sparkling clouds of dissipating debris. Silver flashes of E-wings and various small craft that looked like planet hoppers and armored traders spitting laser fire at one another in battle, and farther off, the sprawling, angular, black and silver bulk of the Duran orbital base surrounded by a cloud of attacking ships. Great heavens, Artur, what can possibly be going on? I know the orbital base is being attacked, he added irritably in response to his friend's immediate reply. But who would do such a thing? Artur, still jacked into the main computer, plastered the readouts below the view screen with stats. They're all converted trading vessels. 3PO pushed the stabilizer bars from the front of his niche and toddled to the console for a better look. Though vessel identification had not been part of his original programming, several years with the fugitive rebel fleet had augmented his databanks in that area by a factor of 3. Look at that. Even orbital shuttles have been converted into fighter craft. But why isn't the Duran base responding with anything larger than an E-wing? Artur twiddled. Oh yes. Of course. I was about to do that. The protocol droid toggled the comm and keyed through to Duran frequencies. His stiff golden fingers navigated the board, switching from channel to channel through the curses of squad commanders, base commanders barking out orders and contravening them in the next breath, and a spate of intelligence and reconnaissance from the planet itself. "It's a rebellion," said 3PO, shocked. "A factional revolt against the Duran Central Planetary Council." The insurgent coalition has repudiated the Planetary Council's agreements with the Republic and is even now attacking the main government centers. Artu beat a question. Yesterday, it seems, after the Cadis and the Corbantus left the base to deal with reports of pirate attack on Ampliquin. The major attack on the government center began last night, and they began the assault on the base only hours later. He tilted his head, listening again. Between them and the planet, a Kaloth Y9 trader maneuvered itself out of orbit and headed away out of the system. With attacks being made on all major ports, interplanetary trade is being turned away. R2, this is terrible. No ships are able to come in. There's no effective ground control. But someone will have to come out and get us. Listen. He stabbed the comm toggle. Durin Base, this is the scout boat from the Republic flagship Borealis. Come in, Durin Base. Something terrible has happened. Static growled and whined at him, broken fragments of someone's voice jarring out of the comm, and then being drowned again. But Her Excellency has been kidnapped. There was an ambush, a plague. Artus swiveled on his axis, all lights flashing, and let loose a shrill barrage of twiddles, whoops, and beeps. The taller droid turned his horrified attention from the blue curve of the planet, which had grown slowly larger at the top of the screen but was now sliding toward its edge as the scout boat's trajectory began to carry it past Durin and out toward the empty starriness of space. Don't be ridiculous, R2. Even if there is a traitor in the council, all communications can't be monitored. He turned back to the comm. You have to listen to us. But only Static replied. On the screen before them, the bulky but heavily armed traitors of the partisan forces opened fire on the A-wing squadrons that were evidently all the orbital base had to send against them. The smaller, lighter ships scattered like silvery fish in the planet's reflected light. Chief of State Organa Solo has been kidnapped. 3PO tried again. She's being held captive on Nam Chorios. We're not getting through. He made a few tentative stabs at the controls, but nothing happened. The blue disk of Durin slipped to the edge of the screen, then vanished. Only space lay before them. Space and eternity, empty and dark as the abyss of a tomb. 3PO toggled the comm again. Help? His faint, despairing cry reached vainly out toward a welter of broken receivers and beings who were in no mood to pay attention. Can anyone out there hear us? Help! As Luke maneuvered it down the canyon, the XP-38A sagged lower and lower toward the ground. Either an anti-gray cell was giving out, or the fuel that powered the cell's modulator coil was running low. It W, as impossible to tell which from the defunct and sand-blasted gauges. Luke muttered sotto voce imprecations against those who would let a good piece of machinery like this get into such a condition, and reached out with the force to boost the vehicle's rusty belly over a line of palely gleaming transparent rocks, blanched violet, jade green, white blues, all rinsed out hues like glacier ice. At the last moment he decided not to use the force after all and applied the brakes instead. The speeder wibbled to a halt in a way that made Luke think there was a problem with the stabilizers as well. After a moment, Like a tired band, the small craft settled to the slanted rocks of the canyon floor. The silence was huge, like the desert silences of Tatooine. Like the desert silence, it breathed. Then behind him he heard a soft, deadly crackling, and felt the lance of electricity stab the air. Turning, he saw flickering snakes of lightning racing down the face of the cliffs, like skeletal hands, or the wide-flung root systems of a thorn plant, a zone of fast-moving Coruscatian close to half a mile broad and heading his way. For an instant he watched it, fascinated. It poured down the face of the cliffs, raced over the jagged rocks at the bottom, sparking and leaping brighter as it raced over the slabs and projections of giant crystals that seemed to grow out of the darker rock. As it came closer, he put forth his mind into the force, and raised the speeder in which he sat a few feet above the ground. The ground lightning poured past under it, moving at the same time along the canyon walls to both sides. He felt the bolts of it that leapt up and struck the bottom of the speeder, jarring him even through its insulation with mild jolts of pain. At the same time he could feel the force, like a roaring in his mind or hot wind blowing across his face, could almost see it as a sort of ghostly light reflecting back from the clusters and facets of crystals that glowed all around him in the shadows. The storm, whatever it was, flowed by under him for perhaps 5 minutes. When it had gone past him, he let the speeder ease to the ground and stood up on it, watching the sparkling flood race down the rocks to the open plain, pale in the wan sun. It washed through the edge of the prison colony ruins, flowed along the jeweled ground beyond, vanishing at last in the direction of the line of spiky crystal rock chimneys that stretched away into the wastelands. Even in the stillness it left, the force was everywhere. Luke could feel it, like a radiation penetrating his skin. The planet is dead, he thought. Completely without life, except for the tin enclaves of human habitation. But the force was here. It comes from life, Yoda had said. Binding you, me, all life together. And Callista had come here seeking it. Seeking the key to the frustration, the fear, the terrible forces that had driven her from him. There is life here, thought Luke, suddenly aware of it, sure of it. Life somewhere. He wondered if the ruins he'd seen contained some clue as to why no mention had ever been made, in any survey of the planet ever taken. Luke could have raised the speeder with his mind and floated it down to the ruins at the canyon's foot. By the same token, he understood, Yoda himself could have flown wherever he wanted to travel or could have built himself a palatial dwelling of rock instead of the mud hovel in Dagobah's swamps. Ben Kenobi could have ruled a small planet. Wars do not make one great, the little master had said. And neither did the ability to tote a mass of metal where one could just as easily walk. Luke dug his canteen from the speeder, checked the lightsaber at his belt and the blaster he'd found with the macro binoculars under the seat, and started down the canyon on foot. Little remained of the Grismath prison colony after some 7 centuries. It had been situated above a groundwater seam, but evidently the hidden moisture had proved insufficient when terraforming had gone beyond Crom and the simple Gomex mosses that broke down the minerals of unyielding rock into soil that such plants as Balcrabian and Bracknell could use. Without careful cultivation, most of the intermediate growths of the artificial ecosystems had died before they reached the stage of being self-sufficient. Lichens and pothoy still grew everywhere around the walls, as if the entire place had been dunked in a vat of crimson mud that had left a rough scum. Close to the broken pump housing, a little soil remained, where hardy Balcrabian plants spread their leaves. Luke sensed a human presence there moments before his danger-trained eye picked out the dull metal of another speeder concealed in the shadows of a broken foundation. He drew around himself the aura of advanced inconspicuousness that Yoda had spoken about, and that later Callista, recalling her own training, had taught him. Beyond a doubt the same means by which old Ben had wandered around the Death Star utterly unnoticed by the most highly trained troops of the Empire. The owner of the speeder sat in the dappled shade of the Balcrabian, protected from the wind, where the long ruptured pump dribbled a series of tiny pools among the broken pavement. A young man, 6 or 7 years junior to Luke, Corellian or maybe Alderaan stock, to judge by the brown hair, the medium build. He reminded Luke of any of the dozens of young farmers he'd known on Tatooine, trying to wrest a living from an inhospitable world. The Duranex of his jumpsuit, though one of the toughest fabrics known, was patched and frayed, and the leather of the utility belt and satchel he wore much mended. He looked up quickly when Luke deliberately scraped the side of his boot on a lump of old-style permacrete. The young man's hand flashed to the long, primitive pellet gun at his side, but something about Luke seemed to convince him that this wasn't the danger he'd been fearing. He put the weapon down again and raised his hand with a grin. "Where'd you drop out of, brother? Don't tell me you were on that B-wing they brought down." Luke grinned back ingenuously. "I'll just want the name of the guy who said B-wings were too small to draw their fire, that's all." "Owen Lars." He introduced himself, holding out his hand. The young man rose. "Arvid Scraff. Were you modified for cargo, trying to make Wegshul? Something the size of a B-wing usually can get through the automatics. Smugglers use them sometimes, but I've heard they're tricky." "The Therans must have been in the base itself when the sensors picked you up. They can take them off auto and fire themselves, if they want." Luke knelt by the water, dipped his half-empty canteen. The harsh dryness of the air, chilly as it was, filled him with a curious sense of having come home. "That's my luck. I once picked up half a crate of Glitterstim for 2,500 credits. Only the guy who sold it to me forgot to tell me he'd stolen it, and it had sensor relays in it. I hadn't even cleared the atmosphere when I had 14 revenue cruisers around me like buzz flies on a ripe fruit. It hadn't happened to him, but it had to Han, and it gave him credentials of a sort, and a persona. More than that, it let him size up Arvid Scraff for a few moments more. El heard the Therans were savages, the ones who tried to put holes in me sure looked like them. My cargo must have upped the ship's mass reading. They can run a gun stations. Don't sell them short." Scraff picked up his own canteen. Water splotched his sand-beaten orange sleeves and down the front of his suit. "Where'd you come down?" "The Therans will have finished by now. I'll help you haul whatever's left into Ruby Gulch. You can get cash for it there." A childhood on Tatooine had made Luke familiar with the economics of salvage. They'd been severe enough on the desert world, which had an open trade of sorts through Mos Eisley. On a planet with virtually no natural resources and little access to imported goods, that much metal and microchips would make him a wealthy man. Who are they anyway? He asked, settling himself on the rough wooden bench that served Arvid Skraf's land speeder as a seat. The speeder was a crumbling Aerotech 7TZ Jawas wouldn't have touched. The starboard buoyancy tanks were so low that the deck canted sharply, and Arvid had built up a second deck on planks, with posts to level it up. He'd rig a retractable limb underneath as well, with a wheel to keep the whole thing steady if too heavily laden. It gave the speeder the appearance of a badly misshapen mushroom, balanced on a single stem that did not quite touch the ground. She don't look like much, but she covers ground, the young man said, half proud and half defensive, when Luke did a double take. With Luke on the bench, Arvid had had to shift the gravel sack ballast to compensate for his weight. But she did, in fact, cover ground. Like the Millennium Falcon, there was marginally more to her than met the eye. Now Arvid said, "Who, the Therans?" "There's little villages of them up the canyons, or in caves, any place they can find a spring, or an old pump still working. But most of them just come out of the farms. Half the old-timers were Therans at some time in their lives. Kids go out of the settlements and ride with the bands for a couple 3 seasons. They sniff the smoke, they hear the voices, they dream the dreams, and they meet people they wouldn't have met if they'd stayed around home, I guess. Then they come back and get married and have kids of their own. Sometimes they ride out again later, but mostly once seems to be enough." He shrugged, clinging like a bantha buster to the struggling levers. His eyes moving constantly between the sand-scored gauges and the eroded jags and zigs of the rising ground as the Aerotech labored through the narrowing steepness of those light-laden crystal rocks, to where Luke had left his appropriated XP-38A. "That's why we can't make headway against them," Arvid Skraf went on. "Their listeners tell them anything coming in or going out is bad, tell them in their sleep, in their dreams. Then it's part of their dreams for all time. It gets stuck in their heads so bad you can't make them see different. They can't see what this world could be, if we could get any kind of trade going. We don't want that, they'll say, and you can talk to the edge of Anaxa, and they just look at you with those eyes and say, we don't want that. We. Like they know what all the other Oldtimers think. Weird." He shook his head. His big hands on the levers were calloused and stained with grease, as Luke's own had been, he remembered, back in his days of trying to wring a living from a world not intended to support human life. The two of them wrestled the XP-38A up wholesale and lashed it to the 74's bed. Luke knew the reasoning well. In a world without native metal, without timber, without imports, a rusty bucket was treasure. The anemic sun was sinking fast, and harsh wind pounded them out of the west, making the repulsor lift vehicle jerk and wobble. As they were wrestling the ropes, Luke caught the leg of his flight suit on one of the 74's makeshift struts, scratching the flesh underneath. Reaching down to feel the scrape, his fingers encountered what felt like a droplet of plastic, hard and smooth, on his flesh, and when he pulled up the fabric and stripped the placket, he saw on his calf a very small swelling, like a minute hill in the flesh. In its center bulged a tiny dome of hard, purple-brown chitin, unmistakably the shell of some sort of pinhead-sized insect, which vanished into the flesh even as he watched. With an exclamation of disgusted alarm, Luke pinched the flesh around the swelling, forcing the thing back and out again. The swelling bubble of blood-dark shell elongated into a repellent abdomen perhaps a centimeter long, that ended in a hard little head and a ring of tiny, wriggling, thorn-tipped legs. It immediately turned between his thumb and first finger and tried to dig into the ball of his thumb. Luke flicked it away hard, and heard it strike the flat facet of a nearby rock. It bounced down to the slippery canyon floor and scuttered fast for the shadows of the nearest stone. Luke said, "Yuck!" and pulled his pant leg up farther. His calf was dotted with tiny, reddened swellings, or fading pink patches where the bugs were already burrowing down into the flesh. "Don't waste your time on them," advised Arvid from the other side of the speeder. He tied down a final knot and clambered over the tail fins to Luke's side. "You probably picked him up in the shade around the water." He pulled up his own sleeve to show at least 4 swellings on his forearm, one of them with the hard little insect tail just vanishing into the flesh. Casually he pinched the thing free and flicked it away against the deck, grinding it to a little purple blotch with the heel of his boot when it began to crawl toward his foot again. "They're kind of gross, but they just die and get absorbed." There's stories of crystal hunters who run out of food in the barrens and stick their hands into holes so they can absorb enough drox to get energy to make it to a settlement. Not something I'd care to do myself. He made a face. "Drox?" Arvid nodded. "They're everywhere on this planet, and I mean everywhere. Their reproductive rate makes sand bunnies look like Elampasnian monks. Everybody has bites. Sunlight kills them. You just keep as clean as you can and don't worry about it." Reflecting on some of the more loathsome but quite harmless denizens of Dagobah who'd scavenged crumbs in the corners of Yoda's dwelling, Luke supposed Arvid had a point. 15 or 20 minutes later, as the piggyback speeders turned from the eye-aching crystal mazes to the plain where the burn marks of Luke's crash landing could be seen, Luke pulled up his sleeve again. Only a few pinkish splotches remained. He pinched the flesh around one carefully, feeling for the hardness of a foreign body, and found nothing. With his mind with the techniques of the Force he probed at the molecules, water, life energy of the muscle tissue itself, and found only the few vanishing traces of an alien energy field, which dissolved even as he observed them, becoming first identical with his own body, then a part of it. Virtually nothing remained of the B-wing. Scuff marks, charring, a huge slick of fused gravel where the reactor core had ruptured, even the massive cylinder of the reactor itself was gone. What Luke thought of as the soft parts of the ship were scattered broadcast over the harsh ground, the upholstery of the seats, some fragmented plastic from broken couplers, insulation that had been cooked brittle by the crash itself. Everything else had been taken. "Didn't think we'd find much." Arvid scuffed with his toe at the cracked corner of what had been a console housing, and held it up. Even the screws were gone. "They use everything." "Why not?" Everybody does. A dry twist of wind flipped his brown hair across his eyes. I'm really sorry, Owen. The sun was sinking. Everywhere the orange and rose and cinnabar of its changing lights glanced and glared off the gravel, rocks, the towering crystal chimneys, so that Luke felt as if he were trapped in the midst of a limitless, heatless lava flow that stretched to the ends of the world. The wind had swelled to a torrent, and the temperature was plunging fast. At least you got one of their speeders. That's something. Arvid lowered his voice. You didn't know anything on that cargo, did you, Dot? He worked his fingers into clumsy hand-knitted gloves, and tossed Luke a disreputable coat he'd pulled from beneath the speeder's seat. His breath was already a cloud of mist. That was on your craft. I mean, to people who'd make trouble for you? Luke was about to disclaim further interest in his fictitious cargo, but another thought crossed his mind. He lowered his voice also. Although it was patently obvious there was no one and nothing to hear them for hundreds of kilometers, and said, "Well, I'd sure rather a couple of individuals thought I bought it in the crash until I can come up with a little working capital again, if you know what I mean." Arvid nodded, with a prompt understanding that made Luke wonder how often smugglers made landfall on this planet. With Pegasus Chorios so close it made sense. "You can put up with me at my aunt's in Ruby Gulch tonight," Arvid said. "You'll freeze out of doors. Aunt Jin'll give you top price for the speeder, too, if you want to sell, and that should be enough to get you a launch off planet when you get to Huegshul." "Thank you," said Luke, and pulled closer about him the ragged, too big jacket. "I appreciate it." "Well, we don't get a lot of strangers." Arvid looked a little shy as they clambered back into the Aerotek. "The Ultimers are all each other's cousins, but those of us who've come here in the last 10 years or so, we sort of like to hear how things are going, back toward the core. You know?" Luke knew. For the next hour and a half. While Arvid fought the evening wind across the seafloor plains by the light of a couple of wavery chemical lamps, he entertained the young man with smuggler stories gleaned second-hand from Mara and Han and Lando, with tales of the rebellion edited together from his own adventures and those of Leia and Winter and Wedge. To these he added news and gossip and hints enough to imply that he was a minor league planet hopper making his living as best he could in the chaos without giving allegiance to either side, much as Han had been, once upon a time. And, as he himself would have been, 10 or 12 years and several lifetimes ago, Arvid was enchanted. The young man had gone many hours out of his way to help Luke. Though Luke was tired and would rather have dozed, or asked questions about this eerie world of light and ungiving glass, he knew that such entertainment as he could provide was payment for Arvid's trouble. There would be time later, he thought, to learn what he had come here to learn. Against the darkness, far-off lights speared the sky. "What the?" "That'll be the gun station." Arvid braced his feet against a ballast bag and threw his weight on the steering lever. "Big one over by Bleak Point." The speeder sagged heavily, the hot flares of its lamplight sparkling on the facets below them. The wind had fallen with full darkness, and in the stillness the cold deepened until Luke's ears and teeth ached. "There's a couple blaster rifles under the seat, Owen, if you'd be so kind." Luke fished out a Sanar proton blaster and a venerable Mersan Standard 4. "You take the proton," offered Arvid generously, As he tromped the accelerator and the scattered boulders and chimneys flashed and whirled past them with horrifying speed. The fours got her ways, I better handle her. You probably better. Luke checked out the sonar. The geriatric weapon had been refitted repeatedly, like every other piece of equipment he'd seen on the planet, but it was spotlessly clean and the charges were topped. What's going on? The fitful blasts of light ahead were coming from ground level, not pointed at the sky. Luke balanced himself on a stanchion and stood up, wind slapping his gray flight suit, focusing his mind through the darkness, reaching toward the source of the intermittent glare. Anger. Violence. A great, swirling turmoil in the force. It isn't that ground lightning I saw earlier, is it? Braced against the seat, Arvid shook his head. Looks like an attack on the station. The gun station was a squat, dark complex of permacrete shapes seemingly fused into the black shoulder bones of the hills. By the flare and smolder of laser light, Luke made out the massive cylinder of the outer wall, featureless and sculled by time and sandstorms. No gate, no postern, no door, no windows. The upper works of the station, where the cannon's gleaming black snout pointed at the sky, were crowned with a ragged, thorny palisade of projecting buttonwood poles, planks, and what looked like the whole twisted trunks of scrub oaks, pointing like spears in all directions and strung with catwalks, bridges, and crow's nests from which the defenders could fire on those below. Tiny lights were entangled in the overhanging masses' lanterns, sodium flares, and here and there an occasional string of jerry-built work lights against whose sulphurous glare Luke saw moving figures darting among the jackstraw shadows. Arvid brought the speeder to a halt on the crest of a ridge above the little box canyon in which the gun station stood, perhaps 100 meters from the walls. From this vantage point Luke watched the little band of attackers run back and forth along the curving bastion, firing up into the superstructure with hard, clear bursts of proton light. Yep, that's Gurney Castle. Arvid had the macro binoculars indispensable to any frontier dweller to his eyes, adjusting them as he followed this figure or that. Gurney's one of the biggest water cellars between here and Hoegschul. Without him we'd never have gotten those old pump stations going again. The old timers just let 'em rot, except for the ones in their villages. See that gal there with the white hair? That's Molly Darm. She ships out spook crystals, the long green and violet kind you find in clusters up in the deep hills. They make some kind of cross-eyed optical equipment that's supposed to make flowers grow better on worlds with K-class suns or something. She works for an outfit in Hoegschul 3 suborbitals, and they can pretty much ask their own price on whatever they can slip past the gun stations. He lowered the macro binoculars, clearly in no particular hurry to join the attack, though Luke noticed he kept the Merson 4 propped where he could lay hands on it at seconds' notice. She'll be the one to ask about getting yourself on a ship. His breath plumed in a diamond cloud. Her or Seti Ashgad, in Hoegschul itself. She can wire through for information to the head office in town, if you'd like. Below them a faint cheer went up. A small group of what looked like armed farmers and townspeople scrambled onto a speeder that had been backed up to the wall itself. Even without macro binoculars, Luke could see the extra buoyancy tanks strapped underneath the speeder's hull. The attackers must have waited until the evening winds died to use anti-grav transport at such a distance from the ground. There must have been some kind of primitive deflector shield on it as well, for the rocks and lances hurled down from above missed it with a suspicious persistency. One of the crouching figures did something to a stripped-down control console, and the speeder began to rise straight up along the wall. Luke wondered if the defenders were sufficiently wise in the ways of deflector shields to lower a man on a rope below the rising speeder's level. "You think Mistress Darm might be able to trace an incoming passenger for me?" "Don't see why she wouldn't. Just about everybody who comes in, comes through Wegshul." From the jackdaw mess of timbers overhead a rope extended, like a plumb bob on a line. A single lankily graceful figure in grubby crimson, tattered leather, and what appeared to be pieces of very old stormtrooper armor rappelled casually down the permacrete face, far enough from the speeder with its little gang of attackers so that the curve of the wall offered a shadow of protection against laser bolts. Only a perfect shot could have struck the solitary defender, and none of those on the speeder was that good. The bolts seared wild off the hard black wall, leaving long dirty scars but no chips. The grismaths had built well. At precisely the right moment the defender wrapped an extra bite or two of line around one arm and, hurting a belt full of grenades in the other hand, kicked away from the wall in a long, flying parabola, coming pendulum-like close to the underside of the makeshift assault platform. The men on the platform fired wildly down at the blood-red forms swinging toward them through the darkness, but the rail of the speeder impeded their aim. The timing was flawless. The lone defender hurled the belt of grenades up into the speeder's undercarriage, with an expert flick that tangled it with the emergency balance gear, then struck the wall, and kicked off again, swooping on the end of the line back into darkness. The line was already shortening, those hidden in the superstructure pulling the grenade thrower in. The platform headed groundward, seconds ticking away. The crew bailed at 8 meters, jumping outward, and the speeder exploded in a rain of red-hot shrapnel 2 meters above where the attackers' heads would have been had anyone still been standing underneath. Searchlights flowed out over the gravel from the direction of the open plain. Lances and arrows glittered in flight, and a smattering of red laser fire stitched the night, accompanied by the flat snaps of pellet guns. Focusing his mind through the force to pierce the darkness, Luke saw a ragged agglomerate of men and women approaching in speeders and on speeder bikes, more poorly dressed than the assault forces whom he presumed to be newcomers but without the raffish tatters of the Therans. They were far more numerous than either of the other groups, however, well over 100 strong. The newcomers turned, yelling and brandishing their weapons, and Luke could make out curses and accusations on the harsh night air. Very few shots were fired once the two sides joined. It seemed more like an enormous brawl, men and women pulling and pushing, hitting with clubs or wrenches or hoes, grappling and punching and pulling her enemies, he thought, but enemies who know they'll be meeting one another in the same food store tomorrow morning. Are those the Ultimers? He guessed, and Arvid nodded sourly. Cheese-brained idiots, muttered the younger man. What business is it of theirs if we bring in ships or hop? If we trade our crops for pumps and processors and transports? They can live like animals if they want to, but why make us do it? Disgusted, he shoved over the levers, backed the speeder, and headed down the ridge. Luke thought maybe because it's their planet? Over his shoulder he saw forms standing among the struts and timbers of the gun station's superstructure, silhouetted against the glare of the lights. The thin, gawky, graceful form of the Crimson Warrior and the lean, tiny shape of what looked like a youngish man with long, braided hair. Behind them, a thin lance of cold green light stabbed straight upward from the station's main gun, losing itself in the sheer distance of the night overhead. A moment later, a second light shot up from far over the hills. Tiny in the infinite distance above, a bright pin of fire burst in the sky. "Sis Spawn," whispered Arvid, with a quick glance over his shoulder, as quickly reverting to the ground ahead. "Something's coming in." The attackers around the wall ceased to shove and curse. They, and the old-timers who had taken them from the rear, only stood in sullen groups, panting like dragons in the cold. They glared upward as the gun station's cannon flared again. "Got one of them," muttered Arvid, breaking to a halt at the foot of the ridge. "Didn't get them all, though. Gurney'll know what stuff came in, and what they'll be charging for it." Seti Ashgad's ship, thought Luke. Beyond a doubt, the attack on the gun station had been coordinated, and who knew how many places to better the populist leader's chances of a safe return. With the tiny explosion above the atmosphere, the erstwhile attackers began to curse and threaten again, striking out for no purpose now, but out of frustration and anger. Arvid shoved the accelerator again in bitter silence, and Luke's eyes were drawn back to the little braided-haired man on the wall and the tall, thin form beside him, before the jutting boulders and crystal chimneys hid the gun station from sight. Where the last scattered lines of rocks gave way to the emptiness of the starlit sea bottoms. Arvid's speeder overtook the retreating clumps of combatants, men and women in sand-scoured orange or yellow or green work suits, rifles over their shoulders or blasters hanging at the utility belts that were the hallmark of frontier dwellers throughout the Outer Rim. Now and then speeders or bikes carrying oldtimers would pass them, and the newcomers would curse and shake their fists, but no further hostilities occurred. Some distance from the gun station, Luke saw a line of immobilized speeders drawn up, most of them in little better shape than Arvid's Aerotech. The newcomers were clambering into them. One man called out, "That you, Arvid?" And a woman's voice added, "Where have you been, child?" It was an elderly lady who reminded Luke a little bit of his Aunt Beru, with Beru's weather-worn complexion and air of quiet competence. "And where'd you get that speeder? She badly stove up?" "Belongs to Owen here, Aunt Jin." Arvid waved at Luke. "He took it in trade for an injury." Aunt Jin guided her clapped-out swoop over to pace Arvid's vehicle, smiled slowly as her expert eye, even in the intermittent wobbling glare of the sodium lamps, identified the probable origins of the craft strapped onto the cargo deck. "Did he indeed? And what do you do, Owen?" "I'm a speeder mechanic, on my way through to Huegshul." Luke stowed Arvid's proton blaster back under the seat. "Arvid was kind enough to offer me a lift out of the hills when her tanks packed up." He tucked his gloved hands under his armpits against the cold. "Owen'll be staying with us tonight, that okay, Jin?" asked the young man, with every sign of the kind of casual friendship Luke had never managed to achieve with his own guardians. I thought I'd take him on to Schule in the morning. Sounds dandy, agreed Jin. Always provided he doesn't want to stick around and work a while. We can't pay much, she added to Luke, but with your board found, you can save a little for the city. We can use the help. We could have used the help an hour ago, grumbled a thick-set man with a beard like a banda in molt, coming up on the other side in an antediluvian Sorosub skimmer. Under the jarring movement of the speeder's lights, Luke was aware that the ground had changed. He felt the shift in the air first, the easing of the bitter dryness. Now the gravel gave place to thin, dusty soil, and he glimpsed the hardy plants familiar to colonial terraformers, bolter, snigvine, and the ubiquitous clumps of balcrabian. Ahead of him, against the dim, ambient light of a settlement, a line of scrubby buttonwood trees reared their tattered crowns, and beyond those the weird, floating shadows of tethered anti-gray balls, bristling with smoot, brope, and what smelled like magia. After the silence of the wastelands, the soft grunts of blurds and the burble of grazers sounded weirdly loud, the droning of mickets and the harsh, clattering flight of nocturnal naphin. Great, thought Luke. Mickets and naphin. He wondered if there was a planet in the galaxy that those bad-tempered brown pests hadn't managed to colonize. Growing from minuscule juveniles hiding in packing material and necessitating inevitable rounds of inoculations, since they always picked up some kind of local disease, mutated it, and fed it back to colonists and indigenous ecosystems with their bites. What was that all about? He asked ingenuously, wondering how much power Ashgad actually had. The heavy-set man made an angry gesture. We just got sick and tired, that's all. We got word a planet hopper was sending in a shipment of chips and droid parts, and them motherless Therans were out to blast them because that brain-haired listener of theirs told them droids were against nature or something. Blast it, if they got a problem with droids, we'll import bandies there tough enough to do the work of droids if you keep 'em fed, and just smart enough to pick and haul but don't make trouble. Here we can ship 'em in cheap from Anti-Meridian. Oh, come on, Gurney, interrupted Jin irritably. If the listeners don't like droids, you bet they'll object to slaves. Bandies aren't slaves, flared Gurney Caslow. That's like calling a Cupa a slave. You're as bad as my cousin Booldrum. Bandies breed like sand bunnies, work like droids, and they're better off with somebody taking care of them. That's a matter of opinion. Oh, just cause some bleeding heart rigged a big deal sentience test. Bandies are sentient, said Luke quietly. They may not be terribly bright, but that's their privilege. I've met humans who weren't terribly bright either. They deserve better than slavery. And who are you? Gurney glared belligerently across at the slight, beard-stubbled form sitting relaxed on the speeder bench in the near darkness. His voice turned heavily sarcastic. You another one going to lecture us on the motherless rights of motherless sentience the motherless galaxy over? Anyway, that wasn't all of it. Put in Aunt Jin quickly. She looked up at Luke. You comin' off the hills, pilgrim? You didn't happen to meet Therans, did you? See them up to anything? Besides stripping my ship of everything but the space tape, you mean? He grinned, understanding her attempt to head off a quarrel, and she grinned back. Silver space tape was a standing joke among colonists, as it had been among the rebels. Everything was held together with it, from household appliances to allegedly the Imperial Palace on Coruscant. No, it's serious, the woman Arvid had pointed out as Yumali Darm moved over carefully to the side of Castle's skimmer, small and trim and pretty with an ion cannon slung casually on her shoulder. She must have muscles like a ranker, thought Luke. About 6 hours before the attack there was I don't know what. I've heard the Ultimares talk about force storms, and this must have been one of them. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. Every tool came flying off the bench, whirling around the room like a cyclone. Boxes of crystals heaving and scattering rocks and jumping off the shelves. Down the street at the grocery it was like somebody hit the shelves with a dirt mover. Tin and Drew and Nap Soccer were working at their smelter. It leapt up like a live thing, they say. They don't think Soccer's going to pull through, he was burned so bad. Her blue eyes narrowed, troubled and darkly angry. They always did say the listeners had some kind of special power. I never heard of this kind of thing, never. They the Ultimas say there used to be these force storms, 100, 200 years ago. The Ultimas say, said Gurney Castle with a sneer. Like they say their healers can cure a man of everything from pedal fever to a broken leg just by laying hands on him. He looked Luke up and down again. When do you meet these Therans, friend? And what was they up to? Luke shook his head. They attacked me with lances and pellet rifles when my ship came down, that's all, he said. I escaped. 6 hours before the attack on the gun station. At the very hour when he had used the force to get himself away. I knew it. The all-encompassing presence of the force, the terrible strength of it, moving like wind around him, imbuing the very air. He had caused the force storm. Yoda's voice came back to him, the rough green fingers pinching his arm. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. You must feel the force around you, between you and the tree, the rock, everywhere. The old Jedi must have known. Callista must have known. He had thought he would be able to track her through the force with his mind, but now he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure he could track anyone or anything on this world, with the force like an intensity of light blinding his mind. Well, what's done is done, said Jin philosophically. Talking won't better it. We can festering better it by breaking a couple of heads. Snarled Castle, and pulled the skimmer away, the blue-white glare of the Arateka's lights flashing across the shiny black housings of his blaster rifle. They better be festering careful in the future, that's all I can say. When Ashgad gets back from this conference of his. Gurney's mouth's always been the biggest thing he's got, explained Jin, swerving her bike to avoid the tether of an anti-gray ball the size of a small house. Dark vines hung down from it, Revelli clouds of Nicemia thread blossoming from them like tiny clouds. They were close to the lights of Ruby Gulch now, and the crops that supported the town were everywhere in evidence. stunted bot and smooth, making a dark patchwork of vegetation across the coarse, thin soil of the Ultimer farms, and spiky towers of branchweed and tapato protecting the more fragile, higher-yielding plants of the newcomers from whatever blights and diseases might inhabit the soil. The anti-grav balls worked better still, but, Luke suspected, were expensive. All the balls rode high, their tethers extended with the dropping of the wind. The rest of his family are decent folk, though. His cousin Booldrum's got the biggest library in Hueg Shul, bigger than Master Ashgad's, even. The offer's still open, to stay and work at my place a while. Luke shook his head. Thank you. If Mistress Darm can help me with finding a friend who might have come in through Hueg Shul, I'll be on my way. As you please. She nodded toward the two clusters of lights that marked the town, the tidy lines of the newcomer dwellings set high on buttonwood pilings, and the dimmer, lower clumps of brightness that showed where the Oldimers had their humbler abodes. I got stew and beer back at the house, unless the pair of you want to go on to the Flowering Bot pub with the rest of those louts and grouse about how this place would be paradise if only we could get trade in. It ain't never going to be paradise, you know, no matter what Seti Ashgad works out with whomever he made such a big deal of getting to talk with him. She glanced across at Luke again. No place ever is, if you're not restful in your heart. She swung her bike in a long loop, heading toward the high-standing newcomer houses with their bright lamps. She was right, of course, thought Luke. But he doubted her opinion was that of the majority of newcomers, nor should it be. They had a right to live in comfort, to have their children grow up with proper medical attention, to avoid the grinding, horrible labor of primitive agriculture and stagnant economy. They were a minority on the planet, the majority of whose population did not want their world to become part of the Republic. Nothing Seti Ashgad said to the Republic's representatives would alter that. But while their speeders were tinkered together from scrap and their clothing consisted of makeshifts and hand-me-downs, somebody, Luke noticed, had thought it worth his while to provide every single one of those newcomers with the very latest in blasters, rifles, and ion cannons. Respond at once. Incoming 77539, CCNP XTTN 5057943, QQ7 to RRNP XXY79 Scramble Code 9RT. Han. Ecstasy Leia Organa Solo Extremely Urgent Respond at once. Incoming 77601 CCNP XTTN 5057943, QQ7 to RRNP XXY79 Scramble Code 9RT. Han. Ecstasy Leia Organa Solo Extremely Urgent Respond at once. Incoming 77610 CCNP XTTN 5057943, QQ7 to RRNP XXY79 Scramble Code 9. RT. Han. Ecstasy Leia Organa Solo Critical Immediate. Response Imperative. Son of a. Han Solo tapped back to the beginning of the message queue and scanned it again. 12 scramble 9s. He punched into the first of them, though he knew the comm screen would give him nothing but gibberish, and he was right. Where's Goldenrod when you need him? At the far end of the terrace, Chewbacca groaned a question. Nothing. Solo paged through the queue again, as if he thought a message would manifest itself saying, "Don't worry about a thing, we're 50 hours late because the entire diplomatic mission just stopped OFF on side block 11-1. So I could buy myself a pair of shoes. Home soon. Love you?" In my dreams, thought Han. He glanced at the chronometer. It was a few hours after noon, the bright, misty daylight of the resort moon Hesperidium already losing its strength. Above the dark-leaved trees with their neon-bright clusters of gold and scarlet fruit, the sky was fading to its characteristic rosy lavender, the dark edges pricked already by the more prominent stars. There was no possible way he could continue to deceive himself. Even taking into account the worst imaginable outcome of the conference with this Ashgad character. Even taking into account an emergency detour to Coruscant, even taking into account an unscheduled council session and a harangue by Councillor Cuvarks of the rationalist sympathies and inexhaustible rhetoric, and why wouldn't she have at least sent a message to that effect? Leia was late. Very, very late. Chewbacca hauled himself out of the terrace pool and shook, spattering water in all directions. Behind him among the realistically engineered rocks, Winter glided fish-like with the giggling twins in the mild water while Anakin padded solemnly all around the pinkly glowing field of his confinement bubble. Lena had lately become fascinated with knotting and braiding, and the long leathering of the Wookiee's mane and arms bore random macrames of her efforts. Dripping, Chewbacca padded to Han's side. He groveled another query, his voice low, for the twins understood Wookiee almost as fluently as did their father. "I can't even do that," replied Han softly. "That was part of the cover. She's supposed to be here with us, not in the middle of the Meridian sector meeting with a guy who isn't even the elected representative of his planet." Chewie asked something else, tilting his great head, blue eyes glittering worriedly under the overhang of his brow. "What would Akbar be able to tell me?" Han spread his hands. "If he knew anything, he'd have contacted me already." With a leak someplace in the council, and the rationalists, and the Rights of Sentience party ready to split the council in half, he can't go through regular channels any more than we can. The Wookiee rumbled deep in his chest. "I know." Han closed his fist, brought it down with surprising restraint softly, a slow-motion blow on the thick glass side of the tabletop beside which he stood. The small villa that had housed the succession of the Emperor Palpatine's concubines, one of several retained by the government of the New Republic to shelter diplomats it wanted to impress, had been thoroughly swept for listening devices before Leia and her family went to stay there for an ostensible vacation on what was arguably the most beautiful moon of the Coruscant system, but Han still felt easier talking on the terrace. The gurgle of the fountains among mossy stones and the soft singing of the warble flowers would have baffled even a long-range directional listening device. "She should have listened to Callista," he said. "She should have listened." In his heart, of course, he knew that Leia couldn't have heeded the warning. The Rationalist Party had spent too many months setting up the secret meeting with Ashgad and had too much influence both in the New Republic and in the various fragments of the old Empire for the whole matter to be jettisoned at the last minute on the strength of an anonymous note. "Cuvarks," The calamari senator who headed up the party on that watery planet had pointed out that, on the one hand, the case of the newcomer minority on Nam Chorios could very well turn into a test case for the whole issue of planetary self-determination and, on the other, though Moff Gittels of Anti-Meridian was in no position militarily to go against the Republic fleet in the Meridian sector, it was too much to hope that he would not find some way of turning disaffection on that world to his advantage. That was the problem, reflected Han, with power. Even before he'd come into contact with actual power, he'd concluded that people who wanted to rule the galaxy or even some weed patch township on Duran were idiots. As Lando Calrissian had discovered on Bespin, power tied you down. You could no longer follow your instincts or act on the spur of the moment. All Leia could do, when Callista's message had reached her, was include her Nogri bodyguard in the party and run the risk of the hideous scandal that would result if they were discovered. Every precaution that could be taken had already been taken. She should have run. Han touched the keypad again, and watched the long parade of scramble 9s. There were 15 of them now scroll past. The face of Luke's beloved, the soft oval contours, the strong chin and full, decisive lips, the rain-colored eyes that were at once so old and so innocent returned to his mind. The light, husky alto voice that was like a teenage boy's and the gawky grace of her long-boned body. She'd disappeared almost a year ago. She knew Luke would go after her, thought Han. She wouldn't resurface lightly. All that Leia had known. And had gotten on the Borealis shuttle anyway. It was a kind of courage Han frankly wasn't sure he possessed. He said again, out loud this time, "She should have run." The screen blinked again. Another scramble 9. From Coruscant, this time, a long block of text, in the purple lettering that meant very, very urgent. At the same time a green light went up over the fancifully carved, moss-padded stone doorway that led from the terrace to the house, and in what looked like an antique stone niche a decorative statue revolved to emit a round TTSL droid on the end of its jointed limb. The bronze lid blinked as the blue glass optical adjusted to read who was on the terrace. Then a very pleasant voice announced, "Two visitors in the vestibule, Captain Solo. They have declined to present credentials. Would you like them to be admitted or would you prefer an observation first?" Admit M. Han hated spying on his guests. If they came out the door shooting, he and Chewie could probably deal with the situation. "It will be my pleasure." Chewie grumbled something and shook his mane. He disliked vestibule observation as much as Han did, and disliked tattletale droids, if possible, even more. Han laughed and agreed. "Yeah, can't you just see all his little diodes sparkling with sheer delight?" The laughter wiped from his face a moment later as the automatic door slid quietly back into its quasi-stone slot, and he saw who his visitor was. He had a bad feeling about all this. Well. The door of the airlock slipped open. "What have we got here?" C-3PO, who had advanced with hands extended in near ecstatic welcome, pulled up short at the question. "As I explained over the view screen," he reiterated, "this is a scout vessel detached from a A major disaster, and we are on our way to the fleet base at Sideblock 12. As he spoke, he was analyzing the broad-shouldered, fair-haired man with the scar on his lip who stood in the doorway, the man who, half an hour previously, had identified himself on the view screen as Captain Bortrek of the Pure Sabak. Our pilot is unfortunately deceased. He followed Captain Bortrek down the corridor to the bridge, the young man swaggering ahead, looking around him thoughtfully and whistling a little through his teeth. He the only crew? Bortrek paused in the doorway of the tiny lab, where Yeoman Marco Pius lay cramped into the stasis box. Of course. Had there been anyone else to navigate us into the Durin roads, we could have. What did he die of? Anything catching? I believe so. Yes. Sir. But the stasis box is certified for full-spectrum biological security. Though scrupulously programmed to have no personal opinions about humans whatsoever. 3PO could not help comparing this young man to Captain Solo as he had been when 3PO and Arto had first encountered him in company with Master Luke. This man seemed to have a far more casual attitude about things, however, and to walk with more of a swagger, aside from dressing in a fashion that 3PO recognized as both flashy and not in the best of taste. 80% of the crew had perished by the time we were able to. Here, sir, what are you doing? What's it look like I'm doing? Demanded Captain Bortrek irritably, pausing in the midst of ripping the stasis box's connectors free of the walls. Give me a hand getting this to the other airlock, Goldie over there, you stupid hunk of junk. Anti-gray lifters. 3PO automatically filled in as he was programmed to do the context and gestured to mean, bring me those anti-grav hikers under the cabinet. He could not but compare the man's tone to Master Luke's and Her Excellency's invariable use of polite non-essential grammatical elements such as please and thank you. Not that any protocol droid worthy of his battery packs would take offense at being referred to as a hunk of junk, or even by the patently untrue epithet stupid. 3PO knew quite well that he was not stupid. But it was contrary to his programming to correct the man's deeply inaccurate estimate of his mental capacity. As it would have been for him to object to Bortrek's manhandling of the stasis box onto the anti-grav lifters and shoving it out into the corridor with the patent intention of dispatching Yeoman Marcopius's mortal remains into the outer vacuum, box and all. Captain Bortrek was a human. Thus 3PO kept his reflections to himself, as he assisted the captain in maneuvering the detached box into the smaller, secondary airlock. Marco Pius had been a loyal retainer of Her Excellency's, a good pilot, and, as far as 3PO was capable of judging, an admirable young man. Though 3PO personally saw no reason why human remains should not simply be jettisoned. Burn. Or for that matter stewed and eaten by other humans in an emergency. Provided they were certified free of harmful bacteria first, and if possible, aesthetically prepared, he was acutely aware that neither Her Excellency, the young man's family, nor the deceased himself would have considered this send-off at all respectful. Respect and custom being the foundation stone of protocol, 3PO was deeply offended. Not nearly as offended as he later became, however. Nice ship, remarked Bortrek again, turning from the airlock door before the cycle had even cleared. My counterpart informs me that it is a top-of-the-line scouting vessel designed for short-range deep space travel and limited hyperdrive, replied 3PO helpfully. It has 10.2 engines and a hull capacity of 3,500 cubic meters. What? Grunted Bortrek. You trying to sell it to me? He passed a hand close to an auxiliary door on the way down the passage, nodded with approval of the opening speed without going in. Sure beats hell out of the old Sabak. Pity it's not bigger. Having seen the pure Sabak as the large, ramshackle vessel which had been maneuvered into docking position on the Scout, 3PO was inclined to agree, though he knew his own judgment on such matters was limited. R2 had checked the Sabak by scanner and had confirmed the opinion. The other vessel's power output ratios were all far lower, and though clearly a long-distance hyperdrive vessel, she appeared to be less maneuverable as well. The engines of this vessel were seriously damaged by collision with debris during the recent battle. 3PO went on, still trailing Bartrek as the man made his way around the little ship, flicking readouts to life, tapping walls, bending to look into access hatches. It is imperative that my counterpart and I obtain passage to the fleet installation on Side Block 12. Although I have no official clearance, I can assure you of a high probability of reward, to be forwarded to you after our arrival on Coruscant at whatever address you wish to give. Bartrek halted in the middle of the bridge, looking from 3PO to R2D2, who was still linked into the main navicomputer, absorbing readings and information whose echoes flashed across the screens all around him. Though, as 3PO had said, the guidance systems of the Scout vessel had been damaged by collision with debris rendering drift into interplanetary space almost inevitable had not Bartrek picked up their distress signal. The cam lines were still open. R2 tweaked a string of information that made 3PO exclaim, "Good heavens! What's he say?" Bortrek was tallying up the burned-out consoles with a knowing eye. There are reports of revolt from Ampliquin and King's Galquek, and according to R2, plague has broken out on the Duran base as well. This is terrible. Terrible enough for me to get my tail out of here, anyway, Goldie. Bortrek crossed to where R2 stood and rapped with speculative knuckles on the little droid's domed cap. What model R2 is he, Goldie? D? A D, yes. They're quite good models, and extremely versatile, though sometimes a little erratic. For any type of sheerly astromechanical or stellar navigation, one cannot better the records of the R2 series in general, and the D models in particular, or so I'm told. Bortrek knelt and flipped open R2's back panel, reaching in with an extractor he produced from the pocket of his reptile leather vest. So you are told that, are you? R2 emitted a little squeak, then withdrew his data jack from the port. Well, Goldie, I've been told that too. So I'll tell you what. You and him just head on back to the primary lock and wait for me on the bridge of the Sabak. I'll be over in a while. We really are very fortunate, you know, 3PO said, as he and R2 crossed through the narrow neck of the port-to-port tunnel that linked the two ships. With trade being turned away and rebellion on the planet, and now plague as well, no ships of hyperspace capability are going to be leaving the Duran system for quite some time. The Meridian sector is very thinly inhabited and well out of most trade routes. We could have drifted for years, centuries, perhaps before we were discovered. By that time, goodness knows what might have befallen Her Excellency. Artu vouchsafed no reply. 3PO guessed that Captain Bortrek had disabled a portion of the little astromecha's motivator. A wise precaution, perhaps. R2 was unaccountable sometimes and might have refused to abandon the patently useless scout. Once we reach Psi Block 12, we can notify the proper authorities of Her Excellency's whereabouts. I doubt it would be safe to do so from this ship, or in fact to let Captain Bortrek know of the matter at all. Grateful as I am for the rescue, one cannot be sure of such a man's loyalties. But I'm sure that we can put in a voucher to the Central Council to make ample remuneration to him for his trouble. He broke off, leaving his speculation unfinished, as they emerged from the pure Sabac's lock into her main holding bay. Strongboxes were stacked casually against the walls. One of them, open, showed bundles of bearer bonds and a considerable quantity of gold coins. Another was filled beyond closing point with platinum and electrum cast into shapes that 3PO immediately identified as sacred to 4 of the 6 main faiths currently fashionable on the planet Durin. Reliquaries, monstrances, jeweled prayer wheels tumbled at random and bent to accommodate the confines of the chest. Items too large for easy storage, statues and pieces of furniture clearly valuable for their workmanship and materials, were tumbled and shoved in corners, along with roughly tied masses of embroidered velvets and precious stole fur, and more sacks that had the unmistakable shape of coinage. Good heavens! 3PO exclaimed in surprise. Judging from the latest market valuation statistics of gold and platinum, there must be several million credits in this hold alone. Whatever is a man like Captain Bortrek, who does not appear to be of the more prosperous classes, nor is he even a native of the planet Durin, doing with all this wealth? Taking it on commission, my friend. 3PO turned, and Artus swiveled his cap to align his visual receptors with the scar-lipped captain as he emerged from the airlock at their heels. He carried a huge square of plastic casing that had been a console housing, filled to overflowing with components and wire, and had a thick black remote unit in one hand. Commission, sir? He grinned a slow grin, reminding 3PO, who was not fanciful, of some semi-sentient species less developed from its hunting ancestors than standard humankind. For absent owners and their heirs. There's a lot of unrest back there in Durin. Partisans coming in out of the countryside, riots in the streets. Lots of houses being burned, lots of people getting the hell away before things get worse. Some of them decide now's a good time to clean out their closets, get rid of all that excess gold and platinum they got lying around. You. He gestured with the remote unit at Arta. I burned out my main navicomputer after a little difference of opinion with the port authorities. Pox eat their lying hearts. I'm gonna need you. Artu hesitated and let out another protesting wail that caused Bortrek to point the remote in his direction and 3PO to admonish. R2, behave yourself! If Captain Bortrek is being so good as to transport us to Psi Block 12, it's only right that we assist him with his ship by any means in our power. The astromech wavered, rocking on his wheels, but Captain Bortrek had quite clearly disabled the upper level of motivators. After a despairing little beep, R2 followed Bortrek through the door. 3PO started after them, saying, "Now, Captain Bortrek, once we reach Psi Block 12 it is imperative that we get in touch with Admiral Akbar of the Republic Fleet." The door shut in his face. After a considerable period of time, during which he amused himself by pricing the contents of the hold at somewhere between 23 and 28 million credits, allowing for an inflation index as a result of the unrest in the sector and fluctuations in the average price of Duran artwork, 3PO's auditory sensors picked up the scraping and rocking of the port-to-port tunnel being retracted. Calling up a readout on the pad near the storage holds door, the binary language was a very simple one. 3PO ascertained that the pure sabak was being put into pre-travel mode. How very curious, the droid remarked to himself. I quite distinctly heard Captain Bortrek say that his navigational computer was non-functional. He addressed a few further remarks to the computer core, which when phrased in quite standard codes caused the mechanism to blurt everything it knew on any number of subjects in a succession of high-speed bursts. It took 3PO a few seconds to download the bursts from his temporary holding memory and process the information into existing systemic memory, but when he did, he felt as close to outrage as a well-programmed protocol droid is capable of being. Why, that course that's being laid in is nowhere near Psi Block 12, he exclaimed. The man is a thief. We're being stolen. The entire mission has disappeared. Mon Mothma, guiding spirit of the rebellion and former chief of state of the provisional government, held her wasted hands close to the semicircular iron fender of the hearth, and the flame outlined her fingers in threads of amber light. Han Solo, though he'd come to know the tall, beautiful woman well over the past several years, still felt in awe of her. Her picture was everywhere, in histories of the rebellion and of the last days of the Empire. It was like sitting across the fire from a god of ancient legend, or finding oneself in the same room with Smash Ball center guard Rip, Iron One, Calkin, who'd made 700 last season. Disappeared? Something within the cage of his ribs went still and cold. Winter had taken the children to the nursery, a vine-hung tower room at the top of a long flight of steps. The small parlor was dim, the lamps cached in discreet niches casting warm patterns of light on the painted ceilings with a wavery gleam indistinguishable from that of combustible fuel. The fire that played over the lumps of coal and wood on the hearth's white sand was genuine, though it issued from a buried gas pipe, and Han remembered with a sudden pang making love to Leia on the rug of milk-white stole fur, the night before her departure. We're keeping the news quiet for as long as we can. Mon Mothma straightened up a little, luminous dark eyes catching the firelight. She looked 1,000,000 times better than she had the last time Han had seen her. Lying in the hospital after yet another round of back-to-tank therapy to combat the wasting effects of an attempted poisoning, and 1,000,000 times worse than the woman he had first met in the ragged chaos of some temporary headquarters of the rebel fleet. She had never lost the gaunt look of death, and the skin hung loose under jawbone and wrists. Her hair, dark through the horrors and vicissitudes of the fight against Palpatine, had begun to gray with the poisoning and was white now, and she still walked with two canes when she was not on public view. She was still beautiful. The matter is complicated by the fact that Minister of State Rican has fallen gravely ill. At first we were afraid it might be related to the plague that has been reported in the Meridian sector, but... Plague? Demanded Han, and cold touched him again. Not Leia. Reports are too fragmentary to be sure, she said in a tone that told Han that she was darn sure. When it broke out on the Duran orbital base, it was suspected to be poison, but there's no evidence of that. No evidence of an actual illness, said there. No bacteria, no virus, no polyphagous microorganisms, nothing. Only men and women dying. We can't get med teams in because of the revolt that has broken out on Duran itself. Local factions have the base under siege. Siege? Said Han. With 2 cruisers there? The cruisers were out, investigating what is either a pirate attack on Ampliquin or what might be a rupture of the truce between Budpak and Ampliquin. We haven't heard. Nor have we heard anything of Leia's flagship or its escort after they reported the meeting acceptably. Concluded and entered hyperspace at the scheduled jump point. And R10 trundled in, dispatched by the house timer with a glass of beer for Han and cocoa for Mon Mothma. Like everything else in the house, the little droid was designed to fit in with the rustic fantasy, handcrafted in patinated wood and old green bronze. If the Emperor still owned the house, reflected Han, the droid would probably have been replaced by a synthroid, which according to the ads could be shaped to exactly resemble any sentient or semi-sentient life form in the registry. Han wasn't sure how comfortable he'd have been with them around, in the unlikely event that Leia's salary would even cover the cost of such a thing. Have you checked Ashgad's part in this? She nodded and sipped her cocoa, setting the cup down on the droid's worn-looking bronze top. Final report from the Borealis includes sensor readings from Ashgad's vessel, which indicate nothing unusual. The captains of both the flagship and the escort reported no other vessels closer than Pedusus Chorios, and Leia herself said that Ashgad seemed content with the outcome of the meeting. We've sent a message to Ashgad. Which means nothing if he's in on it. Maybe. She rubbed her arms, and Chewbacca picked up one of Winter's shawls, whose pattern and colors changed kaleidoscope-like every few minutes, and draped it over the former chief's shoulders. She looked her thanks to him with a smile. NOV, I know an interdictor can extract a ship from hyperspace. It can, said Han. But intelligence has been keeping a pretty close eye on everybody who's got interdictors, everybody that we know about. As far as I know, we haven't heard a peep. I mean, yeah, they can pull a ship out of hyperspace, but then they've got a ship on their hands that has to be explained. We've been watching for that one. As you said, murmured Mon Mothma. You can only watch those you know about. Might someone alter a jump point by remote? Reroute them? Not possible, said Han. I mean, I'm not a scientist or anything. but those navicomputers are shielded like a Valorsian harem against every kind of solar flare and gamma particle for just that reason. But when I was in the game, there were always rumors about either the imps or some one of the big smuggler chiefs figuring out a way to do that. The chill behind his sternum seemed to tighten as he said it. All his life he'd played tag with the black hollows of eternity, and he knew just how immense were the spaces between stars. Anything could be out there. It was every deep spacer's nightmare to be somehow disoriented in the interstellar gulfs. It was why he had labored to memorize hundreds of starfields, why he still kept reams of hard-copy star charts on the Millennium Falcon in spite of the teasing he got about it from Lando and his other smuggler buddies of years past. Just the thought that someone might be able to alter a jump point by remote was enough to scare the pants off him. It was something else. It had to be something else. Angrily, he said. So whose great idea was it for the council to select a pro tem successor if both the chief of state and the first minister bought it? The minute they know she's missing, they're gonna deadlock, and then you won't be able to do anything. We can't do anything now. What about a hologram? Asked Han. We could get some holo faker to splice together recent footage. That, said Mon Mothma coldly, has already been tried. Once by the Daesong party, who have heard rumors of the disappearance. From whom? Where? She shook her head. Rumors are already beginning to fly, Han. Admiral Akbar has put the council on a 12-hour hiatus to prevent violence between Senator Tipia of the Daesong party and Senator Aristide of Gondel. The second fake hologram we haven't been able to trace, though we suspect the Turvigs, since it declared that trade in Bandai slaves from Tervissus was acceptable. In any case, it was so badly put together that it obviates any connection with the original disappearance. And no matter what the circumstances, she went on, measuring her words with Arctic exactness, substitution of a holographic fake for the Chief of State of the Republic is not a precedent I wish to see set. Nor, I think you would agree, does Leia. Han felt like he'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. No. I guess not. Another reason, he reflected, not to rule the galaxy. What about Luke? He asked into the silence that followed. Luke? He was on the Borealis. He was here to see her off. Then she got a message at the last minute from Callista saying for Leia not to trust Ashgad as far as she could throw him, and Luke went along. He planned to take a small craft down to the surface past the gun stations, to see if Callista was on Nam Chorios. Ashgad, said Mon Mothma softly. I didn't know that. We've been trying to reach Luke on the moon of Yavin. His students thought he might have returned and gone into the jungle to meditate. Han grunted. Then the silence returned, save for the wickering of the fire and the murmur of the fountain in the corner of the parlor. Firelight caught in Chewbacca's eyes, twin blue glimmers beneath the shadow of his brows. Beyond the tall, magnetically guarded opening that made up the room's southern wall, the magic skies of the Coruscant system shimmered with ropes and veils and spilled treasures of prodigal starlight. I'll need to get in touch with Lando, he said at length. Mon Mothma nodded. She seemed to have read his mind from the first. He reflected that it was probably part of the chief of state's job description. He'll have his own ship for the search. We have to keep this small. We'll probably never know who originally blabbed, among the crews of the Borealis and the Adamantine. Any objections to Mara Jade knowing? She knows how to quarter a sector. Mothma nodded. Anyone else? KYP Duran, from the Academy. Wedge Antilles, if he can be spared. KYP'll need a ship. Nothing that'll get noticed, but it has to be fast. It's done, said Mon Mothma. She held out to him a red plastic cube. These are the final reports from Leia, Commander Zolan, and Captain Ioi, and the sensor readings on Ashgad's ship and on all the surrounding 5 parsecs. You'll also find the coordinates for the jump point where they disappeared. Doesn't matter where they went in, said Han. If someone found a way to alter the jump, they could have come out anywhere from here to the backside of last week. He stood up and helped her to her feet. It was an indication of her ease with him, her trust in him, that she had brought her canes with her. She took them from him with a smile, and Han felt curiously honored. For her to let him see her walking with the canes meant that she regarded him as her friend. How long can you hold off the council? A few days, she said. Maybe a week. The house was equipped with NL-6 courtesy droids, but Han escorted Mon Mothma to the vestibule himself. We're still trying to get a medical support team out to Duran, or escorts to take teams in from the medical research facility on Nim Drovis. As I said, the reports are fragmentary, but it doesn't sound good. Unknown? Said Han, looking across at her in the reflected fire glow. She hesitated, and in her eyes he saw that it was known. She just didn't want to admit what it might be. The vestibule doors slid open before them. Mon Mothma's courtesy guard comfortman got to his feet, a gloomy-looking, sandy-haired young man whose expression never seemed to alter no matter what was done or said around him. You be careful. Han gave her a grin. Your Excellency, the day I start being careful is the day I buy myself a foot warmer and a rocking chair. I'll find her. But when the door closed behind her and her bodyguard, Han stood for a long time in the vestibule, the little red hunk of plast closed in his fist, staring at nothing. Thinking about hyperspace. Thinking about interstellar space. Thinking about Leia. 5 years since they married. 13 since they'd met, in the Death Star's corridors with blaster fire zapping around them. If he couldn't find her. There was no conclusion to that sentence. No conclusion to the thought. Only a darkness as deep as the nightmare of disorientation in real-time space, with no star charts, no navicomputer, no spectroscope, no clue as to which of those tiny, infinitely distant lights to aim for. His hand tightened around the data cube, and he turned back toward the firelight of the parlor, to tell Chewie to get the Falcon into pre-flight. They would head out just before dawn. Sir, I must protest. The bridge doors of the pure sabak slid open before 3PO's determined advance, a considerable improvement over those of the storage hold in which he had been incarcerated for the past 2.6 hours while the vessel jolted into hyperspace and the protocol droid marched through to behold Captain Bortrek ensconced at the main console, picking his teeth with a laser extractor. R2-D2 and I are duly registered to Her Excellency Leia Organa Solo, and misappropriation of any duly registered droid is contrary to Section 7, 12, and 243A of the New Republic Universal Galactic. R2-D2. 3PO exclaimed in astonishment, as he cleared the doorway and got a better view of the bridge. The astromech droid made a sorry little sound. As well he might, C-3PO reflected. All of his access hatches had been bodily removed, some to admit sinewy snakes of data cables, some to accommodate blocky add-on patches of machinery, which themselves connected into at least 3 of the bridge stations. An enormous switch box had been screwed into the little droid's domed cap, connected to what 3PO vaguely recognized as the navigational computer. Another housing had been affixed to his side with silver space tape, to pipe information to and from the vessel's central core station. His sturdy legs had been unscrewed and lay in a corner, the connecting hydraulic cables dangling sadly at his sides. The general impression was that of a small life form half absorbed within a carnivorous flower, streaked with grease and glinting with green and orange lights. What in the name of goodness happened to you? A little creative reprogramming, that's all. Captain Bortrek set down his laser extractor. And I don't give a ranet's sneeze who you're duly registered to, Goldie. You're mine now, like your little friend. He jerked a grimy thumb at Arta. And I didn't call you here from the hold to quote me some pox-festering regulation, either, you understands. A good C3 unit's worth a pile even without proven ante. But don't think I couldn't get almost as much for your chips and wiring. 3PO considered the matter. Actually, sir, C3 units with specialized programming like myself sell for a minimum, used, at 43,000 standard credits, blue registry prices. The aggregate of my components would only bring in 5,000 at the very most. Shut up. Yes, sir. And come with me down to the hold. I want you to give me a valuation on every piece of that garbage so I know Sandro the Hook isn't going to cheat me once we get to Selenon City. Are we going to Selenon, sir? A most pleasant planet, I've been told. It isn't necessary to return to the hold, you know. While incarcerated there I took the opportunity to price your acquisitions to the best of my knowledge, which was updated only last week from the Coruscant Index, and the information is still in my memory. No lie? Captain Bortrek tongued his scarred lip, and studied the golden droid speculatively. In the background, R2-D2 made soft whirring noises indicative of intensive activity, and the ship's core computer flashed and burbled replies. I tell you what then, Goldie. You come with me and we'll get that stuff sorted out, and maybe when we get to Selenon I won't sell you to a travel agent for your programming. He stood up, and pulled from a pocket of his embroidered leather vest a small flat silver flask, from which he took a drink. By his exhalation, as he walked past 3PO and preceded him out the door, The fluid within consisted of equal parts grain alcohol, synthetic local stimulant, and hyperdrive coolant. This was, 3PO learned, a constant in Captain Bortrek's life. Over the next several hours, while 3PO shifted the booty in the ship's 3 holds into some semblance of order and Captain Bortrek made notes about market value, the human had frequent recourse to the flask, his speech becoming both increasingly slurred and increasingly scatological as the level of his blood alcohol rose. The universe, it appeared, had never been kind to Captain Bortrek, conspiring against him in a fashion that 3PO privately considered unlikely given the man's relative unimportance. Knowing what he did about the Alderaan social structure, shipping regulations, the psychology of law enforcement agents, and the statistical behavior patterns of human females, 3PO was much inclined to doubt that so many hundreds of people would spend that much time thinking up ways to thwart and injure a small-time free trader who was, by his own assertion, only trying to make a living. Still, it was not for droids to contradict humans unless requested to do so for informational purposes, so he moved gold reliquaries and held his peace. Now, is it likely, you tell me, Goldie, is it likely that the Festering Rim Patrol would come after me the minute I showed up, the very festering minute? Without provocation, if they hadn't been tipped off by that festering witch hag ex-wife of mine back on Algar, hun? Is it? I swear she what the stinkin' stang's going on with the stinkin' lights, fester it? They had dimmed for perhaps the 5th time in an hour, one of several small fluctuations of power that 3PO had been aware of. Most of them alterations in the temperature and mix of the atmosphere and shifts in the thrum of the pure Sabac's engines had been below the level of human perception. I suspect, sir, that those are readjustments of the system as it accommodates R2-D2's presence as a central memory capacitor. Captain Bortrek pettishly hurled a necklace of priceless flame opals against the opposite wall. Festeran droids, he muttered. Blasted hunks of machinery. I was hopin' I'd run across one of them new droids, them synthroids, on Durin. 100,000 credits they bring, and I wouldn't sell. You seen M, Goldie? Beat you by a kilometer. He wagged an owlish finger at his unwilling assistant. His fair hair hung sweatily over his eyes now, and he had unlaced his red and gold leather doublet to expose an expanse of gold chains and chest hair. Centrally programmed. They do this crystal attunement stunt CCR centrally controlled independent replicant. He pronounced the words with great care, as if afraid of tripping over them. None of this wired brain stuff you got going. They leave their brain back in some central location and do what you fest there and tell M6, 8, 10 of them, however many of them you want. Central brain. You tell that brain what each of them should do, and they go do it without giving you any festeran lip about it, why understand? Yes, sir, agreed 3PO. Brain processes it all. Huge distances you can leave the brain on your festeran ship and go down to a planet with 6 or 10 or however many of. And you tell them, fetch me that, or paste that guy, and they do it. They figure out how to do it without none of this. Oh, and how do I do that, sir? His whiny voice took on a sarcastic inflection, imitating precise droid speech. And they can make him like a man or a woman or whatever. Doesn't matter. They got a steel skeleton. They grow synth flesh over top of it, and as long as they got that little hunk of crystal in their skulls, that can listen to the central controller, they're yours. And boy, wouldn't I like to have one shaped like Amber Levanche. He named the newest hollow star popular on Coruscant, a woman of whom 3PO had also heard Captain Solo speak highly, though to his knowledge Captain Solo had never met the young lady. He proceeded to describe, in great anatomical detail, exactly what acts of sexual congress he would have such a synth droid perform. Though 3PO was somewhat at a loss as to why any human would wish to couple with a machine, and went on to expound his philosophy of man's needs and man's rights, meaning, 3PO gathered, his own immediate desires irrespective of the wishes of the other party. His speech was deteriorating in both form and content all the while. But it wasn't until the man pitched forward onto his face that 3PO thought to take a sample of the cabin atmosphere, to discover that it consisted of nearly 12% carbon dioxide and not much oxygen at all. Good heavens! He cried, and hastened to the comm port on the wall. R2. R2. A quick series of bleeps answered him. 3PO immediately obeyed, hurrying to the door and up the corridor toward the bridge. He had gone 4 or 5 steps when the door, which had closed automatically behind him as usual, emitted an ominous clank. The noise stopped the protocol droid in his tracks. Then he sought the nearest comm port and flicked the toggle. R2, now the doors of the hold have locked. A soothing warble. Well, if you're sure it's all right, replied 3PO doubtfully, and continued his steps to the bridge. He found R2 still enmeshed in the console boards, the entire core system ablaze with lights like a midwinter festival tree and fluttering with the soft chatter of NEV systems being installed or altered. R2, you really must do something about the cabin atmosphere in that hold, said 3PO. Humans do not do at all well in environments containing under 20% oxygen. Oh, you've taken care of it? Well, it was very, very careless of you to permit the core system to make that alteration in the ventilation feeds. But if you've done that already, why ever did you request my presence on the bridge? R2 explained. Rather typically of R2's explanations, it did not elaborate much. The toolkit? Oh. Under which hatch? I see. As he crossed back to his friend and opened the requested access cover, he added, but I'm very sure Captain Bortrek would be much handier with this than I am. Oh, very well. Which activation switch? Oh, I see. A simple backup/override of original motivator settings. Still don't see why Captain Bortrek couldn't reset your motivators. He's the one who altered them in the first place, you know. R2 tweeped apologetically. There were a few minutes of whirring while the motivator circuits reset, then the whole core system console began to wink and flash again as R2 did something it looked to 3PO like he was again rerouting instructional paths for data and commands. He's going to be very angry at being locked in the hold, you know, added 3PO. You simply must learn to be more careful, R2. We aren't designed to. Detach what? What switching box dot? Oh, that one. I'm sure Captain Bortrek would not approve. Another line of wibbles and beeps. Well, on your head be it, but it appears to me he went to a great deal of trouble to adapt you as part of the central core. I'm doing it, he added peevishly, bending awkwardly down and grasping the sonic extractor with gold fingers never designed for delicate manual work. At least I think I'm doing it. I really think you ought to let Captain Bortrek out of the hold first, though. We're going to reach the hyperspace target point in an hour, and we need him to take us out and navigate us into Selenon. He obeyed another string of commands and unfastened the cable lines from the gray switching box space taped to Artu's side. What do you mean, we're not going to Selenon? Of course we're going to Selenon. A pause for more instructions. The central core chattered and shifted data in waves of green and yellow lights. Nimdrovis? I'm sure he has no intention of returning to the Meridian sector. And no, I can't see the switches you're talking about. Of course I'm looking. He bent and squinched sideways as best he could, studying the switching box. I don't see anything of the kind. How should I know what a DINN looks like? The only din I know about is the Haransi past participle of the verb aiden. To clean one's toenails. The Nalros word for small hard-shelled insects. The Gamerine adjective meaning inclined to drool excessively. Gassyrian for one who is always getting married and divorced. Algar for. Well, if you can't describe it any better than that, I'm afraid that switching box is going to stay where it is. Amid considerable bickering, the protocol droid laboriously followed Artu's instructions for detaching him from the consoles, resetting certain switches in the consoles, and reattaching Artu's legs. Granted, the astromech retained several extraneous parts like the switching box, which C-3PO couldn't manage to disconnect, but at least, 3PO thought huffily, he hadn't left any bits of Artu in the consoles. It's all very well to reroute your motivators through the central core to get around Captain Bortrek's commands, 3PO said when he was done. You know perfectly well he's just going to hook you up again. Experimentally, Artu leaned forward on his third leg, and trundled, albeit with less than his customary speed and accuracy, toward the door. 3PO followed. You'll have to let him out, you know, if we're ever going to get out of hyperspace. What? Artu had paused in the doorway to tweak a command. Oh, very well. 3PO went back for the toolkit. It's not going to do you the slightest bit of good, you know. We're prisoners of a thief and a criminal, and will end up peddled to spice processing factories or cannibalized for spare parts the moment we reach Selenon. There's nothing else that can be done with black market stolen droids. He clanked down the corridor in the wire-trailing wake of his newly asymmetrical friend. We're in the hands of cruel fate. We cannot escape it. Artu made no reply. Instead, he made his way to the smaller of the two airlocks, where he issued a whole nev string of commands to 3PO involving the removal of another access hatch and the reattachment by temporary clips, this time of his data couplers and ports to the main trunk line of the central core. R2, what are you doing? Demanded 3PO irritably. This is really outside of enough. Captain Bortrek will be awake by this time, if you restored the oxygen to his hold, and will be most displeased. I shouldn't be surprised if he sold you by the pound for scrap. Still no reply, except the heavy clank of the outer airlock door locking. The small calm screen flickered, displaying a view of the empty bridge. Really, the ideas you get in your head. 3PO turned away and tried the door. What? He demanded irritably, to Atu's imperative beep. Come back to the screen? If, as you say, you've let Captain Bortrek out, why would you need me to? On the main bridge, visible through the view screen, Captain Bortrek came slamming through the doors in a violently disagreeable mood. At the sight of the patched-up wires and systems where R2 had been, he began to curse, with great vehemence and little imagination, and continued to curse until, at R2's urging, 3PO called his name 4 or 5 times. Swiveling where he stood, Bortrek faced the screen with eyes red and bulging with rage. You stinkin' little garbage can! He screamed. You don't think I can see where you are? I'm gonna come there and... He strode to the door, and almost broke his nose on it when it would not open. R2! Cried 3PO. Tell the core system to open that door for him at once. R2D2 made an apologetic noise, then issued another set of instructions. You want me to say what? It took quite some time to get Captain Bortrek's attention. Even more. To wait until he ran out of breath and ceased his wholly anthropomorphic remarks on the droid's parentage, ancestry, reproductive proclivities, and ultimate destination, in terms impossible to apply to droids and probably not even to the human-appearing synth droids of which he had seemed so fond. Captain Bortrek, I am terribly, terribly sorry, said 3PO. I apologize wholeheartedly for my counterpart here, and I am overcome with embarrassment at his behavior. But he requests that when we emerge from hyperspace you... He hesitated, knowing that the words would evoke yet another spate of furious imprecations. He requests that when we emerge from hyperspace you proceed by the most direct route to Nim Drovis, and there land and let us out. 3PO found he was absolutely right about the effect of his words, though he felt that Captain Bortrek's commentary on himself was hardly fair, considering he was only R2's translator. A certain allowance should be made, of course, for the disinhibiting effects of alcohol, gylocal, and hyperdrive coolant on the human system. I'm terribly sorry, sir, he said, when the irritated captain had once again shouted himself breathless. I simply don't know what's gotten into him. He says that if you do not comply, the moment we are clear of hyperspace, he will flood the entire ship with carbon dioxide again, and, when you are unconscious, send out a distress signal to the Galactic Patrol. Those are his words, not mine, 3PO added, in the face of more unfair adjurations and implications. None of this was my idea at all. You stinkin' hunks of scrap metal! Screamed Captain Bortrek, whose face had returned to the rather livid hue of cyanosis despite the 20.78% oxygen present in the cabin. "You think you're gonna get the better of me? I can rewire this crate in 25 minutes and pull the two of you out of there." "I'm sure you could, sir," said 3PO diffidently. "But according to the chronometer on the wall immediately to your left, the ship will reach the hyperspace target zone in less than 4 minutes, and though I am myself not a pilot, I believe that if you miss the zone you will condemn us all to drifting forever in hyperspace, a fate that would be fatal to you long before either one of us would even suffer boredom." "And your last remark," he added, finally stung, "is not only untrue but physiologically impossible for any non-organic life form." As if for emphasis, R2-D2 did something that caused the lights to dim and the faint thrum of the central core readjusting itself to penetrate even to the secondary airlock, and a small puff of pink gas swirled out of the ventilator on the bridge. Captain Bortrek swung around, terror in his eyes at the sight of it. Then he veered back, screamed curses at both droids in the safety of their airlock for a few moments more, and threw himself into the pilot's seat to begin the procedures to take the ship out of hyperspace on target. He did not cease to blaspheme, however, and though he repeated himself frequently and never emerged from the realm of purely mundane and unimaginative scatology, he continued to relieve his emotions at the top of his lungs throughout the journey to Nim Drovis. During planetfall at a small smuggler's pad in the bayous south of the Bagshow spaceport, and was still cursing when R2-D2 jammed the airlock open on a timer, C-3PO quickly disattached the temporary wiring, and the two droids hastened down the ramp. Extrapolating from statistical probability, 3PO assumed that Captain Bortrek was still cursing when the pure sabacc lifted off. With the fading of the sabacc's launch engines in the gluey warmth of the night, darkness settled around the two errant droids. In every direction around the wide, smoke-stained permacrete rectangle of the pad, hillocks of brush-furred mud alternated with forests of reeds whose thin heads rose no more than a few centimeters above the ambient water, a desolation of marsh gunnies, gulpers, and the blinking green eyes of wattleplats like ghost lights among the sedge. Against the dark hem of the sky, a sprinkling of lights marked Bagshow, largest of the planet's free ports, settled largely by Aldrin colonists but transformed in the past 5 years into a major crossroad between the New Republic and the neutral systems of the Meridian sector. Had he been capable of doing so, C-3PO would have heaved a sigh. As it was, he turned from the glimmer of the lights to regard his comrade and said, "Well, I hope you know what you've gotten us into." R2 whistled a sorry little whistle, dropped himself forward onto his roller leg, and snapped on his headlamp. A trifle unsteadily because of the switching box still space-taped to one side and the clusters of wires looped up from a jack on his back that hadn't been there before he led the way across the permacrete pad to the narrow ribbon of trail that led toward the city. 3PO clanking resignedly in his wake. "There," said Yumali Dharm, sitting back in her chair and pecking through a save command on the ramshackle keyboard. 8.5 months ago, on B1 Neb's run-in from Durin. One human passenger, female, 175 centimeters tall. She's the only human female that height all year. Cleared Port Authority under the name Cray Mingla. That's her, Luke said in a breath. His whole body felt strange, tingling with pain and grief and joy. He was almost afraid to speak, in case the grimy orange lettering should be swallowed into the monitor's dark again. Thank you? No occupation listed, went on Darm. Her violet eyes flicked kindly to his face, then away. She kept her voice matter-of-fact. Though in Huegshul. Drat. The screen fuzzed out. Luke felt as if he'd been knifed through the heart. A moment later, he was aware of the prickling lift of the hair at his nape and turning quickly toward the window. Saw the racing blue tentacles of ground lightning pouring across the gravel, writhing between the pylons of the newcomer houses, crawling up the cable tethers of the anti-grav balls and the battered, pitted metal columns supporting towers where Bransft and Topato grew. Not a big one. Dom got up and crossed to the open door. It'll pass in about 10 minutes. They stood together in the doorway, watching the electricity race and chitter under the pilings of the house, the light of it splashing like water up over their faces from the faceted gravel. Like most of the newcomer buildings in Ruby Gulch, Dom's house doubled as her office, storeroom, and workshop, 2 rooms fabricated from recycled packing plastine and mounted on buttonwood pilings 1.5 meters tall. Like most newcomer buildings, it stood just beyond the belt of terraformed land that followed the water seam. Arable being too precious to waste, and its enormous transparent steel panels, double-glazed in an ineffective effort to keep the cold at bay, flooded the rooms with the harsh, broken, strangely colored sunlight reflected from below. What are they? Asked Luke, and Yumili shrugged, twisted her white hair up more firmly, and reset its wooden combs. Exactly what they look like, ground lightning. They seem to start either in the mountains or from those crystal chimney formation sills. The old-timers call them out on the wastelands. Couple of years ago, one of them was strong enough to knock out Bull-Drum Castle's computers, but they're usually not more than an inconvenience. I've been caught in them 6 times out prospecting. It's like being knocked down and having your bones polished from the inside, and you're sick for 1.5 days, newcomers anyway. The oldtimers get over it faster. They don't even bother putting their houses on poles to avoid them, just pick themselves up afterward, dust off, and go about their business, though they do hang their kids' cradles from the ceilings to keep them clear. I used to hate 'em, but after that forced storm, if that's what it was, these don't look so bad. The walls and furniture of Yumili Darm's little dwelling. Like every other building Luke had been in since his arrival in Ruby Gulch last night, bore the marks of the maelstrom of poltergeist activity that had swept over them the very hour Luke guessed, the very minute he had drawn on the power of the Force to confuse and distract the Duran raiders. Dishes, tools, furniture, even transparent steel had been broken. Walls were gouged where small farm machinery or implements had been hurled against them as if by a giant, invisible hand. Sheds and fences lay smashed on the ground, and cupas, blurds, and grazers had scattered at large through the old timers' standing crops. In many cases, the blurs had mixed in with the old timber's alcapes, which had also escaped in the confusion and which carried parasites inimical to the more fragile blurs. And on his way across to Yumli's place that afternoon, Luke had witnessed a dozen altercations between the two factions in the little town. And Jin informed him that morning that the two men injured when their smelter leapt off its base were still in critical condition in the Huegshul hospital. A woman who'd been in the care of Ruby Gulch's old-timer healer, who by the sound of it used the force to effect her cures, had died gasping as all the gentle psionics of the healer's art had been stripped away. He had done that. The thought made him sick with guilt. You said the Oldtimers talked about force storms. Only to say their granddads and grandmas spoke of them being common, way back in the days. The delicate little prospector seated herself gingerly on the top step, keeping warily ready to leap up should the lightning below show signs of crawling up the pilings. Luke sat down beside her. The last ones were 250, 300 years ago, and even the listeners don't have stories about how they started or what they really were. Except the listeners say, there was a span of only about 100 years when they took place. There weren't any before then either. Luke was silent, thinking about that. Is there any chance? Do the Oldtimers ever talk about there being some kind or of beings living on this world? Invisible, maybe? Or hidden, back in the mountains, something that may be causing this? Yumali Dharm chuckled. Bless you, Pilgrim, this planet was surveyed 6 ways from next week by the Grismaths before they ever dropped a soul here. You can bet they'd never have set up a prison colony where there'd be the least chance of getting local help. I've been darn near all over this rock myself, and never saw nor heard a thing. Even the listeners will tell you, there's nothing out there. Then what about the voices they claim to hear? They say those are their old saints, Theras and the others. There's sure no invisible natives who are causing the force storms, any more than they'd cause the ground lightning or those killer blows we get in wintertime. I'm inclined to think it was sunspots. Sunspots, thought Luke, later in the day, as from the bench of Arvid's speeder he watched the white stucco buildings, the floating anti-grav balls, and top-auto towers of Huegshul grow in distance. Or maybe a Jedi who had come and settled on the planet, perhaps taught a pupil, who had never realized what was causing the force storms. Or who had tried, with no word for the storms, to control the effect? A Jedi who had learned something previously unknown about the Force? He was deeply aware of the Force as, later in the day, he sat in the window of the room he took above the Blue Blurt of Happiness Tavern, watching the green-clotted anti-grav balls being slowly cranked down out of the hammering of the evening wind. Aware of its weight and its strength, disorienting, frightening, aware of the impenetrability of it. He couldn't push, couldn't search for Callista through it, and in any case he didn't know how much he could manipulate it without causing further harm. But he had to find Callista. He had to. The grief came back on him, like a cancer choking his lungs, his throat, his heart. There had not been a day when it hadn't come back to him like this, with knifing pain, that she was gone. And without her laughter, without the wry glint of amusement in her eyes, without the scent of her hair and the strength of her arms wrapped around him, there was only night without end. There was an old song, one that Aunt Berie used to sing. A verse of it echoed in Luke's mind. Through dying suns and midnights grim, and treachery, and faith gone dim, whatever dark the world may send, still lovers meet at journey's end. He had to find her there. He had to. The 8 months since the descent of the night hammer in flames to Yavin 4 had been a darkness in which there were times when Luke wasn't certain he'd be able to go on. He knew academically that there was still some point to life, that his students needed him, that Leia, and Han and the children needed him. But there were mornings when he could find no reason to get out of bed, and nights spent counting the hours of darkness in the knowledge that nothing whatsoever awaited him with the dawn. He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to his hands. Ben, and Yoda, and his studies with the holocron, had taught him about the Force, about good and evil, about the dark side and the responsibilities that went with the bright. For 8 months now he felt that he had walked utterly alone. His mind relaxed into the silence of the room, seeking only rest. He listened to the noises of the taproom downstairs, the dim bronchionbee of birds stabled somewhere near, smelled the chemical stinks of the processing plants that were the town's heart, the musty curtains of the transparisteel behind him, and the not terribly clean blankets on the bed. His mind settled and adjusted to the alien roaring of the Force. And through it he felt the presence of a Jedi. There was a Jedi in the town. They had released the Death Seed. Even through the haze of sweet blossom, the anger that filled her was a blind, sickened rage. From the rail of her balcony terrace, Leia watched one of Ashgad's numerous synth droids walk slowly, haltingly, out onto the greater terrace below. She knew these creatures weren't genuinely alive, only quasi-living synth flesh sculpted like a confectioner's buttercream over a robotic armature. But seeing the dark patches of necrosis on its face and neck, she felt a surge of rage and pity. The voice of the pilot Legis, whom she had deduced was considerably more than a pilot, rose to her from below, soft and deep and patient. Every day at noon you are to come out onto this terrace and stand for 15 minutes in full sunlight. This is a standing order. He walked out to where she could see him, clothed in a many-pocketed gray lab coat with his long dark hair pulled out of the way with ornamental sticks. He was a middle-sized man, slight beside the synth droid's powerful height and bulk. Ashgad must have been trying to impress someone, probably the local population, when he ordered these creatures, Leia thought. The muscular bulk was purely ornamental. Their hydraulic joints had the limitless, terrifying strength of droids, and would have had they been the size and shape of Ewoks. Legis took the synth droid's hand, stripped open the sleeve placket, and examined its arm. Leia could smell the decaying flesh. "You're quick to give orders," murmured the soft voice of D's YM, out of sight within the shadows of the house. Legis turned his head sharply. Leia could see his face, though she was too far away to read any expression. Still, even hazy with the drug, she could feel his fear. It was in his voice as he said, "These synth droids are my workers and assistants. They don't die of the death seed, but over a period of time their flesh dies. I won't have you. You won't have me what? Dizuyam spoke slowly, a deadly silence framing each word. You would prefer that the plague went aboard those ships in your body rather than those of their fellows? Legis backed a pace, farther into the zone of the sunlight, and his hand moved almost unconsciously up to his chest, as if to massage away some cold, sinking pain. You would prefer that I took a little pleasure, a little sustenance, at your expense rather than theirs? Dizuyam went on, and his voice sank still further. Leia could feel his presence, as though death itself stood out of sight below her balcony, where the shadow lay thick. I was promised, little key tapper. I was promised, and I have yet to receive the payment for those things that only I can do. You remember that there are many hours in a day, and only half of them are hours of light. He must have gone then, because Legis relaxed. But he stood for a long time in the sunlight, and even from the distance of the upper terrace, Leia could see that he trembled. He was still shaky when he came up to her room, only a few minutes later. He must have come directly from the terrace, she thought. When she heard the door chime sound softly, Legis was the only one who ever used the door chime. Ashgad, and the Synthrids who brought her water and food, simply came in. She thought about going into the chamber to greet him, but somehow couldn't come up with the motivation. Cold as it was outside, and uncomfortable with the bitter dryness of the air, she found the sunlight soothing. So she remained curled up on the permacrete bench, wrapped in the quilt from her bed and the now rather scuffed red velvet robe, watching him as he looked around the room for her, checked the water pitcher, and then, turning, saw her. He always checked the water pitcher. They all did. Leia was rather proud of herself for finding a place on the terrace rail where it could be poured out, to make it look as if she were drinking the stuff. In the hyper-dry climate she had been flirting for days with dehydration and had a headache now most of the time, but it was the only way to keep her mind even a little clear. Since the first day she had been trying to figure out a way of tapping the pipes that supplied the internal mist fields that made the house livable, or of distilling some of the moisture from the air, but the drug in her system made it difficult to actually do anything. She'd think of solutions and then discover with a slight feeling of surprise that she'd been sitting staring at nothing for 2 or 3 hours. Legis came out onto the terrace. "Your Excellency." He greeted her gently. She hadn't meant to speak of what she had seen, hadn't meant to let him know she knew anything, but with the sweet blossom it was difficult to remember any kind of resolve. He looked so pale, his dark eyes so haunted, that she said, "You're as much a prisoner here as I am." He flinched a little, and looked aside. He reminded her of an animal that had been mistreated, and would shy at the raising of any human hand. Compassion twisted her heart. "You seem to have the run of the place. Couldn't you leave?" "It isn't that easy," he said. He came over to the bench where she sat, looked gravely down at her. The synthroid, Leia could see, still stood on the lower terrace, the pallid sunlight turning its dead, doll-like hair to gold. How much of that did you hear? Nothing. Leia fumbled, and she cursed her own weakness for not being able to do without some of the drugged water every day. But she knew that most people were not aware of how their own voices carried. I heard you and DZYM talking, that is, but I couldn't hear what you said. Only the way you shrank away, the way you fear him. Legis sighed, and his shoulders slumped. A wan smile flickered over his lined face. Well, as you can see for yourself, Your Excellency, even should I leave and I'm being very well paid for my work here, there really isn't anywhere for me to go. He gestured around them, at the wild crystalline landscape, the dazzling gorges and razor-backed ridges of glass. Then he was silent a moment, looking down at her, helpless grief in his eyes. Do you spend much time out here on the terrace? He asked abruptly. Leia nodded. I know it probably isn't a good idea. It makes my skin hurt. I'll get you some glycerin, said Legis. Did you hear what I said to the synthroid? It's convenient to have them all operated from a central controller, but it means you never can tell them apart. The only thing I heard was that it's supposed to spend 15 minutes a day standing on the terrace. I'd like you to do that too. More if you can. All right. Leia nodded. It couldn't be sunlight that was a cure for the death seed, she thought. Billions had died of it, daytime or nighttime, on worlds across half the galaxy. Legis. He was starting to leave. He turned back within the shadow of the house. If there's anything I can do to help. The minute the words were out of her mouth, she felt like a fool. The drug, she thought, and cursed it again. Here she was a prisoner, her very life under their control, for it looked to her like DZYM was able to call the death seed into being and to take it away again, and she was offering to help him. But something changed in Legis's eyes, shame and gratitude for even that small kindness, replacing the fear. Thank you, he said, but there's nothing. He disappeared into the shadows of the house. The house Luke sought lay deep in the heart of the Ultimate Quarter. In many respects it bore a rather surprising resemblance to Seti Ashgad's, which Arvid had pointed out to him that afternoon on the way into town. Like Ashgad's, this house was built at ground level, something that surprised Luke until he remembered that Ashgad's house had been built 40 years ago by Ashgad's father, and like Ashgad's was new. This one had evidently once been surrounded by a luxuriant growth of plants, not just the standard vegetation common to low-light terraformed planets, but rarer growths and trees watered by a complex of droppers and pipes. But while Ashgad's dwelling still supported this arrogant display of wasted water, this house bore only the detritus of former glory. Broken pipes crossed the dirty white stucco of the walls. A few desiccated stumps clung to niches, overgrown with snigvine like almost everything else in the grubby Ultimate Quarter. The milky white stucco of the walls themselves had been smashed by winter windstorms, and beneath the gaps showed the grayish plasterpress of which everything in the town was constructed. On the roof, most of the solar panels were broken as well, the cables rattling in the wind. Decay seemed to ooze from the boarded-up transparisteel like the photor of a swamp. Decay and the enormous sense of something terribly wrong. Not here, thought Luke. It was something he had not considered, that in 8 months Callista would have ceased to be the woman he had known. She had lasted 30 years inside the gunnery computer on the dreadnought Eye of Palpatine. Could she have deteriorated so quickly in less than one? But whoever it was, whose strength and the force he had felt, was here. The door opened before he knocked on it. The woman standing on the low slab of crystal before its threshold wasn't Callista. She smiled, and held out her hands to him, the smile transforming her to beauty. "Another one," she said softly. "Thank all goodness." It was impossible to tell her age. Luke knew immediately she wasn't young, in spite of the porcelain perfection of her face. It was like a very good reproduction of youth that succeeded only in not looking old. She lacked the wrinkles and lines of human sorrow and delight around her mouth, the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes that made Leia's so wise, lacked the print of even the smallest thought on her forehead. Her hair was raven black and hadn't been washed in weeks. Neither had her trim, high-breasted, long-legged body or the dingy green dress that wrapped it. "Welcome." She drew him into the dense shadows within the first of the house's many rooms. Her hand was like that of a goddess who bit her nails. "Welcome. I am Tiselda. Of the Knights." Her eyes met his, jewel blue under the flawless brows. "But then you knew that." Luke looked around the shabby darkness. Most of the transparisteel had been boarded shut, and the room was illuminated only by a string of old-fashioned glow bulbs tacked to the ceiling. His heart went out to her in compassion. Obi-Wan Kenobi had hidden himself for years in the obscure deserts of Tatooine, mocked at as a crazy old hermit, willingly surrendering the use of his Jedi powers that he might guard the last, chosen hope of the Knights. But he, thought Luke, had had the disciplines of the Force to help him bear it. This woman had been here for who knew how long, unable to use her powers for fear of harming the innocent in another Force storm. From the newcomers she must have heard that Palpatine was dead, unable to harm her. "I'm called Owen," he said, realizing that Skywalker was probably a name anathema to most of the old Jedi still alive after Vader's persecutions. "And I'm looking for someone." "Ah." The blue eyes smiled again, wise and twinkling. She crossed to a cupboard and took out a pair of goblets, old Corellian glasswork, tulip-shaped, and very valuable. She flicked a drock off the base of one. Past her shoulder, Luke had seen that the cupboard skittered with them. She had a bottle of wine hanging out one of the few unboarded windows into a shady courtyard's chill, which she retrieved and poured. When she pushed aside the shutters and let a bit of pallid light into the room, Luke saw that her white arms were covered with drock bites. The smell of the insects was fusty pungent above that of dirt and uncleanness. "Callista. You've seen her?" His whole body, his whole being, was a shout of triumph. He couldn't keep it out of his voice. "How not?" smiled Tiselda. I am her teacher now in the ways of the Force. The wine was from Durin and not very good. It had been cut with fermented algae sugar a number of times and had all variety of odd back tastes. But Luke sipped it, his eyes on the woman before him. Is she here? How is she? He asked softly. How does she look? Tiselda brushed back a lock of hair from her forehead, and behind the gentle smile there was sadness in her eyes. Like a woman who has endured much, she said. Like a woman torn in her heart, trying to turn her back on her own deepest need. It was a curious thing about Tiselda's smile. It was wide and flat, and at first sight little more than a stretching of the lips. But after a moment, looking at it across the rim of the wineglass, it came over Luke that it was very similar in some ways to old Ben's, quirky, gentle, amused with human nature. He wondered who this woman reminded him of. Aunt Beru, a little, Leia, a little, and someone else, a woman he had only the dimmest traces of in deep buried memory. His mother? The deep sense of warmth was the same, the giving kindness and the comfort of boundless, unselfish love. Where is she? He asked, sensing that this woman knew and understood all. Can you take me to her? The wine was sweet now on his tongue, subtle with resonances he had not comprehended before. He drank deep of it, and she refilled the glass. It soothed his weariness, as her smile did, and like her smile left him thirsty for more. Of course. I have been waiting for you, since she spoke your name. She reached out and took both of his hands and both of hers again. There's a cave in the hills, not so very far from here. The force is strong there. It's one of the places where the ground lightning emerges. I sent her there to meditate. I'll take you, for it's impossible to find without guidance. She got to her feet and drew a deep breath, as if steadying herself, pulled her ragged Aromex dress more closely around her, and looked vaguely in the corners for her shoes. Luke noticed, as if from a great distance away, that her feet were filthy and her toenails overgrown, like yellow claws. His flash of disgust was followed immediately by his memory of Yoda unprepossessing to say the least, and then by anger at himself. How could he think so about Tiselda? And when he looked again, her feet did not seem that dirty at all. He stood, too, and set his goblet on the edge of the table. To his own surprise, he almost missed the corner. It must be the dim lighting in the room, he thought, for the wine she'd given him had cleared his head rather than clouded it. Cleared it, it seemed to him, as if for the first time in his life. Have you a speeder? She asked, and he nodded. I have to get it fixed, but I can do that in a day or so. It crossed his mind that he hadn't the money to do such a thing. He'd intended to sell the grounded vehicle for cash to get himself and Callista off the planet. But now that didn't seem to matter. His heart pounded faster even at that mental phrase, himself and Callista. And weapons? He touched the blaster and the lightsaber at his belt. Tiselda's face fell. It isn't enough, she said softly. We will have to wait. Her brow creased in a frown. Wait. Luke felt a twang of panic. The hills were dangerous. Callista would come to harm if he didn't get there soon. They might arrive and find her gone once more, or dead. It was unendurable to be so close. What's the problem? Tiselda shook her head, with the air of one not wishing to burden a friend with her troubles, and averted her face a little. A drop crawled out of sight behind her collar. It's nothing. Can I help? I couldn't ask you to, she said. It's my affair alone. Tell me. The world would be a bleak and terrible place if he didn't aid her. He might not find Callista. And somehow it had become important to him that she not seek the aid of another than he. Please. Her smile was shy, and a little self-deprecating. It's been a long time since I had a champion. Your Callista is lucky, Owen. She raised those flower blue eyes to his again and touched his chest with confiding fingers. It's an old story, a long story, my friend. When first I came to this world, many years ago, I had only intended to accomplish the minor mission the Masters of the Jedi had ordered for me and to depart. But seeing the way the people here lived, squabbling endlessly over pump rights, and tree rights, and who was entitled to grow which crops on which piece of land, I could not leave. There were warlords, petty bullies with hired bravos, and though it is against the way of our order to take sides, I could not allow the deeds I saw to go uncorrected. I lent my skill, and such talents as I possessed, to the side of the people. With my lightsaber in hand, I led them to a stronger and more peaceful way of life. My craft was destroyed one night while I was away leading the rescue of hostages from the enemy, and I knew that I must stay. After the fighting was over, these people made me their ruler. And I was happy. Luke nodded, seeing in his mind this beautiful woman in her warrior youth. The house, indeed, was of the sort that a grateful people would build for a just ruler who had saved them from tyranny. But many years later, another Jedi came to this world, an evil creature, selfish, lying, but very plausible. He came here because he had heard that the Force on this world is strong. It lies close to the surface of reality here, close enough to reach out and touch, though he was not capable of doing so. His own abilities to use the Force were not strong, and he sought to twist and gather them to fulfill his own emptiness. Beldorian he was called. Beldorian of the ruby eyes. Beldorian the splendid. She sighed and passed her hand across her forehead in a gesture of weariness and grief. As you know, Owen, there are always those who will follow such a one. He worked not only through violence and the threat of violence, but through lies and calumny. Turning the truth and people's memories of the truth, until everything I had done here was given a different meaning, a sinister significance that those whose power to work evil I had curtailed were delighted to believe. My friends turned against me. Beldorian was too feeble and adept to manufacture his own lightsaber, so he stole mine from me. I was driven into poverty. Feared by the weak and courted by the venal, Beldorian came to rule Huegshul like a king, and I was forgotten. Her voice faltered, and she put up her hand quickly, to cover whatever expression might have pulled at her mouth. In the quiet street behind them, a blurred braid its monotonous tenor screech. An old timber woman drove past in a high-wheeled cart pulled by alcapes, flipping her long whip at their feet. Luke saw in his mind's eye this beautiful woman before him. Hurrying along these densely twisted walled streets with her dirty dress fluttering in the endless wind, and remembered Ben again, and the way children in Tosh Station used to run out in front of him giggling and making what they considered to be magic signs with their fingers. Even at this great distance of time, and he'd been only a small child himself, he remembered the genuine amusement that had tugged the corners of Ben's mouth. Tiselda went on. Well, it was inevitable, as we true knights know, that Beldorian should succumb to his own greeds and his own vices. He was usurped and ousted many years ago by a man named Seti Ashgad, a politician sent here by the old emperor as punishment, even as the ancestors of these people had been sent here. Beldorian had become so sunk in debauchery that no power remained to him. His followers deserted him for Ashgad, and Ashgad took from him his very house, and all the treasure inside it. Treasure that he had stolen from me, she said somberly. And most important, in that house somewhere is my lightsaber. Luke said softly. Ah. Because of injuries I suffered in my struggle against Beldorian, it was not possible for me to make another. When I went to Ashgad, many years ago now, and tried to retrieve it, I was cast forth as brutally as Beldorian had cast me forth. Since then I have tried many times to recover it. See. With a movement of simple innocence, she slipped her dress from her right shoulder, and showed him, among the drock bites, a terrible bruise on her arm. We will be vulnerable when we go to the cave to find your Callista, she said softly. Ashgad's servants are merciless, the more so because they are no longer human, but only human-seeming droids. And because of that same injury, I no longer have the strength to enter Ashgad's house and get the lightsaber myself. Indeed, I'm no longer sure whether it is here or at the house he has in the wastelands, at the foot of the mountains of lightning. For Callista's sake, and for yours, I wish I could go with you, show you where she is, but I dare not. She drew in a shaky breath and shoved back the dirty mane of hair from her face again with both hands. I dare not. Rage filled Luke at the sight of the bruises on her arm, self-righteous fury that anyone would have hurt this gentle, beautiful woman mingled with anxiety that they, whoever they were, would take out their anger at Tiselda on Callista, should they come upon her alone. He said, "Where would your lightsaber be in Ashgad's house?" Its high, glittering white walls came again to his mind, arrogant among the small cottages of the Oldtimers. There is a treasure room beneath the kitchens. Tiselda's indigo eyes brimmed with grateful tears. The entrance is through the kitchen courts here. She turned away, and did something at a small table. Coming back, she handed him a sheet of coarse local paper, on which was inked a plan of the house. Luke saluted her with it, feeling light and buoyant within himself, as if his bloodstream were filled with sparks of fire. He grinned at her like a boy. "I'll be back. We'll be out of town by nightfall." "She told me that I could trust you, Owen," said Tiselda softly. I saw the light in her eyes when she spoke your name. "I think you need have no fear of what you will find." "Callista." Luke's whole body seemed to be singing, as he strode away down the ill-paved back streets of the Ultimer's town. Whatever dark the world may send, still lovers meet. I've found her, I've found her. I've found her. I saw the light in her eyes. His steps slowed. When she spoke your name. But Callista would not have known that he would be calling himself Owen Lars. He stopped and realized he had missed his way among the near-identical white houses. And he thought, quite calmly, there was something in the wine. Luke had never been much of a drinker, and once he'd begun to study and understand the force, he had given it up altogether. It simply took too much edge off his concentration. Although, of course, Tiselda's wine wasn't like other wine, still it surprised him that he'd imbibed the quantity of it that he had. Now, as he turned his concentration inward on his own metabolism, to clear some of the alcohol from his system, he realized that there was something else there as well. A synthetic mood enhancer, he thought, leaning against a wall with one hand and closing his eyes. Priodine or priodase, or maybe algafine torway weed, the kind of thing that made one accepting and friendly. Leia had told him there had been a time when consumption of priodase had been de rigueur before dinner parties among the nobility of Coruscant. As a counter to the fad for dueling, and there were always accusations and labor disputes and divorce proceedings that one side or the other had slipped it into their opposite numbers caffeine just before negotiations. It was harmless and non-addictive. It simply lowered one's guard. Luke thought, how wise of her, to use that method to overcome my prejudices so that I could see her as she truly is. He walked 2 steps, trying to reorient himself towards Seti Ashgad's house, and then thought, what did I just think? A throb of pain seized him. Not physical pain, but the pain of loss, of abandonment, the deep-seated pain of a child who suspects from earliest awareness that his mother had given him away like a stray puppy, for reasons he could not understand. The pain of Callista's flight. The pain of losing the dream of the father he had invented in his lonely fantasies. Cold flooded him, cold and anxiety. He couldn't lose Tiselda. Through the child's fear of loss, a voice came to him. Search your feelings, it said, a black voice speaking out of blackness. You know it to be true. His father's voice. Vader's. Tiselda was using him. The cold in him deepened, the panic of abandonment. If she was lying, using him only to get her lightsaber back, and what kind of injury would prevent her from making another lightsaber, if she'd had the skill to do it once? It meant she wasn't Callista's teacher, She couldn't restore Callista to him. No, he thought, not wanting to believe it. Not wanting it to be true. No. You know it to be true. And as he had then, he knew. He turned his steps back, toward Tiselda's house. As a Jedi, she would have been trained in the bending of minds. Luke had seen Ben do it, had done it himself. The Emperor Palpatine had been a genius at evoking that kind of desperate loyalty, that need to serve him, calling forth the echoes of one's own fears like a skilled musician calling forth beauty from a flute. And Tiselda's ability in that direction was very subtle and very strong. Wind slapped and howled stronger at him as he wound through the alleyways, as if forbidding him to return. Buried beneath the avalanche of wrenching desolation, the oceans of ambient fear that flooded his soul at the thought of a break from Tiselda, Luke felt the cold knowledge he had felt, hanging on that projection above the Bespin abyss. He didn't want it to be true, but he knew it was. He came to Tiselda's house from the rear this time, and saw her through the back door across a grubby yard scattered with rusted speeders in various stages of disrepair. She was groping and picking in the shadowy corners of the room for something, behind furniture and under cushions. He saw her jam her arm under an armoire, then pull it out and stand, facing him across the yard, her blue eyes wide and furious, her black snaggly hair hanging in a mat of nastiness over her breasts. He felt her mind pull on his, angry and futile, felt the weak, diffused shoving of the force, and though the wall sheltered them from the wind he saw around him in the yard the clapped-out water tanks, the bleached old rags, the scraps of wood and metal all flutter and twitch like live things. Her eyes still on his, she was pulling things, rocks, they had to be off her arm and eating them with her brown, broken teeth. The anxiety in his mind had gone shrill, like a hectoring scream. There was desolation in his soul, fake as tinsel beads. Under it, a more genuine grief. Luke turned away. It was less the Force than his years with the rebellion, his years fighting battles in vacuum in vessels moving at incredible speeds, that made him pick up almost instinctively first the sense of danger, and only in the next second the sound of running feet. He ducked as a spear buried itself in the dirt just beyond where he'd stood. Someone hurled a rock, and he sprang back as an old-fashioned yellow sodium blaster bolt ripped a charred line in the wall at his side. Ragged-looking men and women came running at him from all sides out of the alleyway's kids, too, wild-haired and barefooted, throwing rocks. Luke could have scattered them with a blast of the Force, picked up any one of them and hurled him or her flying, but dared not. A girl of no more than 16 ran at him with a club, and he swept it aside with his forearm as he sidestepped, dodged another blaster bolt from a weapon so rundown it probably couldn't have cooked a happy patty, and fled. The little gaggle of old-timers ran after him, cursing and shaking their weapons. Murderer! Thief! Dirtball! They should talk. They were fast, appearing around the corners of the houses and stabbing at him with spears and clubs. 2 or 3 had blasters, but it took a good deal of practice to hit anything on the run, and Luke made sure to keep moving. Once two of the men grabbed him, tried to drag him back into the mazes of alleys, presumably back to Tiselda's house, if as he guessed these people were remnants of those she'd ruled here, but Luke wasn't at all sure. He dropped his weight, swept one man's legs out from under him with a lashing kick, and used the falling body as a weapon against the other, then hurled them both into the angry pack. He dove over a wall, pelted across a thickly grown garden patch whose leaves slapped and smote him with the force of the gale winds, and heard the pursuers run around the long sides of the lot. If worst came to worst, he supposed he could always use the force to. To what? Start a force storm that would kill some other innocent old woman under the care of a healer 200 kilometers away. He grabbed a rake from the tools along the fence, vaulted over the wall where he could hear the least of the shouting, and made a break for the wider streets and more open field of vision among the newcomer houses. Dust and pebbles smote him and cut his face. 3 Ultimers appeared in front of him across the width of the street, including the man with the blaster. Luke dove sideways, slipped past a spear that jabbed down on him from the roof of a shed, rolled to his feet, and set his back to the wall as more came running. Here, now, what's all this? Bellowed a voice. The Ultimers skidded to a halt, milled for a moment, then began to back away. A weedy-looking 8-foot Lyhorian and a fat, slovenly, dark-haired human male, both in the blue uniforms of the Huegshul Municipal Police, came walking down the alley. "Shame on the lot of you," warbled the hammerhead in its soft voice. "What do you think you are, piranha beetles? Nathan?" There was a muttering among the Ultimers. One dropped a rock she'd had in hand to throw. Someone else said something about the evil one. Him? The human jerked a thumb at Luke. His greasy black forelock flipped in the wind. No one replied. He turned to Luke. "You the evil one, Pilgrim?" "Everyone is evil to someone." Luke dusted his sleeve, where a rock had nearly broken his arm. The man chuckled. "Well, my ex-wife would agree with you there." He turned to the hammerhead. "What about it, Snapeplants? There anything in the city statute about being evil?" "Not to my knowledge, Grupp." "You hear that?" Grupp the policeman turned back to the mob, only about a third of whom remained. "What's the guy done besides being evil?" He glanced sidelong at Luke, measuring him with a dark eye that was far from stupid. "Evil is as evil does," yelled the girl who tried to brain Luke with a club. "Yeah, well, mobbing a man who didn't even fire that blaster he's carrying sounds like evil does to me, sugar." Grupp gestured like a man shooing flies. "Get out of here, the bunch of you, before I run you all in for disturbing the peace." "You okay?" He turned his back on the Ultimers to speak to Luke, though Luke was pretty sure he was watching them still. They dispersed, muttering, in their eyes the anger at seeing newcomers rescuing a newcomer, not lawmen helping a man innocently attacked. "I'm fine." "Crazy Therans." "Not Therans," warbled the Ithorian. "I know the Therans." These are the ones who have attacked Master Ashgad's house 4 or 5 times since I have been here. I suspect they're the ones who killed the last of his human servants early this year, though I can prove nothing. I know it was they who kidnapped that young woman at about the same time. Young woman? Luke felt as if he'd been kicked in the chest. The Ithorian regarded him for a moment, speculation in its golden eyes. The tall woman who came in on one of the Duran planet hoppers. She called herself Cray, but forgot on a number of occasions to answer when spoken to by that name. These ragged ones the remains, I am told, of one of the old gangs that fought for control of this city between the crime boss Beldorian and another, a woman, many years ago surrounded and dragged her away one night. But before I could find where they took her I encountered her in the street. She said they were her friends. The sweet, low voice was dry. Ithorians have an astonishing range of emotional shadings to their words. When was this? Asked Luke through dry lips. Is she still in the city? Have you seen her? Grupp and the Ithorian exchanged a look. Not speculative, precisely, but a police look, asking each other whether he, Luke, constituted a threat of some kind to the order and well-being of their city. He saw Grupp taking the lightsaber at his belt, and would have been willing to bet that whether or not the policeman knew what such a thing was, he remembered that Callista had worn one, too. It was the Ithorian who spoke. She left Huegshul within a week of her arrival, of her own will insofar as we know. But whether she left in quest, or in flight, or at the behest of another, that we cannot tell. They had reached the newcomer area of town, the square white houses like truncated imperial walkers on their stilts. The anti-grav balls were all drawn down close to the ground, and the freezing wind roared like the vanished seas in their leaves and moaned around the permacrete, rendering towers where brope and smore were processed into edible form. Grupp and Snaplance looked Luke over one more time, bade him take care where he walked, and strode off to the shadows under a house where they'd left their speeder bikes. Luke stood for a long time, looking back toward the tangled walls and algae-covered rocks of the Ultimer town. Within a week of her arrival. 8 months ago. Whether in quest or in fright. Luke shivered in disgust and abhorrence. He would have bet anything he possessed that, 8 months ago, Tiselda had tried to use Callista as her weapon, her striking arm, as Palpatine had used Vader and Vader had tried to use him, Luke. One of the old gangs that fought for control of this city between the crime boss Beldorian and another. Was that what Tiselda had sunk to, however, and wherever she had come to the planet in the first place? The planet where the Force seemed to imbue the very stones like radiant lights. She had tried to enslave Callista with the promises of leading her to what she most wanted, with the illusion of belonging, of having found a home. Callista had come seeking instruction in the Force and had found instead a terrible example of what could happen when you did not have it, when it decayed to almost nothing, leaving only cravings and anger and madness behind. And Callista had fled. Luke shivered and, leaning against the wind, turned his steps back toward his room above the blue blurred. His mind refused to release the horrible image of Tiselda, once a Jedi, now a dirty old madwoman, picking drops off her arms and eating them, staring at him out of the dark. Beldorian the Splendid sends his compliments, Your Excellency. In the doorway, the tall Synthroid bowed. He would be honored by your presence at tea. Oh, would he? Leia had to bite back the words. The ad cube for Synthroids had mentioned nothing about their oral and visual receptors being wired as remote pickups so that their owners could see and hear what they did, but Leia knew in some circles it was routinely done. The sweet blossom sometimes made her careless, and she knew that with DZYM waiting, she had to be as careful as if she were walking the blade of a razor. Will Master Ashgad be present? She exaggerated the sweet haziness of voice as she always did around the Synthroids, or, in fact, around Legis. One of her schoolmates many years ago at the Select Academy had been stoned most of the time, and the sing-song quality was easy for Leia to fake. The mere fact that no one had come in to make her drink the drugged water had told her at least belatedly that the room wasn't wired. Due to the effects of the drug, the possibility hadn't even occurred to her until that morning. I do not know, Your Excellency. It's just that I need to know what to wear, she murmured dreamily, for the benefit of a possible listener. I do not know, Your Excellency. Not, thought Leia, with the Synthrod's departure, that she had a whole lot of choice. From her post on the terrace she'd counted at least 5 Synthroids, but some of them might be duplicates, so there could be more. At least 2 bore marks of necrosis, the slow dying of the flesh that covered their metal armatures that was apparently connected, in some way, with both the Death Seed and DZYM. She wondered if it were indeed possible, as she was beginning to deduce, that DZYM could in some way control the Death Seed. It would explain the preciseness of the timing needed to take over the Adamantine and the Borealis, and the fact that she had survived her bout with the disease. It explained why neither Ashgad nor Legis had contracted the plague, and at the same time explained Legis's fear. Or would she see some other explanation, some other detail, when her mind was clear again? If she lived to look at the matter with a clear mind. Leia shivered, and began to change into her red and bronze gown of state, and the heavy crimson mantle that covered it. The Synthroid appeared a half-hour later, as Leia was finishing putting up her hair. She took note as well as she could of the directions, the layout of the house, along a corridor, down a flight of steps. There were iron blast doors standing open near the bottom, and through them she glimpsed a vast compound like a docking bay, looking out over the open air of the plateau's edge. A blocky, medium-sized freighter stood there, Synthroids moving around it carrying in what looked like the components of a computer core, which meant that construction was fairly far along. Legis came out, saying to one of the Synthroids beside him, "All the green wires first, then all the red wires." And across the open permacrete his eyes met hers. He paused, startled. The Synthroid beside her said, "Please come this way now, Your Excellency." And she realized she'd been standing in the frame of the open blast doors. She hurried after. They turned a corner, proceeded down another flight of steps, and the smell of hut rose to meet her like a wave of heat. "It is dreadfully slow here, dreadfully slow." Beldorian shifted his enormous, python-like bulk on the dais of air duvets and cushions on which he lay. Huts tend to obesity as they grow older, but despite almost constant snacking, the splendid one retained his air of physical power and enormous speed, completely unlike Durga the Hutt's thin and pitiful disciple Korda, who back on Nal Hutta had been the butt of so many jokes. Unlike many of his species, he favored gold rings on his fingers, and in the folds of his head flesh, and a jeweled stud in his outer lip. On a baldric of gold and reptile leather he wore his lightsaber, the plain dark metal incongruous against the glittering harness. "It is good of you to join me, little princess. You must find the days weigh heavy in your room." "They do a little," admitted Leia, wondering what all this was leading up to. She recalled some of the more revolting aspects of her imprisonment by Jabba, but reasoned that even if Ashgad were ignorant of the invitation which she was virtually certain he was, they were still beneath his roof. "Master Ashgad has been very assiduous about seeing to my wants." "Oh, and to mine too," rumbled that gluey bottom-of-the-well voice. "Not that I'm in anywhere near the same position as yourself, but well. I have my comforts, of course, and my chef, though quite frankly, little princess, this new fellow's not the cook Zabindi Ibsuk was." "Zabindi? Ah." He sighed revoltingly, and groped around in his porcelain washtub of brandy for the spiky balls of marinated crabcrows that floated therein. Now, there was a chef. I was desolate when he died. Bereft. A Cubaz, like the new fellow, a genius at insects. "Grant me the right hormones, the right enzymes to inject," he used to say, "and I will transform a sand flea into the center course of an imperial feast." And he could, you know. The deep crimson eyes fixed on her. He could. He rumbled deep in his belly, and she felt the touch of his mind on hers. Faint and weak, but there, subtly drawing at her will. She felt herself in danger of becoming hypnotized by those scarlet orbs and looked away. With that much sweet blossom in her system, it was difficult not to submit her mind to his dominance. Ashgad, now. He's made himself the champion of these newcomers, but what is that? When I ruled Weg Shul, all the people came to me with their problems, that I could render judgment. And my judgments were just to all, you know. The red eyes caught hers again, held them. I was the better ruler, the stronger as well. It was an effort to look away. I'm sure you were. He chuckled again, and slithered one tiny yellow hand around among the satin cushions, almost absent-mindedly plucking forth a drach nearly the size of the tip of Leia's finger, which he popped into his mouth and cracked absently with his tongue. "He couldn't have taken over from me if I hadn't been tired. That's all it was. All that fighting with that to sell the woman. It wore me out. Now taste this, little one." He extended his hand, and across the room a beaten silver plate stirred where it lay on the sideboard of blackwood and crystal, then lifted and floated across to them. It had almost reached them when it tipped in midair and fell. Even dazed with the effects of the blossom, Leia's reflexes were quick enough to let her dive from the pillows and catch it. It contained roulades of some sort surrounding a bed of what smelled like petroleum byproducts, topped with a weird blue thing like an enormous berry. In a lifetime of diplomatic banquets admittedly brief, Leia had never seen the like. Who was Tiselda? She asked, handing him the plate. A former colleague. He plucked the berry from the top of the dish. She and I came to this world together, many years ago. But she grew jealous of the reverence in which the local population held me and of my greater skills. She couldn't even manufacture the, basic tools of our order. She did everything in her power to discredit me. Pinpricks, mostly, but annoying just the same. Henchmen trying to break into my palace, that sort of thing. Even after I came to live with Ashgad. Now, my dear, tell me if this is not the most exquisite taste in the galaxy. Leia picked up the fruit knife and fork from the small table nearby, cut a section from the berry, and watched as Beldorian slurped down the rest with Rabelaisian enthusiasm before she ate her own fragment. She wished at once that she'd taken a larger hunk, because it was delicious, both sweet and meaty, juicy and subtly chambered. Zabindi used to grow them 3 times this size, Beldorian said with a sigh. And of a flavor to make this seem a cast husk by comparison. Would you believe it, childs? It's a common Rodian kelp gnat, raised on growth enzymes and kept alive and growing for a year instead of the day of its natural lifespan. Zabindi could keep them going for 5 years, turn them into a whole different life form. They'd sing and whistle and move around on little tentacles they developed toward the end of that last year of life. Heaven knows what they would have been, had he been able to prolong them further. And the way he could torture Britiths. Britith flesh, as you must know, improves with the enzymes secreted when they die in pain. Sometimes I think I shall never get over his death. He groped in his brandy bowl for another Prabcrow, and shed a sentimental tear. Leia tactfully took a tiny bite of one of the roulades. Cuba's chefs were famous through the galaxy for injecting insect life forms with growth enzymes and gene splicing them in quest of never and more perfect designer foodstuffs, so it was anyone's bet what these actually contained. What brought you here in the first place? Asked Leia. He shook his great head, narrow eyes like cabochon jewels peeking out at her from beneath heavy lids. I think you know, he said, and his great voice sank to a basso murmur, like the mutter that presages typhoon winds. His long, purplish tongue slopped around the edges of his mouth, questing for stray droplets of juice, then vanished within. I think you felt it, that light. That ocean of brightness that fills the universe, that fills each of our order with light. Traveler's Tales old log books. They said it was here. But you know that. His eyes held hers again, inescapable. Now a young lady of your particular talents might find herself needing allies in a situation like this. Ashgad can't be trusted, you know, little one. And he was never that good a ruler. He held out one small gold-ringed hand, and Leia found herself unable to pull away. From the doorway a deep, very quiet voice said, "At least he never sold one of his slaves to Dizuayam." Beldorian swung around, hissing. Leia sprang back and pulled her gaze away. Legis stood in the doorway, graying hair hanging down in his eyes, broken out of his fear, thought Leia, by anger. For a moment he only stood there, looking at the two of them, then he stepped lightly down and crossed to the dais. Softly, Beldorian said, "Have a care, philosopher." The whole terrible length of him twitched, the great 7-foot tail creeping back and forth like a separate, angry being as his red eyes narrowed. "Upon another occasion I told you I do not brook interference." Legis hesitated for a moment, his dark eyes widening with some evil memory. Then he came forward again and took Leia by the hand. "What did he offer you, my dear?" His voice was steady, but she felt his fingertips cold, and shaking a little in hers. "Partnership in ruling this planet. Or just that he'd let you go free if you put him back in charge." He raised Leia to her feet and led her back to the door. Beldorian made no move to stop them, but as Legis reached to touch the opener plate, Leia saw the Hutt gesture pettishly in his direction. Legis gasped as if struck, half doubled over in agony, his free hand going to his temple. He was ashen with shock and pain as Leia slapped the opener plate with the backs of her fingers. The door sliced open, and she led him through, stumbling blind and clinging to the wall for support. They were halfway down the corridor, opposite the blast doors that led into the docking bay, before Legis straightened up and drew a shaky breath. "Migraine," he managed to say through lips drained of color and blood. "He does that sometimes when I beat him at hologames, too. Sometimes worse than that." He shook his head, his hand stealing to his throat, cast a quick glance at the open blast doors, and putting a hand behind her elbow led her rather rapidly toward the stairs. "Did he try to influence your mind?" "Don't trust him, my dear." "And I suppose I should trust Ashgad?" Legis looked away. They mounted the stairs in silence, passed down the corridor toward the doors of her room. He had punched in the code carefully, keeping his body between her and the pad before he said, "He doesn't keep his promises. Even should he do so, he couldn't protect you from Vizuim, and he could not defeat Ashgad. Even years ago, when Ashgad first reached this planet, Beldorian was no match for him." Leia looked up, startled. "But the original Ashgad," she began, and their eyes met. Legis looked away, and she could see by the flinch of his mouth that, still disoriented from the migraine, he'd said more than he meant. He ushered her gently into her room and, stepping quickly out, closed the door between them. Leia groped blindly for the head of her bed, sat down, weak in the knees. She felt lightheaded from thirst and a little ill from the struggle with Beldorian. Glancing in the direction of the water pitcher, she got to her feet, carried it outside to the terrace, and dumped all the remaining water over the railing. Right now, her thirst was too great, and she might forget later that she should not drink. She needed her mind clear. Is it because of the sweet blossom, she wondered. Did Legis mean something else, and I'm reading this into it because I'm drugged? Is there some other real explanation? But the only one she could think of for Legus's words, the only conclusion she could draw was that the man who had proclaimed himself the son of Seti Ashgad, the Emperor Palpatine's old rival for senatorial power, was in fact the man himself. Okay, what have we got? Han Solo swung himself down the ladder from the observation port, crossed in 2 strides to Lando Calrissian's station at the long-range scanners. Bands of red and yellow light played upward across the conman's swarthy features. Lando flicked a calibration switch, altering the flow of the reflections to show the glitch in the spectrograph readings that had caused him to send a flag signal up to Han. Looks like a heat reading on the 5th planet of that system there. Damonite is be nothing there, never has been. The graph's cooling fast. He tapped the black bands in the colored spectrum. But those are reactor fuel lines. Han reached past his shoulder to punch through a more accurate readout and swore. Good thing I brought my mittens. Lando reached to adjust another screen. That's sure big enough for the adamantine. By the heat streak in the atmosphere, they've been down there for about 10 hours. Han was already at the main console, keying the course. Hang on, Leia, he whispered. Don't check out on me now. Planetfall was a nightmare. The whole atmosphere a whirling rack of storms, the Falcon was buffeted and thrown like a plastine plate in a riptide. Han and Chewbacca worked side by side over the console, fighting ion storms that struck them in sheets and fritzed out the sensors that were their only guide to the terrain below. Han allowed himself to think of nothing, to be aware of nothing except the elusive spot of heat on the readout, the spot that slowly dimmed from orange to brown in the hours it took them to struggle down through titanic gales. She couldn't die, he thought. He had literally no idea, none of what he would do, what would become of him, if she should die. He couldn't imagine life without her. Through a mill race of flying atmospheric garbage, the sensors began to pick out the debris track on the ice below. Most of it was embedded meters deep already in the long. Hard melt slick where the primordial planetary ice had been liquefied by the passage of the crashing ship, to refreeze within minutes. A rummage of hull fragments, broken off stabilizers, deformed nodules unrecognizable already from atmospheric friction. The slick ran at a steeply acute angle toward a chasm in the ice, kilometers deep and nearly half a kilometer across. Han brought the Falcon in low over it, holding his breath as he followed the trail it didn't go over. Tell me it didn't go over. The ice slick ended in a shallow V at the chasm's edge. There she is, said Lando. For a minute Han thought his friend was speaking of Leia herself, rather than the wreckage of the ship. There was a ledge that you could have put a small manufacturing plant on, 40 or 50 meters below the edge of the chasm. The drop was unguessably deep beyond that, and the visibility appalling. The crashing ship's hull had ruptured when it had gone over the edge of the glacier plain above, and the whole business balanced near the drop-off to the deeper chasm like a billion-credit house with a seaside view. A dull Rubicon glow showed where the dying engines lay, through the buckled panels and flying ice. The serial numbers were visible. What ship is that? Chewie was already punching them in. The Corbantus, out of Duran orbital. Reported missing barely 2 hours before the Falcon had lifted out of Hesperidium. Not the Adamantine. Not the Borealis. Han didn't know whether to feel relief or despair. It was a fight to bring the Millennium Falcon around for another pass, to put her down on the lip of the first drop, a dozen meters from the V-shaped notch where the Orbantus had gone over. They dropped the towline first, using the notch as a sight, so that the weighted end of 65 meters of megafilament cable hung down the face of that first cliff only a short distance from the wreck. Leaving Lando at the Falcon's controls. Han and Chewie suited up and went out, following the line across the waist, hanging on for dear life against the butcher winds that obscured the faceplates of their e-suits with flying ice, and let themselves down the ragged black mess of frozen cliff toward the dying glow of the wreck. Even the powerful sodium glare of the e-suit's lights couldn't pierce the swirling murk to show much of the damage on the ship. Against the howl of static, Han yelled into the helmet mic, "Small craft!" and pointed at the burn marks that scored the hull. Chewie roared assent. "You see any kind of destroyer track on the sensors, Chewie? Anything that could have carried TIEs or fighters?" The Wookiee demurred. Farther on, the smashed silvery disk of a shield generator dangled from the ice, and blasts scarred metal in the wobbling white glow of the e-suit's light. "That's heavy guns for a planet hopper, even if you could get one out this far." Chewbacca's growl rumbled in Han's earpiece. The Wookiee pilot knew more about out-of-the-way smuggler bases in this part of the galaxy than the average miser knew about the contents of his or her credit box, and Han believed him when he said there was no place in 40 parsecs where a planet hopper fleet could have put in. Great, Han thought. So there's a destroyer or a fleet of destroyers roving around out here someplace. Just what I needed to make my day complete. The crew they found in the outer holds were dead. Under the white mounds of frost and ice it was difficult to tell, but Han thought these were men and women who died during the initial battle. In addition to the ruptured coolant lines and dangling wires indicative of major systems blowouts, the holes in the outer hull through which Han and the Wookiee climbed were too huge for the emergency sealant systems to cope with. The blast doors had shut at once, to save the atmosphere and the rest of the ship, and Chewbacca had to cut out the switch boxes to manually let himself and Han through. Beyond, the bodies were simply white with frost. They glittered softly in the dark, hundreds of them, oriented along the corridors like iron filings in a magnetic field, crawling inward to the warmer heart of the ship as the cold seeped through the breached insulation and killed them as they crawled. They lay face down. Han was glad of it. He'd seen men and women who had died of cold, and mostly their faces were peaceful. Still, picking his way among the corpses like some clumsy intruder in his green plastic suit, he would just as soon not see their faces. Farther in, a few panels still glowed with power, candle-dim spots of amber or red. Radiation warning lights were on all over the ship, and a garbled female voice from the tannoy repeated over and over, with the pleasant persistence of a droid, that radiation levels were critically high, and all crew members were advised to implement anti-radiation procedure D4 in mitigation. After 7 or 8 times through the announcement, Han wanted to find that droid and hammer it into tiny fragments. But it went on as a demented background to the escalating hell of the search as long as he and Chewie remained on the dying ship. There was enough heat now to make their suits smoke. The gauges on his wrist showed Han that they were just a touch below the freezing point of alcohol, and the dead were not so thick on the floors. Into his helmet mic he said, "They're in the reactors." Chewie nodded. Night caught on the snows of Hoth. Han had slit open the body of his dead Tauntaun so that its lingering warmth might keep his friend Luke from dying of cold and shock. What remained of the two Orbantis crew, by the same expedient, had made their way inward, to crouch by the fading heat of the reactors in a last despairing bid to outlast the cold until rescue could arrive. This was where Han and Chewie found them. Radiation burned as if they'd been rolled in a supernova, 17 of them still alive among twisted heaps of the dead. Two more died during the agonizing process of loading them onto anti-grav tables from sick bay and struggling out across the windswept waste and up the cliffside to the Falcon with them. One by one, 15 exhausting journeys that left Han and Chewbacca numb with fatigue as they rigged salvaged life support equipment in holds originally stocked with the smuggled glitterstim and rock ivory that had been Han's stock in trade years ago. On the last of the journeys to get extra stasis fluids and anti-shock drugs, Han downloaded the vessel's logs. "Where do we take them?" asked Lando, as he guided the bucking, heeling freighter up through the insanity of the atmosphere again. Han stood slumped for a moment in the doorway of the bridge, almost too tired to move. It was one of the few times he'd seen his friend shocked out of his cockiness, quiet in the face of catastrophe. Then he crossed to the auxiliary controls, stumbling with fatigue as he walked. "Hey, I can do this, man," added Lando, looking up quickly. "You go back there and lie down. Some of those guys in the holds look better than you do." Han gave him a universal gesture and dropped into the chair, but beyond this he made no attempt to help in liftoff. It had taken nearly 10 hours to transfer all the survivors, and he knew he was far too tired to be at the controls of anything more complicated than a self-conforming chair. Battered as he felt, it itched him to see anyone handling the Falcon but himself. Basho is probably our best bet. He shut his eyes, leaned his forehead on his fists in an attempt to block out the memory of the reactor core, the huddled shapes of the bodies pressed against one another in the small pockets of heat from the coils. Most of those who'd survived were the ones who'd had time to put on some kind of protective clothing, but there were over a dozen in radiation suits who'd died anyway, blind, burned husks of flesh. There'd been no chance, none whatsoever, that Leia had been anywhere on or near that vessel since she'd snipped the ceremonial ribbons at its maiden launch. His near-hysterical desire to double-check every corpse in the reactor chamber, every corpse in the ship, was, he knew, only that hysteria. But he couldn't stop seeing her there, flesh burned purple and slick, hair gone, eyes gone. He pulled a deep breath and made himself continue, fairly casually. "The sector medical facilities there, and a small base. At least we can check in about enemy movements in this sector. I didn't see signs of really heavy artillery, but it takes more than just a couple of planet hoppers to put out a cruiser." "Enemy?" Lando didn't turn his head, he was concentrating hard on keeping the Falcon from being flipped into eternity by the tearing forces of the stratosphere. But there was a world of gesture in his voice. What enemy? The partisans in Durin? That crazy wildcat pirate fleet or invasion or whatever it is that's supposed to be hitting Ampliquin. The palace coup that's going on in KG? There isn't. Something hit the Falcon like the zap of a live wire. Solo gave a yelp of protest and was diving for the control panel even as the lurch of impact hurled him off his feet. Behind him down the corridor he heard Chewie roar. Lando yelled, "What the?" And Solo scrambled to hands and knees, almost made it to his feet when another impact jolted him halfway across the bridge. Where are they coming from? There's nothing out there. Screamed Lando, slamming the controls into a straight-up dive that took them out of the final whirling shrouds of the atmosphere and into the black of space. Another laser beam caught the shields and overload lights went on like a red Ember Winterfeast display over the main console. Han was already piling up the ladder to the gunnery turret, cursing and wondering if this had anything to do with Leia's disappearance, with the dying battlecruiser on the planet below, or if this was just some little dividend from bored galactic gods who thought Solo had had it too easy lately. There was nothing on the targeting screen. Another laser bolt hit them and the readout showed a thin patch the size of a sabacc table in the port underside shield. Solo cursed and hit the recalibrate switch. At the same moment Lando's voice yelled in his ear, "Jack. UCM?" Solo saw. They were like microscopic dust on the monitor blasted. Those things couldn't be more than a couple of meters long. Each was about the bulk of a laser cannon, barely large enough to accommodate a pilot. How the blazes did they get them out here? Where was their command base? Another jarring impact, and the stars veered wildly as Lando evaded. Against the black of space he saw only a quick gleam through the turret ports. Whatever they were painted matte black and bore no lights at all. Blast it, they were everywhere. Solo got off a scattering of shots, but it was like trying to hit gnats with a smash ball club. At the same time his hands jammed the controls before him, ratcheting down to the lowest calibration, trying hard to get a look at the things. Where are they coming from? He shouted again into the comm. There's nothing on the scan, yelled Lando's voice back. No base, no ship. Well, they sure couldn't come through hyperspace at that size. Blast it. Another hit, and the thin patch in the shield was registering as a hole now. Han tried to get off another couple shots, but Lando was flipping and swerving the ship to cover the open shield. Han hoped those guys in the holds were still strapped in tight. Not that any of them was conscious enough to care. Drones? You can't send a drone through hyperspace. And that's no drone shooting. The methane storms of Damonite fell away behind them, a glowing acid yellow disk against the blackness that whirled past the glassine ports as Lando dropped and cut and dodged. Han wasted another couple of shots and had a quick look at something as the Falcon swept through a little gaggle of the attacking ships. Were they ships at all? Thought Han. Did they have live pilots? He wasn't sure. They were maybe 2.5 meters long and less than a meter through, fulgent cylinders bristling with the knobs of what looked like miniaturized laser cannon. What did they have in there? Little guys the size of his thumb. Get us out of here! He yelled, though he knew for a fact that was exactly what Lando was trying to do. The tiny ships surrounded them like a cloud of piranha beetles, whipping and following every move and quite effectively impeding any chance of breaking into hyperspace. Another red light went on, meaning another shield had gone. There was a perceptible jar, and from the gun turret Han saw the white flicker of lightning spread across the whole surface of the Falcon below and around him as the shields tried to compensate. At the same moment Lando yelled in his ear, "Jack! They're not going for the decoy transmissions, so they can't be drones. I'm gonna clear us a path." Han yelled back, as a blast of white at the corner of his eye told him the miniature ships had taken out some part of the Falcon's upper structures. Straight through 7x6 bearing 0, punch it on 3? Han, old buddy, what? Do it! At the same moment he hit every 4 cannon he had, straight columns of white destruction flowing out in an almost continuous burst at 7x6. Like a piton chasing its shadow. The Falcon followed the path of the light, faster and faster, Han watching the slow-growing flare of destruction ahead of them and calculating by feel rather than by instrumentation when the last possible moment would be to jump without hurling themselves into their own fire. The little bronze toothpick ships came pouring back in the wake of the blast, firing at the now steady target following the heels of the light. He counted. 1, 2. This had better work. The last of the shields went in a flare of white, and red glare bathed Han's face from the sides, white from the front as the Falcon dove toward the laser ruin ahead. 3. Lando hit it. He had reflexes like a ting ball set and the stars stretched into lines of white. I never thanked you. Leia stepped through the tall arch that led from her small terrace into the shadowy chamber. Legis, who had come in with a synthroid bearing food and another pitcher of water, paused in the act of setting them down, shook his head. Don't, he said, and the pain in his voice, the shame, told her 1,000 things that he hadn't meant. Their eyes met for a time. Then he said to the synthroid, "You may go." The door swished shut behind it. Leia could see the dark patch of necrosis on the back of its neck, and smell the faint stink of rot in its wake. She didn't know how to ask what she wanted to know without raising suspicions, so she only said, "Why are you here? How did you come here?" Beldorian called you a philosopher. And I am, sighed Legis. He made a move as if he would fuss with the water pitcher, the covered dish of aromatic and exquisitely cooked insect life, but let his hand fall to his side again. He faced her. A wanderer. A blot on the familial escutcheon. They don't speak my name. Alas, it has also been my misfortune to be a competent designer of artificial intelligence systems for spacecraft, and a very, very good hollow faker. A hollow faker? Of course, my dear. It was my art, my hobby, the source of my joy and the material for 1,000 silly pranks in my youth. The bane of my existence, now, Beldorian has drafted me into editing and retap his formidable library of Huttese pornography. Even my stint on Gamor, ghostwriting love poems for the boars to pass off as their own when they go courting in the wintertime, wasn't so fearful. Leia laughed, like sudden summer breaking the ice lock of her fears, and Legis laughed too. For a moment she thought he might have reached out and taken her hand, but he drew back at the last moment, saying instead, "Is there something you'd like me to make for you?" I have digitalized hollow scrap of every imaginable background, face, animal, and bit of furniture that's ever been recorded, motions, sounds, the slightest variations of movement. You would not know that you weren't there. I can give you the hatching of the glimmerfish by starlight, in the lake of Adair below the palace where you were raised, or the starboys in their heyday. Or your husband, he added diffidently. I have scrap of him, you know. And your children. It gave Leia a queer pang to hear him say so, but she knew that Han was a public figure, the children were public figures and had been holotaped tens of thousands of times. Legis's dark eyes were like those of a dog who fears to be kicked. He was afraid, she realized, that he'd offended her, and she reached out reassuringly and touched his hand. No, she said. Thank you, no. It would hurt too much, I think. He opened his mouth to give her a reassuring lie, as he had before when he brought her water, but closed it instead, the lion said. Their eyes met again, she in the light and he in shadow. He began to say something else and lost his nerve, and before he could find it again the door opened and the synthroid returned. Master Vorn, Master Ashgad wishes to speak with you on the terrace. Leia followed him inside the chamber, and to the door, and was careful, when he took his departure, not to let herself be seen as she crept back to the railing of the balcony, where she could hear every word said on the terrace below. I trust everything is proceeding on schedule? Came Ashgad's voice. It is, sir. I can begin bringing the core up the day after tomorrow. I'm feeding in escape trajectories to establish an exit program now. Try to set the work forward as much as you can, Legis, said Ashgad. The longer we delay, the more possibilities exist for something going wrong. We're bringing in boxes tonight, both kinds. See they're properly stored. Legis's voice was almost inaudible. Yes, sir. It will be up to you for the next 3 days. Ashgad went on. I'm leaving in the morning for Huegshul, to start things in motion there. I should be gone. Leaving. Legis sounded aghast. Oh, things will be all right. Ashgad spoke rather quickly, like a man who hopes things will be all right. In the 5 days Leia had been under his roof she had neither seen nor spoken to the man. He evidently did not like being brought face to face with the victims of his crimes. Beldorian will be in charge, but you're not to permit him to come near Her Excellency. I heard about that little incident yesterday, and I've had words with him. He knows it's not to be repeated. But will he honor his word? Asked Legis, clearly alarmed. If he tried yesterday to gain control over her, he may. He'll do what he's told, snapped Ashgad. As would the Zwayam. No, said Legis softly. He won't. And Dizywyan won't. You worry too much, said Ashgad, too loudly and too swiftly. I'll be back in 3 days. But dash. I said don't worry about it. Leia heard his footfalls retreat, and felt through her knees on the terrace's tiles the heavy whoosh of a closing door. She sat back against the railing, feeling curiously sick with dread. Ashgad was leaving. She would be alone in this house with Beldorian. And with Dizywyan. You find your friend Dot. Luke raised his head quickly from the valves he was cleaning in a dust-heavy atmosphere like Nam Coriosa's. Engines needed almost constant regrinding and refitting as the doorway of Kroig's fixed barn darkened, and he grinned a greeting at Yumali Darm. The prospector had the grimy look of one just into town from the wastelands, her baggy trousers and thick, padded jacket pregnant with dust. Beyond her, in the street, Luke saw her heavy X3 skid piled high with a load of boxes, crystals glimmering like great heaps of broken blue and violet glass in the thin sun. Not yet, he said. He wasn't terribly surprised to see Darm. Arvid had told him, when he'd recommended him for the job as mechanic at Kroig's, that it was the biggest repair shop in Huegshul, which meant on the planet. And it was big for Huegshul, meaning it housed about 30 repair bays that refitted anything from pumps to speeders to small household appliances for little more than the cost of a cheap lunch for his workers. Like every other newcomer building, it sat on stilts, the T-47. Being worked on in the next bay had shorted all its coils from being too close to the ground during the recent storm. Kroig was a Derosian, and Luke was positive he had connections to half the smugglers in the sector. What can I do for you? He set aside the valves and crossed the dirty, oil-streaked floor. Unshaven and clad in the local mix of homespun and blurred leather, after 3 days in Huegshul, Luke had so completely blended with the scenery that even to Zelda's tame fanatics would not have noticed him in the street. Darm handed him a Banthine sonic drill. Ruptured core sheath, she said. I don't know whether you can do anything with it or not. And I wanted to ask your boss if I could bring in the skid after I unload it again. We're sending a shipment up tonight, or trying to. Loriner's got a pickup cruiser in high orbit. Loriner? Asked Luke, suddenly curious. You sell the crystals to Loriner Corporation? The way Arvid had spoken, he'd gotten the impression of a small-time operation Darm digging around in the desert for crystals to make some kind of obscure optical or medical equipment, useful only to high-level boffins at the university research labs. Loriner was anything but small-time. Sure. Darm dug in the pocket of her sand-scored red vest and fished forth a hunk of crystal the length and width of 2 of Luke's fingers, and perhaps twice the depth. Smokies we call them, or spooks. This one's a little small for what they want, and they look for better color than this. See how pale it is. But they'll buy as many as we can ship. Watch this. Hold it up to the light? Luke nodded. See the shadows in it? Those gray lines? Now watch. She carried it across the bay floor to where the heavy coils of the recharger smuggled in piecemeal, and Kroig's pride and joy crouched like a greasy metal monster in the corner, the center of an organic-looking nest of cable and tube. Gingerly, the recharger had been set up in a corner of the room to protect it from sand, and because it was in the dark, it was always crawling with Droxdarm pulled out a recharger block, set the terminals against the crystal, and thumbed the switch. Luke flinched, appalled and disoriented, though Darm didn't appear to feel anything. The disturbance in the force axed his brain like a scream. The woman regarded him in surprise as he fell back a step, trembling. What is it? You didn't feel that? His mind was still ringing with it, though it had ended in a split second, even before she turned off the switch. Sweat stood out on his face, and he felt vaguely sick. She shook her head, clearly puzzled. You okay, Owen? What happened? Luke hesitated. It was impossible to explain matters of the Force to those unaware of its existence, and given to Zelda's attempt to control him and Officer Snapelone's account of her attempt to kidnap Callista in the town, he was very careful to whom he spoke. It's nothing. He took the crystal from Darm's hand, and held it to the nearest window once more. The thread-like gray striations in the spook's heart had changed their orientation, forming 2 star-like blotches where the terminals had touched. If that spook had had the proper CC lot, said the prospector with rueful amusement, I'd just have done myself out of 100 credits. They can program them, realign the structure to act as a receiver. She flipped the pale arrowhead of quartz in her hand, then tossed it to Luke. His hand jerked back, and the crystal fell to the floor and shattered into glittering slivers. Sorry, he said. Sorry. She kicked the fragments casually out of sight under the recharger. Not to worry. Like I said, it wasn't anything they'd take, but even the tiny ones can be reoriented like that with an ion zap. She frowned at him again, studying his face, which still, Luke feared, showed too much of the sickened shakiness he felt inside. You sure you're okay? She probably meant, thought Luke, that it wasn't like him to drop things, and after years of a Jedi's hair-trigger physical training it certainly wasn't. Whatever their other properties, the spook crystals somehow seemed to be loci or triggers for the Force. Yeah, said Luke and rubbed his temples, trying to gather his wits. Yeah, I'm fine. No wonder the planet reverberated with the Force. Could they be used to? There's a meeting tonight, went on Darm, her voice breaking into the half-formed train of thought. Seti Ashgad's back. Turns out he met with some bigwig in the Republic, How do you like that we're all going to his place tonight? You know it. That big old joint that used to belong to some hut who ran things around here way long ago. Pretty fancy, but it must get fairly exciting during ground lightning. If you wanted to go, I could get you in, introduce you around. People will be there from as far away as outer distance. If your friend's still in settled territory at all, someone will have seen her. Thanks, said Luke, his sense of confusion, of despair, returning at the mention of her presence on this world. He'd walked past Tiselda's house 2 or 3 times in the past 24 hours carefully, had walked past Oshgad's too. At least this would be a way in without rousing the suspicions of the too intelligent Officer Grupp. I'd like that. Darm waved his thanks away, with the easy friendliness of communities where humans, or at least humans of a certain persuasion, feel that they have to stick together. We'll find her for you, she said. Sooner or later, somebody'll know. Tonight at 20 hours, then. I'll come by here at 1:15. Arvid and Jin'll probably be there as well. Luke nodded. After Ilmli Darm had left, he knelt and touched the broken fragments of crystal with his fingertips, trying to recapture, trying to understand what it was exactly that he'd felt. But they were only bits of silicon, like the rubbish heaped in all the corners beneath the repair shop's stilts. So, Tiselda's enemy, whose house had been taken over by Seti Ashgad, had been a hut. An evil Jedi? Wondered Luke. Or was that just another of her lies? A crime boss, Grupp had called him, but that could be only a layman's description of something he did not understand. Could huts be born, imbued with the Force? There was a time when someone would have asked that about the calm people as well, until Luke's pupil Dorsk 81 had made his appearance on Yavin 4. Had Tiselda tried to get Callista to break in and search for her lightsaber? Ashgad's palace itself, though typical of hut dwellings in its burrow-like arrangement of rooms leading out of rooms, round doors, and feeding niches in every available wall, had been in human ownership long enough to have had windows put into it, and been cleansed many times. As Luke, Arvid, and Aunt Jin struggled against the mill race of the evening wind, Luke fingered Tiselda's sketch map in his pocket. You know anything about the meeting, Grupp? Asked Arvid, as the paunchy cop fell into step beside them. Grupp shook his head. Far as I can tell, nobody did. I did sort of wonder where he's been these past few months. Howling out of the fast-falling darkness, the wind thrust them this way and that, making it almost impossible to speak. Snaplance and I have been keeping an eye out here, and most times there's been nobody. Luke didn't think it likely that a prisoner, especially one who'd already attracted the man's notice, could be kept here undetected. Nevertheless, when they entered the house, he took the occasion to slip away from the others and make his way to the old kitchen courtyard. Though sheltered by its high walls from the wind, the place gave him the willies for reasons he couldn't quite define. On one side, wide transparistile showed him a long room embellished with what he vaguely recognized as state-of-the-art culinary esoterica. 4 types of electronic stoves, freeze and slow dryers, dehydrators and rehydrators, bowls and measures and work surfaces of every conceivable size and material, bottles, boxes, and sacks on shelves that reached to the ceiling. A glutton's heaven, but little more. Across the court, the corresponding chamber was shuttered close. Opening its door, Luke had a dim vision of glass-enclosed vats of every size, tanks of oxygen and methane, feeder tubes, shunts, and apparatus to which Luke could put no name. He couldn't imagine the purpose of such a display, but the whole long room resonated with ugliness and evil. But there was no sign of Callista, no sign of any prisoner. The doorway to the treasure vaults that Tiselda had described stood shut behind an iron grill and door both covered with a thick blanket of podhoy of clearly many years' growth. He reached out with his mind, calling Callista's name, searching for some trace of her in this place. But whether because of her loss of ability to use the Force or because of the strange, thick presence of the Force in the ether of the planet, or simply because she was not and had never been there, he felt nothing. A tall, androgynous individual whom Luke recognized as one of Ashgad's synthroids, either a member of the party who'd escorted him aboard the Borealis, or an identical creation, appeared behind him and inquired politely, "May I help you?" Luke meekly allowed himself to be herded back to the others in what had clearly been the house's banqueting chamber in earlier times, the biggest room in any hut's dwelling. It was now filled with men and women, some of whom Luke recognized from the abortive attack on the gun station. Others he knew by sight from his brief tenure at Croig's fix-it barn. Their clothing marked them all as newcomers, following standard cut and fashion in the core worlds even if they could no longer acquire the usual materials, and there was more diversity in complexion than he'd seen in the limited Ultimer's gene pool. Croig was there. Grayish, orange-eyed, and glum, keeping close to his brother, or sister, the Derosian word was the same, and the 2 or 3 other aliens of Hueg Shul, the Arcona who operated one of the Magia processing plants, and a couple of Celestins who owned the biggest Branswed towers in the district. Luke noticed that all were vaguely ostracized by most of the newcomer humans. He'd encountered this a number of times at the shop, this unspoken prejudice against the non-human species of the core worlds. Stupid, when you thought of their technologies. But then the prejudices of the Empire had been stupid and had, in fact, brought about its downfall. More synthroids guarded the door. He doubted that most of the people in the room realized that the guards weren't alive or human. They were realistic to the smallest degree, though the hair was a giveaway perfect, human, but with the oddly dead look that replants frequently had, and the smell. Everyone in the room smelled of sweat, of beer, of coffbine, of the salt of work and life. Synth flesh, until it grows into organic matter as a patch, requires no nourishment and excretes no byproducts. Luke recalled an article he'd read about Loriner Corporation's efforts to make synthroids that would be acceptable to sentient species like the Chowderfans and Wookiees. There were even humans who reacted badly to the deeply buried anomaly of something that looked like a human and smelled like nothing. The conclusion of the article, as he recalled, was that the project was low on the Lorner priorities list. Charter fans and Wookiees had little purchasing power and were considered an insufficient market to take the trouble over, even at 100,000 credits a throw. Arvid. Gurney Caslow jostled over to them through the crowd as people began to settle themselves on the edges of the low daisies that were scattered around the room and on the compressed chairs set between. The whole place had been carpeted in a kind of dense industrial weave, which lent it an odd hybrid look. What had been food niches were now filled with the sort of cheap knockoff artwork available to the wealthy on thinly settled worlds. Bad holos of famous sculptor, sometimes edited to substitute the faces of the new owner and his or her family, or cheap little 16-color lights displays that ran through their cycles in a minute and a half. Luke had seen some beautiful sand-glazed old-timber pottery, and wondered that neither Seti Ashgad nor his father, after all those years on the planet, had thought to include it in the house. Had the elder Ashgad so much resented this world that he'd have none of its works? But surely the son, who had been born there, or at least raised there, he didn't look more than 40, wouldn't share the prejudice to the same degree. Or was Ashgad's other house, his dwelling in the mountains of lightning, more his than his father's? "We're looking for a couple of boys for a job," Castle went on, speaking from the corner of his mouth like a bad guy in a Hollywood. "There's a drop coming in tomorrow night." "Where?" "10 Cousins." Luke had heard Croig speak of the place. The cousins in question were sills, the crystal chimneys standing in a ring instead of a line, markers of some unknown geological process. A smuggler's dream, a formation easily identified on a skin but small enough to search in a night. "Can you use Owen here too?" Arvid nodded to Luke. "He's working for Croig. He could use the cash." Bouldrum Castle, a thick-set, smooth-faced little man with heavy sight amplification equipment bolted into his head, grinned. "Anyone who works for Croig could use cash." Caslow studied Luke for a moment, then nodded. "We can use as many as we can. I hear it's a good-sized cargo." "You got that speeder of yours running yet?" Luke nodded, though running was a matter of interpretation. "You'll work pickup then," said Caslow. Arvid sniffed as the older man walked away. "Doesn't trust you as a perimeter guard." "Hun. To keep the Therans away," explained Jin, coming over and perching on the edge of the dais where they sat. "Oh, the listeners sometimes get word of drops and try to stop them, but mostly I think it's just keeping tabs on whatever's going on. Mostly they seem to concentrate on." The lights dimmed, save for a single one on the main dais, set unobtrusively in what had been an Olympian feeding niche. A curtain at the back of the room parted, and Seti Ashgad stepped through. "Do not trust him," Callista had said. "Do not meet with him, or accede to any demand he makes." "Why?" It was the first time Luke had seen the man face to face, though on the Borealis he'd glimpsed him and his escort in passing. He had not been born when Ashgad's father had been exiled by the Emperor Palpatine, but his teenage interest in the rebellion had made him familiar with the older politician's easygoing charm and chameleon promises from Holos. The old man must be in his 80s now, thought Luke, watching the son mount the dais and exchange jokes and pleasantries with those in the audience who knew him best. He hadn't heard Kroig or anyone at the Blue Blurt of Happiness speak of the older man at all. Yet he defeated the, possibly Jedi, Hutt, taken over his power and his house. So he must have been a remarkable man. Was he dead, or just retired to the house in the Mountains of Lightning? Now, we can't have any of that. Ashgad was saying, to a raucous suggestion that Republic troops would soon be on hand to settle for the Therans. Good-natured sarcasm dripped from his deep voice. They're the majority, after all, you know. It's their planet. It's our planet, too, yelled Gurney Castle, springing to his feet. We bust our backs putting plants on this motherless rock. Don't that count? Does it? Ashgad swept the crowd with a green eye suddenly cold and angry. I thought so. I was optimistic enough to assure you I could do something about that. It appears that I was wrong. Silence fell, but Luke felt anger pass like ground lightning through the crowd. As you know, said the politician, now suddenly the focus of the entire quiet room, I had high hopes. Through connections I was able to obtain a meeting, not with some politician, not with some bureaucrat, not with some committee member, but with Leia Organa Solo herself not. He added bitterly, that she was at all enthusiastic about coming, as she made clear to me from the outset. They'd called the senior Ashgad the Golden Tempter. Luke knew, listening to his son, what he must have sounded like. Ashgad used his voice like a master artist used a light organ, evoking nuance, shade, twilight, and brilliance with the slightest shifts of tone and volume. I apologize, went on Ashgad, for my enthusiasm and for my folly. I owe you all that apology. For raising hopes not destined to be fulfilled. He gestured, and another man at this distance Luke couldn't tell whether it was a synth droid or not, though there was something suspiciously smooth about the way he moved slipped through the curtain and set up a hollow player in the niche. Perhaps I should let Her Excellency tell you in her own words. The light in the chamber dimmed still further. The hollow of Leia was of crystal clear quality, appearing almost solid in the near darkness, as if she were bathed in radiance from an unseen source. The scale was perfect life-size, so that she truly seemed to be in the room, hands folded on her knees, the heavy folds of her robe of state spread around her. The Nogri bodyguards squatted on their bunkers, nearly a dozen strong, like shadows behind her. Her chin was up, and she spoke with a cold precision Luke had only heard her use when she was truly angry. I'm afraid that any help from the Republic is out of the question, Master Ashgad, she said. The Republic cannot afford to be seen to support any minority, by prospective planetary councils still undecided about joining. Too much trade depends on our maintenance of the status quo, and too many people see the efforts of the rationalists on your planet as disruptive, unruly, and criminal. A buzz stirred the crowd. Beside Luke, Gurney Castle muttered, "Criminal, I'll show you criminal, honey! Criminal to make an honest living pumping water." What's disruptive about wanting medicine for my son? Leia's image went on. I understand your problems, Master Ashgad. But the Republic must look at the larger picture. And quite frankly, the discontent of a handful of settlers on a world that isn't even a member of the Republic is not worth the 2 billion credits it would cost, not to mention the damage done to the Republic's image should we intervene in your quarrel. Her last words were drowned in a rising roar. Someone yelled, Festering hag witch, what in blazes does she know? And Luke was on his feet, his whole body aflame with rage, not at the man who had shouted insults at his sister but at the man who stood on the dais, just visible beside the glimmering hollow, his head bowed in pious resignation and regret. Luke yelled, Liar! But his voice was drowned in other outcries, and before he could draw breath for another shout he realized that to protest that the hollow was faked would only reveal his own identity, and make it impossible for him to locate Callista. The hollow was as much a fake as the cheap sculptures in the niches, holographically altered to resemble family members. For one thing, even before Leia had eliminated the bodyguards, she had never appeared in public with the Nogri. When Leia rose from her chair, Luke was sure of it. The chair itself was nothing like those in the Borealis's conference room or indeed anywhere on the executive flagship at all. The crimson robe was one she'd worn on a dozen state occasions over the past few years, easily copied. Luke had never seen it done this effectively, but presumably a really good slicer could get a hollow of Leia's face and alter the movement of the lips to mesh with any voter-modified script. But all this, he realized, was something he'd learned over the course of years with the rebellion, years of dealing with the sophisticated technologies and scientific neatry available on Coruscant and its inner worlds. As a kid on Tatooine, and had he grown to adulthood there, as Uncle Owen and Uncle Owen's friends, he'd had no more suspicion that truth could be skillfully edited than he'd had the ability to fly. They believed what they saw. They believed Seti Ashgad. And they were furious. Ashgad was up on the dais, artfully giving the impression that he was mollifying the crowd without in any way lessening their outrage. Luke slipped past the synthroids by the door, crossed through the smaller chamber beyond, his boots making no sound in the carpet, too angry to remain. He was aware of the synthroids watching him. Their central control tenet, wherever it was undoubtedly programmed with the faces of every rationalist on the planet. But no one stopped him. He stepped through a pair of long windows to the outside, breathing hard with fury, and made his way through the thickets of blue leaf and aromatic shrubs to the street. The wind had died to a dull hammering with the coming of full darkness. The voices in the dining hall still echoed in his ears, yelling vituperation at his sister. Beyond the edges of the settlements, the sills glistened like spikes of ice in the cold-eyed starlight of the wastes. The ground was lustrous with frost, and the cold was like iron. He felt the force all around him, breathing, waiting. There were people out there in the waste, not far away. Though they bore no lights, he sensed them dimly, eddies, stirrings in the force. Therans? Probably. Watching Seti Ashgad's house. Release your anger, his father had said. Release your anger. He had meant it then as a lure, a come on, use your anger in combat, a fool's trick. But now Luke truly released his anger, let go of it. Let it rise like steam, to be absorbed and diffused by the stars. There was entirely too much anger afoot that night anyway, deliberately being stirred up, raised like a magician raising power back in that house. Rid of it, Luke was able to think clearly again, to ask questions. And the chief question was, what does Seti Ashgad stand to gain? Under pouring rain, the port of Basho on Nim Drovis crawled with troops. Han had alerted the med center from orbit that he had 15 critical cases of radiation sickness on board. Izamulos, the Hodin physician he talked to over subspace, awaited him in the docking bay with an emergency team, surrounded by a squad of uniformed Drovians who seized Han's arms the minute he came down the Falcon's ramp, shoved him up against the nearest wall, and searched him none too gently. "Is this really necessary?" demanded Dr. Ulos indignantly. Han also expressed himself to the head of the Drovian squad along the same lines but with considerably greater emphasis. "Doc, if you'd seen some of the armaments coming in for the Gopso tribes, you wouldn't be asking that." The Drovian sergeant pulled out its esophageal plug to make the remark, and shoved it back in with a squish. Since the onset of high-tech civilization in the wake of Old Republic military bases, most Drovians who had been a pastoral network of tribes when contacted had acquired the habit of sucking Zwillet cake-flavoring agent common to Algerine cuisine through the mucous membranes of their breathing tubes via fist-sized spongy plugs saturated with the stuff. Four-fifths of the soldiers wore plugs of various sizes, and the air was thick with the dreamy, cinnamon vanilla scent, where it wasn't heavy with the odors of wet vegetation, mildews inadvertently imported from every corner of the galaxy, and the oily smoke of burning. "You must excuse us, Doctor." Olos ducked his bright tentacled head as he accompanied Han, the sergeant, 2 troopers, and the med team back up the ramp. The Gopso have been restless for months, ancestral enemies of the Drovians. He lowered his soft voice and his 25-meter height to speak without the sergeant hearing. Not a particle of difference between them, you understand, except that they have been at blood feud for, literally, centuries. I have heard the original issue was whether the root word for truth is in the singular case or the plural, but so many atrocities were committed on both sides that, of course, it barely matters now. The Drovians were the ones who made interstellar contact first, so, of course, they're the dominant tribe, but they're killing each other over a festering grammatical construction? Han couldn't keep his voice down. "Doctor." Olos winced and gestured him quiet, but it was too late. The Drovian sergeant grabbed Han's arm in a vice-like pincer. "I'm killing those mold spawns because they killed my family, see? Because they disemboweled Garnural Eshin, because they tore the flesh off the bones of the children of Ethras, because they—" "All right," said Han hastily, as the sergeant was dragging him closer and closer to the muzzle of its gun. "Achui." He turned just in time to make it appear to the Wookiee, emerging from the door of the bridge, that he was in no actual danger and manufactured a cheerful grin. "Chewie, this is Sergeant. Sergeant Nizek's Ral Pixor." The sergeant shoved its plug back into its breathing apparatus again. A little thread of greenish mucus squirted out around the side to join the glistening crust that caked the lower part of its face. It's necessary that they be permitted to search the ship. The Hodin informed them gently. It's purely a formality. With local unrest as violent as it has been, and with 40 deaths from the plague so far on the Republic base. 40? Han stared up at the willowy form towering over him, aghast. I fear so. It's why I questioned you so closely before I was permitted to give you medical clearance to make planetfall. Authorities here have put the whole base under quarantine. Raal Pixor allowed them into the first of the several storage holds Han had converted to emergency sick bays. It held its weapons trained in 4 directions while Dr. Olos and his team passed swiftly from victim to victim, injecting anti-shock and stabilizers, transferring the suppurating, hairless, muttering forms to stasis boxes on anti-grav tables. The other 2 troopers disappeared down the hallways to continue their search for illegal weaponry. Han felt the back of his neck prickle at this violation, but knew that a Donnybrook at this point would result in not only himself, Lando, and Chewie spending the night in the local Ohoki, but these 15 survivors in all probability continuing for hours longer in their nightmare pain. For himself, he'd have taken a poke at Raal Pixor in a heartbeat, the minute the goon laid a pincer on him. But he'd been through 2 parsecs of hyperspace hearing the feeble whispers of agony from the men and women hooked up to makeshift life support every time he walked down these corridors. Maybe he was learning something from Leia, he thought, willing the flush of anger from his face. What's the story? He asked softly, as the tree-like physician ducked through into the next hold. You tell me there's 40 guys down with the plague on the base here. We get attacked by something I've never seen anywhere out there, a partisan revolt on Duran. Somebody sure shot down these poor bastards. Galactic Med Central is trying to contain the plague, said Dr. Olos worriedly. Trying hard. His head tendrils flexed uneasily, 100 shades of crimson and scarlet ribbed and streaked with violet. His dark eyes were filled with concern. They bring them to us dying of no perceptible ailment, no virus, no bacteria, no poison, no allergy. Back-to-tank therapy only seems to accelerate the progress of the slow bleeding away of life. He shook his head and glanced across at Sergeant Raal Pixor, who was peering paranoidally around the corner and into the hall. With GOPSO raids on the suburbs, bombings of public buildings, they've seized 1 minor spaceport. Already the atmosphere here has been terrible. Unbelievable. He touched a gas mask hanging from his belt and followed his team back into the corridor with the last of the victims, Han striding in his wake. Take one of these with you if you plan to leave the vessel for any reason. The GOPSO are rumored to be using Bilal and rush gas in their attacks, though we haven't had any documented cases yet at the center. Think again if you think we're gonna leave this vessel. Lando Calrissian stepped through the door of the bridge as they passed it, dark face taut with anger but fear in his eyes. My advice to you, old buddy, is to seal and lift. Not without finding out something about what's out there. Leaving Lando and Dr. Olos in the corridor, Han ducked back onto the bridge and scooped up the 5 wafers onto which he downloaded the unfortunate Corbantus's log. Can you get me an unscrambler for this, Doc? I need to know what and who axed that ship and anything else they might have seen out there before it happened. I'll certainly try. Doctor. Bullows held out his hand for the wafers. Han glanced at Sergeant Raul Pixor, coming down the corridor toward them, and simply pocketed the information himself. Through the Falcon's open boarding ramp, the sound of shots could be clearly heard, the heavy, percussive cough of ion cannons almost drowning the harsher zap of blasters. To Lando he whispered, "Don't take the engines all the way down, and keep an eye on the lift-off window. I'll be back in 2 hours." Lando followed them to the doorway. The med team made a little caravan across the rain-pocked permacrete of the bay, water sluicing off the mist-filled coffins of the stasis boxes. Drovian guards surrounded them, weapons at the ready, as if they expected the burned, pain-racked husks inside to leap out with guns blazing in the cause of the Gopso tribe. And what if you're not? Han ducked his head against the rain, which was as warm as bathwater as he stepped out into it. "If I haven't linked with you by then," he said, feeling for the comm link in his pocket, "take off. Tell Chewie whatever you have to keep him from coming to look for me." By the sound of it, the shots were closer, and a confusion of voices. The wet air was rank with smoke. "But find Leia. Whatever it costs." Human beings were most odd. Given the capabilities of a high-quality protocol unit to reproduce any given language, complete with its inflections and tonalities, C-3PO could, of course, duplicate nearly any of the 30,000 songs popular in the core worlds over the past 75 standard years verbatim, note by note and tone for tone. It was not a function he filled particularly often, for there were automatons and semi-animates with larger speaker units and better bass range who could do the job more efficiently, but he could do it. Postulating that on a relatively backward world such as Nim Drovis those in quest of entertainment would pay a certain amount per song, with the appropriate royalty percentage figured for members of the Galactic Society of Recording Artists. He had calculated that even in such a moderate establishment as the Wookiees' codpiece, he and Artuditu should be able to earn enough in an evening to defray the costs of third-class passage to Cyblock 12. But, as the assistant manager of that pink plush-lined cavern had phrased it, "You sound like a Festarin jizzbox." I got a Festarin jizzbox right over there in that corner. And 3PO, even had his programming permitted him to argue with a human, would have been hard put to find grounds for disagreement. Before seeking another resort of public entertainment, therefore, he gave the matter some thought. It was, as usual for Nim Drovis, pouring rain, and those citizens for whom consumption of liquid befuddlement took precedence over defending their homes and families, if any, from the street fighting and sporadic progress all over the city were scarcely a promising lot. The denizens of the Chug and Chuck seemed to consist mostly of Drovian soldiers on 3-hour furlough. Professional mold and fungus removers, a hard-bitten lot with their flame and acid throwers slung over their backs. Drovian molds and fungi being what they were, a scattering of the small-time providers of goods and services prohibited at the more polite levels of society. And the joy boys and lolly girls associated with every species represented on the planet, together with their forbidding-looking business managers. Given their wholesale absorption of alcohol, sundry chemicals, and spice, 3PO did not hold high hopes for his and Atu's success in this venue, either, but he was surprised. Entertainment, he had long ago deduced, seemed, as far as he could judge, to be based on random mixtures of incongruous elements. Therefore, taking into account the words of the assistant manager of the Wookiee's codpiece, he had acquired a concertinium, a set of Violian twitch bells capable of activation through one of his chest jacks, and a drum for Arta. Randomly digitalizing patterns of notes. For every one of those 30,000 songs popular in the core worlds over the past 75 years for reproduction on these three instruments, and recalibrating his voice circuits to reproduce the tones of such luminaries as Framjan Spa then, and Razaldi. Kroom, he was able to produce quite passable music, although Artu, as a result of the switch boxes and pure Sabac's computer circuits still taped and jacked and wired into him, was a little eccentric as far as the rhythm line was concerned. 3PO was quite proud of the result, and had his audience been sober, he was sure they would have appreciated just how good the entertainment was. And indeed, the one individual in the Chug and Chuck not engaged either in boozing himself into insensibility, or behaving toward the opposite sex in a manner usually reserved for one's honeymoon, did applaud 3PO's rendition of Game in Neloids. The sound of her wings, and tossed a credit piece into the basket perched, hat-like, on Atu's domed cap. "Can you play Mondegreen's Fugue in K?" he asked, naming a classical piece of great antiquity and grandeur, which 3PO had only heard performed by full orchestra with thunder cannons and a dual-spectrum light organ. It was one of 3PO's favorites, the mathematical complexity of it a source of endless delight to his logic circuits. He leaned a little over Artu's bass percussion. "In its entirety?" he inquired hopefully. His audience, a sturdy little Chadra fan whose silky golden fur could have been much improved by a session in one of the spaceport's grooming parlors had any been open, nodded enthusiastically. He signaled the bartender for a refill on his Megavegetan ale. "Do you have it all in your programming?" "Hey," grunted the bartender. "You ain't playin' none of that Sylvesterin classical chunder in here." The Chadra fan turned indignantly on his seat, and waved an expansive little paw at the other 5 patrons of the bar. "You think they're going to care, all of you?" He raised his voice to a sharp tenor shout. 15 assorted eyes focused briefly on him, with a certain degree of effort. "I propose to buy from you all rights to the time and talents of these good musicians for the price of a drink apiece. Done?" He whipped a handful of credits from the sporran at his silken belt, slapped them down on the bar. "Festerin classical chunder," groused the barkeep, lumbering back to her ale taps but pocketing the credits. The Chadra fan signaled 3PO with a peremptory wave of his paw and settled back in his chair, eyes shut, all his silk-fringed nostrils quivering. "Maestro, overwhelm me." The swelling strains of Mondegreen's fugue had the effect of emptying the bar of all customers still clear-headed enough to walk, but 3PO didn't care. Even on the concertinium and twitch bells with Artu's enthusiastic if inaccurate assistance on the drum, the fugue in K was an intellectual masterpiece. Like a closely reasoned philosophical argument, and the transposition to the unfamiliar instruments added, in an odd way, to 3PO's understanding and appreciation of the complex structure of the piece. The barkeep, with no customers to claim her attention, leaned back against the corner of the bar sucking plug after plug of swill, listening to the wide-ranging variety with skepticism that, 3PO felt, was slowly turning into something else. Respect, perhaps? Appreciation of his capabilities. Maybe even a dawning enthusiasm for classical music. Or maybe not. At the conclusion of the piece, she crossed the room to them. hands tucked through the heavy leather of her belt, blue eyes sharp and calculating under there. To 3PO's mind, excessive maquillage of blue and gold paint, and all the diamond rings through her snout twinkling in the bar's intestinal light. She looked down into the basket on Artu's cap and said, 10 creds. You boys ain't half bad. Why, thank you, madam. 3PO removed the violin jack from his chest so the bells wouldn't jingle an accompaniment to his speech. Your boss going to be by here later? Maybe he and I could work out a deal of some kind. Oh, we don't have a boss, madam. Our master is. Now, don't confuse the poor lady, 3Z. 3PO turned in complete astonishment as the chowder fan who had at the conclusion of the fugue and K gone to the doorway to listen to such street noises as were audible above the steady patter of the rain, and to sniff at the dark moving air of the coming night came padding back. Igpek Drin, he's a buddy of mine on the anti-meridian route. He hates to have even his droids call him boss. The chowder fan went on, looking up at the barkeep with his sharp little black coal eyes. Spent a pile reprogramming every droid on his ship to call him friend and comrade. He was raised by agro-militants, would you believe it? And he says it's just sand in his gills to have anything subordinate to him. Has a terrible time whenever he gets a Gamorrean or a Gridek in his crew, spends the whole time arguing with them over what they're going to call him. I'll be heading back with these boys. He slapped 3PO with one hand, R2 with the other, with a familiarity the protocol droid found more than a little offensive. To Pecky's ship, just to make sure they get there okay and don't get picked up. I beg your pardon, protested 3PO. But do I? Sure you remember the way. Cut in the chowder fan, and the next moment snapped at him in the meeping, flu-trying speech of Chad's indigenous inhabitants. Go along with me, you silly pile of tin. You want to end up playing Sparklebop at this meat market for the next 35 years? She's trying to steal you. 3PO squeaked. What? In the tongue in which he had been addressed. Steal us? The chowder fan rolled his eyes, turned back to the barkeep, and said with a laugh, Damn technical sticklers, these C3 units. They'll give you an argument over which side of the street they're programmed to walk down. Let's go, dash. He glanced quickly and unobtrusively at Atu's serial numbers. Let's go, Artie. Pecky said you had to be back before full dark, and it's close to that now. He put a furry little paw behind 3PO's golden elbow and tugged, and so disoriented was he that 3PO followed, trying hard to frame his objections to the deception. R2 rolled obediently in their wake, leaving the barkeep squinting suspiciously after them, fingering her snout rings and twitching her ears. I'm terribly sorry, said 3PO, once they were in the rain-slick street. I have reviewed all my files and I can find neither your name nor your likeness in any of my records. Yarbokiem, reporter for the Trinebulan News. Not that it'd be in any of your circuits, 3Z. Where is your boss? My counterpart and I are the property of. R2, what are you doing? The little astromech swung sharply around in a 90-degree turn, banging his golden counterpart with the drum that was still attached, like a mammoth mechanical pregnancy, to his leading surface. R2 followed up the assault with a trilling obligato of beeps, tweeps, and wibbles, to the effect that it would not be a particularly good idea to inform a reporter for Trinebulan of their mission, goals, or concerns. And there was much, 3PO had to admit, in what he said. Our master is waiting for us on side block 12, explained 3PO, after considerable thought that fortunately took place so quickly as to make the remark have the promptness of truth. Through a shipping error, my counterpart and our dispatch to Nim drove us instead, and we have been unable to get in touch with our master to arrange for our transport. It is vitally important that we rejoin our master with the utmost speed. Hence the regrettable exigency of acquiring sufficient funds by these means. He gestured to the concertinium, folded into a neat red lacquer box and hanging by its straps from his chest, and to a Tuz drum. They stood on one of the myriad little bridges that led from the old town to the new, the lightning rain flecking the brown water beneath them and trickling down the two droids' casings and the chowder fan's black wet silk tunic. Across the canal, rising commotion and the sound of shots grew louder, voices shouted orders, feet splashed through the puddles. Yarbok turned his head sharply, long ears twitching, then he looked back at the droids with speculation in his black little shoe-button eyes. Side block 12, eh? There's been no word out of there in 30 hours, from everything I've heard. They sent out 2 cruisers to deal with the wildcat pirate fleet out of Budpok the Liar Lad, and the Empyrean. Nobody's heard word of them either. Now the talk all around the bars here is that somebody's supplying the Gopso with weapons, and promising them the guard stations on the roads are going to be down, and aren't they just tonight? You boys be careful, he said, pulling up the wet silk hood over his head. There are laws governing ownership of droids, but I've yet to see them enforced anywhere, and anyway they're only as good as the last memory flush. There's any number of people in this town who'd welcome a windfall like a free C3 unit and an astromech with nobody's name on them. He fished in his sporran again, and brought out a red burnished 20-credit cylinder, which he dropped into the half-full basket of credits on top of Artu's cap. Buy your tickets in a human naming Pekdrun really is a small-time trader, if you want to use his and get yourselves out of here. Good luck. Thanks for the music. There was another crescendo of mayhem, closer this time, and with it the bass roar of ion cannons. Yarbokiem shifted to the front of his belt the small recording devices he wore, and scampered off across the bridge in the direction of the noise, a bright, wet little form of pink and blue silk and matted fur. A moment later combatants came pouring out of the narrow street visible some 20 meters farther down the canal. A knot of uniformed Drovians. A couple of humans. And a Hodin, all defending themselves against a much larger contingent of differently uniformed Drovians, whose shaved crania bore long topknots in which random shapes of colored plastic and rubber had been braided animal totems, 3PO's programming informed him, and a lively trade item from the larger interplanetary corporations seeking to purchase the bulk protein from the Gopso slug ranches. Good gracious! Exclaimed the protocol droid. R2, that's Captain Solo. Heavily armed and aided by strategic betrayals of the outlying guard stations, the Gopso clansmen poured into the town. In the enclaves within Basho itself, where the Gopso lived in low-paid, ill-educated obscurity, they emerged from their foul-water tenements with new weapons in their hands, shouting the names of their murdered ancestors and of the 25 personifications of virtue and firing on their oppressors and anyone they associated with their oppressors. Stinkin' scumtoes! Growled Sergeant Raul Pixor, voice nasal and bubbly around the Zwil plug because its pincers were fully occupied with the ion cannon it was trying to sight. Well, you better be proud of your handiwork, Solo. Me proud? Yelped Solo, and flattened behind the corner of an alley wall to return fire. I never even heard of Nim Drovis until last week. Down in this district, the canals hadn't been disinfected for weeks. At the sound of voices and the trample of feet, the scummy, rain-pocked waters bulged and surged, and Han could see the molds beginning to emerge, glistening vilely in the dim reflection of street lamps blocks away. Republic will send us troops, they said. No need to have big standing armies. The Festeran Republic will help out if there's need. Well, we sent for troops, pal. Captain Solo had nothing to do with the dispatch of emergency forces. Put in Doctor Olo severely. He leaned a long Viridian arm around the corner and popped off 4 or 5 shots at almost complete random. Han guessed the physician had never had a weapon in his hands in his life and ducked back under a storm of return fire. There is a Prague in the military bases of this sector. All I know is your Festeran Republic said they'd be here, and they Festeran ain't. Raal Pixor cursed as laser fire clipped the back of its rearmost tentacle. And where have your patrols been that kind of armament's getting through, Han? Those maggot suckers got canister guns, for the love of truth and beauty. It spit a yellowish stream of swill. Lando. Han thumbed the toggle on the comlink, keeping a worried eye on the molds creeping toward them in a slobbering orange line. We're on our way back. The Gopso are overrunning this whole sector. Alert the port guards if they don't know already and tell them we're coming through. Have the Falcon ready for liftoff the minute we're on board. What the blue blazes is going on? Yelled Lando's distracted voice back. We already know about the Gopso, old buddy. We just got done driving. I'm off the docking pads. You better get here in the next 10 minutes, or there ain't gonna be liftoff. Solo cursed, and fired a blast of hot plasma at the oncoming molds, which melted in an unbelievably foul-smelling sizzle under the blast itself and kept right on coming. At the head of the alley, Raal Pixor and its fellow troopers were holding their own, though 2 were down, Dr. Olo's plastering in synth flesh and cauterizing arteries with grim speed. It would be fairly simple, thought Han, for himself or the long-legged Hodin to dash, jump, and spring through the mottled field of advancing molds. They moved in clumps, and an agile human could get through between them if he or she kept moving, leaving the bottom-heavy Drovians behind. By the same token, once they were through the molds and across the canal, there was a ramshackle plank bridge about 10 meters farther down. The oncoming Gopso would be too slow and heavy-set to pursue through the molds. His eyes went immediately to the high walls that hemmed them in. Since from time immemorial there had never been a day on Nim Drovis without torrential rain, the architecture of Basho was of a solid order. Heavy stone walls broken by lines of the thick timbers that supported additional floors. Even in these shoddy tenement districts by the thousand stinking ditches, this type of building prevailed, the residents using the round, projecting ends of the floor timbers as fastening points for balconies, plank gardens, and bird traps. Han tore the length of emergency cable from his belt, primed the stubby firing tube, and shot the cable hook upward, to lodge in a timber some 5 meters down the alley and nearly that distance above the mold-crawling pavement. Can you swing? He yelled to Raoul Pixor, pointing to the low balcony above the canal bank beyond the advancing molds and close to the plank bridge. The sergeant regarded the thin cable with extreme doubt. Drovianus averaged twice the weight of moderately sized adult humans, but Han said, "It's tested at 1,000. What about my pals?" Raoul Pixor nodded back to the 2 down troopers. "Are you kidding, Sarge?" said the larger of the 2, struggling to sit up. "Between the slime-festering Gopso and them molds, believe me, I'll try it. I got one good tentacle still. At their weight. Drovians are not good acrobats." But by scrambling up a makeshift heap of boards, broken doors, and furniture looted from the ground floor of one of the buildings opening into the alleyway, they could get enough height to make the swing to a low balcony, and thence clamber down and across the plank bridge. There was no problem of them throwing back the weighted end of the cable to the next swinger. Drovian tentacles are like mechanical pistons, and with that many different sensory devices on their bodies, their aim is exceptional. Han and Dr. Ulos went last, maintaining cover fire against the Gopso, who maneuvered, crouching, everywhere on the street outside and on the balconies of the various tenements above street level. It would only be a matter of time, Han knew, before they made their way through the mazes of alleys and tenements to surround the retreating party. Only a matter of time, he reflected dourly, before the masses of advancing molds grew too thick and too insistent to be driven back. Since their first run-in with the Gopso, every summons Raoul Pixor had sent out for reinforcements had been met with, "We'll be there when we can." A polite euphemism, Han knew, for, "You're on your own, pal." Laser fire skinned the wall above him, tearing his face with burning chips of rock. He aimed for the muzzle flash but didn't know whether he scored. No body fell from the balcony where it had originated, but no return fire came either. Behind him, Dr. Ulos yelled. "Solo!" The last Drovian had swung to safety. The molds were thick over the street now, churning sluggishly, the whole enclosed seam of the alley rank with oozing digestive acids and with the smoke of charring where the Drovians were forcing them to keep their distance. "Can you make it?" yelled Solo. After the physician had volunteered to escort him back to the docking bay, Solo suspected out of a very real fear that the Drovian troops would abandon him in the event of an attack. He'd hate to see the Hodin miss his grip and have the flesh burned off his bones by carnivorous fungi. Dr. Ulos fired off a last shot at the molds that were now only fractions of a meter from his and Solo's boots. He caught the end of the cable the waiting Drovians had flung to him, clambered up the pile of broken furnishings. "I can but try." "This way." insisted 3PO, pausing in the mouth of one of the warren of noisome, unpaved alleyways between the end of the bridge where they had parted from Yarbok, and the spot where they had last seen Solo and his party duck around a corner. "I can hear the shooting." R2 made no reply. He could have remarked that there was shooting all over the district now, the shrill, zapping whine of hand blasters, the unmistakable crunch of Caspel canister shot, the vibrant roar of ion cannons and blaster rifles, but did not. He only set off determinedly across a small, muddy square. R2, don't be foolish, cried the protocol droid, deeply distressed. Oh dear, I'm afraid those circuits we couldn't get out of you on the pure Sabak have disrupted your directional system. That alley won't take you anywhere near where we last saw Captain Solo. Nevertheless, he toddled in pursuit of the determined astromech, well aware that on his own he did not possess the information necessary to facilitate Her Excellency's rescue. It was his responsibility to deliver R2 safe and sound to Captain Solo whether R2 cooperated or not. And to his great surprise, the next corner they rounded showed them Solo. The tall Hodin, and the Drovian troops, just pelting across a plank bridge while a much larger force of Gopso fired at them futilely from the other side of an alleyway choked with slobbering, aggressive orange and yellow fungi, like a knee-deep river of mucus between the confining alley walls. Unfortunately, R2 had led them out of the maze several meters too far up the alley, so that the Gopso, the molds, and the width of the canal lay between the two droids and the fleeing Drovians. Amid a welter of blaster fire, 3PO called out, "Captain Solo! Captain Solo!" But such were the vocal volume modulations necessary for a protocol droid, his words did not carry over the razor-wire shriek of the blasters. Even as 3PO was trying to ascertain how to get through the Gopso and the molds which, though they could not digest the two droids, they would certainly gum up their means of locomotion, Solo, who was in the rear, made it across the plank bridge and turned the cutting ray of his blaster on the jerry-built catwalk, exploding it in a dazzle of flame and dropping it into the canal. Solo, the Hodin, and the Drovians disappeared at a run down the narrow street beyond. What ensued reminded 3PO of nothing so much as an obstacle course of the sort invented by military computers to test the reflexes of humans and droids, such droids as were specially fitted for military usage, he reflected bitterly. R2, who seemed to know where he was going or to think he did, led the way around corners, across tiny squares where recent shell holes from grenades or canisters shot were rapidly filling with muddy rainwater, down narrow walkways above canals oozing with purulent, creeping life. And everywhere there was shooting, small bands of top-knot or non-top-knotted natives of Nim Drovis firing at one another from doorways and balconies, groups of them looting burning stores and houses with the oily smoke thick in the air. Bodies lay in the street, soaked with rain and half-covered, some of them, with slowly feeding molds. In places the narrow streets were so torn up by blaster shot and grenades that the underlying dirt, soaked with the pouring gray rain, made an impassable soup of muck. In others, barricades had been erected of furniture, broken paving stones, and timbers, sometimes occupied by combatants of one side or the other locked in deadly blaster duels, sometimes festooned only with the dead. "We have to find Captain Solo," nattered 3PO, catching his balance on the wall of a narrow through passage where the flooded goo came up to his precisely articulated knees. "He will be here in search of Her Excellency, of course." The council must know by this time that something has befallen her. Even without free communication, he'll be searching the sector. R2, brown as if painted with a slurry of mud, tweeted in response. The docking bays, cried 3PO. R2. You're a genius. Of course, that's where they'll be going. They reached the docking bays only moments after the advancing Gopso closed in around the spaceport facilities. Blaster fire splattered hot and vicious among the wide, sheltered permacrete pads. In places, the Drovian troops had set up ion cannons, driving the Gopso back or holding them to the few pads they'd managed to take over. R2 stolidly led the way along walls scorched by waves of smoking plasma, through baggage tunnels, and under temporary plastic shelters burning in clouds of stinking smoke. 3PO cried, "There!" As they emerged into the sheltered cargo porch fronting the wide permacrete space of a bay, where the familiar shape of the Millennium Falcon crouched, entry ramped down, like a great gray and rust heap of junk in the streaming rain. A spattering of blaster fire tore up the pavement before them. 2 troops of natives, one the uniformed Drovian troopers, the other a band of Gopso, held the 2 entrances to the bay. Those under the same porch as R2 and 3PO were, unfortunately, the Gopso, a ragged assemblage of ill-clad guerrilla fighters armed to the teeth with the finest of weaponry. The Drovians under the other porch, which lay at 90 degrees, were fewer in number, but 3PO could distinguish the Redan violet headstalks of the Hodin who'd been with Solo, and crouched behind a barricade, Captain Han Solo himself. "Captain Solo!" cried 3PO. "It's us! Don't leave us!" More laser fire drowned his well-modulated voice. Solo broke cover, dashed across the open pavement in a light storm of covering fire. The Gopso in the porch fell back. 3PO could not but observe that most of them were far inferior shots when compared with the Drovians. He said to R2, "Now!" and called out to the sergeant of the Drovians, "Let us through. We're friends." He called out for better understanding in Drovian, a language used chiefly by Gopso. The ruling Drovians tended to speak basic, even to one another. A storm of shot drove them back. Han Solo made a long rolling dive and plunged up the boarding ramp. Someone within the ship was surely watching, for the ramp started to lift the moment the captain's body touched its end. It almost literally gulped him up, like a steel monster slurping up a treat. 3PO made a despairing try at stepping out into the bay and retreated hastily with a scorch mark across his stained and muddy chest perilously close to his power supply jacks. "Don't leave us!" White fire poured from the Millennium Falcon's vents. R2 let out a despairing wail. The souped-up freighter tore a hole in the rain-black clouds and was gone. Luke was still sufficiently furious the following evening to consider telling Gurney Castle to pick up his own smuggler drop and take it to perdition in his pocket, but something Arvid said to him changed his mind. It was only a chance remark. When Luke met the young farmer the following day, to the effect that Castle was Ashgad's business agent in Hoegshul, but it caused Luke to think. Ashgad had clearly been doing everything he could to rouse the local rationalists to fury. It didn't take many data to figure out that it was to Ashgad's benefit to have a private army ready to drive the Therans out of the gun stations and open the planet to trade. As the wealthiest man Luke had so far encountered, heir to the crime boss Beldorian, Ashgad would be in a position to act as middleman for the community once trade started coming in. Only for a few years, true, thought Luke. Did he think he could control the place longer than that, once the gun stations weren't there to limit imports? Or did Ashgad just want to seize the gun stations for himself, and keep the status quo for his own profit? The planet itself was dirt poor. Its only exports seemed to be the rather friable spooks, and having lived for several days on tapetos, smoot, and blurred exudum, Luke couldn't imagine anyone paying the shipping costs to acquire any of those delicacies. But having been raised there, Ashgad might very well desire only the power that he knew. Was that logical? He wondered that evening, as he waited in the darkness of the Blue Blurred's yard. Ashgad had been raised on the planet, true, but he had been raised by a father who had dreamed of taking over control of the Senate himself. Had Palpatine not become emperor, Seti Ashgad might very well have done so. Hardly the man to raise a son who sought only to rule what was almost literally a barren ball of rock. Only minutes after the easing of the evening's torrential winds, he saw the line of speeders make the corner between the buildings in ghostly silence. 6 of them, shadows only, running without lights above the machinery-cracked permacrete of the roadbed into the hangar yard. He recognized Arvid's lopsided airtech with the crude ball-ants leg beneath it, and Yimli Darm's skip. Gurney Castle was riding up beside the prospector, a small, black, vicious-looking blaster rifle cocked up against his thigh. A couple of volunteer guards rode Siupa behind them, blaster rifles slung in the ready position, faces blacked and eyes glittering in the watery flicker of the stars. "Fourth in line," whispered Gurney, and tossed Luke a small, flatkin of the dark camouflage paint that hunters used to take the glint off their weapons. "Rendezvous at Ashgad's if we get split up. Overload the charges on anything you pick up, if it looks like the Therans are going to be able to take it away from you." Luke blacked his face, and touched up the crude pair of infrared goggles he'd been lent by Aunt Jin with the camo paint. A dozen or more riders met them among the Tapado towers, the rounded, chubby bipeds moving with surprising quiet. Luke noted that these guards, too, were extremely well armed. Ashgad was putting out a lot of money to get himself in the position of leader of the ruling faction of the planet. He thought as they left the towers and slowly rising anti-grav balls of newer cultivation glided between the scrubby fields of Broke and the algal meadows where beards grazed like wrinkled lapis mountains. The smell of growing plants faded in his nostrils as the sterile prickle of the wastelands crept over his skin. There was something he didn't know. Some piece of information he didn't have that would make sense of this. The wastelands stretched out around them like a blanket of salt. The terrible velvet weight of the Force grew heavier on his mind. Few on the planet seemed to be aware of the Force's presence here, thought Luke. No one at all seemed to realize that there was some kind of invisible life, some unseen civilization here, silent among the dazzling, wind-scoured canyons. Was Ashgad? Was that what he sought to control here? Or like Tiselda's enemy, did he seek to control the Force itself? Ahead of them, Luke saw the red-orange spark of laser cannon illuminate the spine of the hills. As if in answer, another glinted, 60 degrees around the horizon. Before them, the loose ring of the crystalline cousins pointed mutely at the stars. Tiny, tiny in the hard black vault overhead, a pin light exploded, faded. Someone in one of the other speeders cursed the Therans, called them fools and fogies, and worse things yet for their refusal to welcome outside influences to their world. Raised as he had been, Luke understood. Nobody he'd known as a boy and a teenager had ever considered the rights of the Jawa or the Sand People to the territory occupied by the human colonists of Tatooine. And every one of his adult acquaintances in those days would have been outraged had either indigenous species asserted its undoubted majority rights to determine policy for the planet as a whole. Stop the import of farming equipment, metal, chips, just because 9/10 of the population of the planet thought it was wrong for trade to come down out of the skies. Ridiculous. Why don't you just forbid us to use tools at all and be done with it? He scratched at a drop bite, slowed his newly repaired speeder as a flicker far up in the sky signaled a red-hot meteorite in entry, a minute capsule of smuggled goods. The mounted guards scattered, minuscule yellow lights from their sensors and heat detectors briefly outlining their camouflaged faces, Siupa silent, muzzled and booted in the dark. Castle marked where the capsule came down, every driver triangulating on the 10 icy pinnacles, and they raced for them over the vast flat, glittering dish of the plain. Equipped with primitive retros, the capsule hadn't even buried itself in the twinkling gravel. A percussion rifle crackled somewhere far off, and Luke sensed the distant presence of more riders. He wondered, as Casso scrambled down the side of the smoking impact crater 100 meters from the nearest sill, how Ashgad managed to pay for weapons for his followers. Had Palpatine left revenues in the hands of his rival? When rocks dance. But the weapons Ashgad was buying were all new or near new, the most modern, the most expensive that bore the Loriner Double Moon logo. All the finest, all the first. The man had money from somewhere. Had Callista entered his house? Learned from Tiselda, perhaps, where the money came from and where it was being sent. Was that why she'd fled Huegshul? Men were handing crates up out of the pit, passing them to the drivers. A flurry of shots in the flat distance told Luke of approaching Therans, held off by the ragged perimeter of guards. Someone gave Luke a bale of blaster rifles, which he stowed in the back of his Theran speeder, a crudely tied-together bunch of spare energy cores. So they were getting at least some second-hand, thought Luke, turning the sleek black and red cylinders over in his hand before stashing them in a corner. Even at smugglers' prices, those would be cheaper than new, and Ashgad was clearly out to arm every man and woman of the Rationalist Party. They were passing rifles up singly now. He caught one thrown to him, held it briefly in the dim glow of the speeder's console lights to see the make. His mind went back to the gun station, to the embattled, dirty Therans ducking through the shadows of the crazy superstructure, the gawky, dancer-like figure in red swinging down on the cable to throw the grenade. The gun was a white and silver Blastech, this year's model, small, solid, and familiar in Luke's hands. He knew it well. They were the type of guns with which the entire honor guard of the New Republic had been newly outfitted only last month. He practiced with them, to while away time, on board the Borealis. Luke turned it over, and his blood went cold in his veins. On the butt was the silver coating plate of the honor guards, marking the weapon as the property of the new republic, assigned to the flagship itself. The gun had come off the Borealis. "Yo, Lars!" somebody called from the ground. "Asleep at the switch?" Luke stashed the weapon quickly, caught another handed up to him. He didn't need to hold this one to the console lights. His fingers found the coating plate by themselves. When he carried the next several guns to the back of his speeder, he flicked on the glow rod to check the others. There were a couple from the Adamantine, but most of these had come off Leia's flagship. There was one a Flash 4 with a custom grip and a lanyard ring that he recognized as the one Han had given Leia herself. "I have to escape." From the corner of her balcony that overlooked the dawn-colored crystal flatlands far below, Leia watched the luxurious black land speeder that bore Seti Ashgad and his 2 bodyguards dwindle and perish with the distance. He had avoided her since the kidnapping, probably, she thought, because he knew himself unable to sustain the masquerade of being his own son before someone who had studied holos of him as she had, but she had always been conscious of his presence and protection. His plan, whatever it was clear in his mind, and at least for the moment he had to keep her alive. But DZYM and Beldorian had plans of their own. 3 days. If she lasted that long. For the first time in days, she had awakened with her mind clear. The water Legis had brought her last night had been clean. Whether that had been an oversight or some kind of gift to her, she knew she had to take advantage of it without delay. On the threshold of her room she paused, blanket wrapped around her over the thin white nightshirt she wore, long chestnut hair hanging in a braid down her back. Around her, around the high cinder-gray walls of Ashgad's fortress, the spiky, crystalline rocks of the plateau, the greater mountains towered, huge chunks and teeth and masses of crystal, like enormous jewels flashing in the eternal twilight, reminding her of just how steep a drop it was, to the glittering plain below. Her heart twisted inside her with a sick terror, an awful almost wish that they'd kept her under the soporific peace of the blossom. Closing her eyes, she reached out with her mind and heart, formed the image of Luke. He'd come for her once before, when she was trapped in the termination block of the Death Star, when she was weak and sick after torture, numb with the grief that it was years before she'd actually feel. "I'm here to rescue you," he'd said. She would have smiled at the memory, had the fear in her not been so great. In her mind she cried his name, Luke, sending it echoing, blazing out across the emptiness of air and crystal and early light. Luke. He had to hear. He had to. But in the still cold, the deep, heavy movement of the force seemed to surround her, filling her with the alien sense of its presence. It was like the sound of the sea, drowning all other voices in its great voice. Luke wouldn't hear. She was trapped there alone. She shook the fear away almost at once, and with it the horrible recollection of the man DZYM's hands on her face, the dreadful, sinking coldness of death. Luke wouldn't hear. He wouldn't come. She had to figure out what to do and what was going on. They had released the death seed. She returned to the shadowy bedchamber, sat on the end of the bed where the sunlight fell on it, and drew her feet up under the blanket. She felt a drock bite her and scratch furiously, the insect dropping from the bedding into the dazzling carpet of mottled light. It curled itself into a tight brown-black pellet no bigger than a pinhead and died. Blossom made you accept almost anything, she thought, revolted. Even lying down and betting that you knew was alive with parasites. She was bitten all over from sitting in the dim chamber at tea with Beldorian the Splendid, too. They had released the death seed. If they could control it, or thought they could control it, through DZYM, it was an easy guess what their negotiations with Moff Gatels and Admiral Larn were. Curse them, she thought. Curse them. DZYM was somehow a key. He could lay it on them somehow transmitted by the synth threads and call it off, as he had called it off of her. She remembered the ecstasy on his face, and at other times, his air of paying attention to something else, listening to something else, like a man counting down time. And yet, what was the point? But did Moff Gatels really think that he was strong enough to take over the Meridian sector, once quarantine and containment procedures got underway? To hold it in the face of a concerted Republic effort to drive him out? And for what purpose? Pedusus Chorios, that nest of smugglers and warlords, would be impossible to control effectively. Durin's planetary coalition was solidly behind the Republic. Budpak had been one of the Cobellion's most loyal supporters. Nam Chorios was a waterless, lifeless, poverty-stricken rock. To complete the Reliant, Ashgad had said. But she'd seen the Reliant. It was not a planet-killing dreadnought, but a mid-size freighter. Boxes. Of both kinds. What kind of payload could a mid-size ship carry that would make this all worthwhile, even were the gun stations to be eliminated? Leia shivered and rubbed her wrists, where the memory of DZYM's cold hands remained. The door chimes sounded politely. Leia swung around, startled, drawing the comforter close around her, and sliding her hand toward the lightsaber concealed among the pillows. But it was only Legis, bowing shyly in the doorway, a porcelain pitcher of water in his hands. "I'm pleased you're feeling better, my dear." His eyes went as Leia's had, automatically to the empty pitcher beside the bed. She had drunk all the water the minute she'd realized it wasn't drugged. By his gentle smile she saw that he knew. "Mate." He held out to her the glass goblet. Ashgad's never noticed any difference. "I've brought you some holovids too. Imprisonment without them is only bearable if one is drugged." Leia studied the man's face warily across the rim. "And what now?" she asked softly. "What happens to me while he's gone? Or was that why he left, so that it wouldn't be his fault?" "No," said Legis quickly. "No, of course not. He isn't a bad man, my dear. He is the worst kind of man." Leia turned her face aside. The words, "death seed," lay close to the tip of her tongue, and she knew she must not say them, must not let even Legis know how much she knew. He might stand up to Beldorian for her sake, but she knew she had seen that he was unable to stand up to DZYM. And who could blame him for that? He was like Greglik, she thought. She was fond of him, she pitied him, but she knew she could not trust him. "No," insisted the hollow faker. "Ashgad." He hesitated. "I understand what's making him do all of this. And it. I can't explain." Her long dark braid whipped as she turned back to him, to meet the utter wretchedness of his gaze. "I can't," he said. But please trust me. Sitting beside her on the divan, he fumbled in the pocket of his lab smock, brought out a black cylinder half again the length of his palm and perhaps twice the thickness of his thumb. "This is for you," he said. "I'll have to have it back just before he returns, you understand." Leia turned it over in her hands. A COM link. Dedicated circuitry. At a guess there wasn't a keypad. Probably made of standard components, though. And old, like everything else on this planet. The new ones were half that size and you needed micron tools to work on them. "I've changed the combination on the door pad," Legis went on. He didn't quite glance back over his shoulder, but almost. "He shouldn't be able to get in here. He didn't say of whom they spoke he didn't need to. He has no computer skills, he can't do that kind of thinking. Whatever he tells you, don't let him in. If he tries to come in, or if he does manage to somehow use the comlink, I'll only be moments away in the..." He stopped himself at a guess from saying something that would reveal to her that there was a ship under construction on the premises. Why the secrecy about that? What part did it play in their plan? In the other part of the house. He made a move to turn away, and Leia caught his sleeve. "Who is he?" she asked. "What is he?" The dark eyes looked quickly away, and she saw the too sensitive mouth flinch. "He is what he is. He's a native of this world." "There are no natives of this world." Leia felt his hand cold under the grip of her fingers. Before the Grismaths started shipping political prisoners here, there was nothing but stones. What is it he wants to do with me? What is it he tried to do that night? You said Beldorian sold him someone he had enslaved. For what purpose and what became of him? Nothing, said Legis quickly. She looked down and saw his hands were trembling. I can't explain. It's something few people would understand. The fear in his eyes was terrible to see, and her heart went out to him in pity. She put her hand over the cold, slender fingers. Try me, she urged. Legis got quickly to his feet, and back to the door. Then he shook his head. Beldorian may invite you to tea or to supper again, he said. Don't go, or make sure that I go with you. Just remember to spend as much time as you can on the balcony, in the sunlight, and you'll be all right. The door opened, and he stepped through. In the instant before it closed, Leia met his eyes again, and saw in them longing, and grief, and a terror that had swallowed nearly everything within the man's soul. She said quietly, "Thank you," and the metal panel swished between them. A moment later the outer locks clicked. After he had gone, Leia sat for a moment, gathering her breath and her courage. Then she got up, crossed to the dresser where she kept her gown, the pins and jewels that had been in her hair, the folded-up mass of the red velvet robe. Two of the flat-backed cabochon jewels from the robe's chest piece, picked loose, gave her enough purchase to bend the end of one of the hairpins into a makeshift manual screwdriver. It took her 5 minutes to open up the comm link and recalibrate the beam. Picking a simple keypad lock by means of a micron beam was an excruciatingly tedious process, but she had all day, and nothing else to do. Judging by the number of holovids he brought, Legis didn't expect to be free of his duties on the Reliant until evening. Lockpicking was one of those skills she'd acquired in her years with the rebellion, one of the minor guerrilla survival skills pilots had taught one another, just in case, like making explosives out of certain brands of game tokens, or tinkering water filters from sand and flight suit liners. Something simple that might just save your life. Winterhood taught her this particular trick, which she in turn had learned from an outlaw slicer on Coruscant had said, "Be sure to write down every combination as you try it." Sure as little hawkbat eggs, the minute you get bored and quit writing them down, you'll score, and then you won't remember what the combination was. Leia wrote them down, laboriously, with another hairpin scratching in the soft buttonwood back of one of the drawers pulled from the chest. An hour and a half after noon, as far as she could judge from the angle of the sunlight, the lock opened. With the sensation of having been unexpectedly knocked breathless, she stepped back, closed the doors, let the lock click over again. She had to be sure it would open and need that it hadn't been a fluke. If they caught her outside and she couldn't get back in, she would be incarcerated indeed. It opened a second time. Leia slipped the converted comm link into her pocket, not without a qualm. But the likelihood of encountering these YM was marginally less than the likelihood that she'd have to get back into this room on less notice than the 10 minutes it would take to switch the beam over from comm to micron. She reached back to feel the comforting hardness of the lightsaber tied around her body beneath her shirt and stepped out into the hall. Luke had said to her, over and over on those occasions on which she'd put aside the pressing demands of state to train with her brother's pupils, "The eyes are the most dangerous of the senses, because you'll believe them first." Pausing at the foot of the stair, Leia shut her eyes, slowed her breath, and listened deeply to the house around her. Reached out with her mind, as Luke had taught her. Felt for the flow and movement of the Force. It was everywhere, a singing vast as light. The ocean of light, Beldorian had said, utterly unlike anything she had experienced on Yavin, on Coruscant. Anywhere that she had ever tried this. Strong and frightening, as if something huge stood just behind her shoulder, watching her with sad wisdom. Is there a reason to fear this? She thought, holding her fear in check. A minute passed, too. Beneath that deep, humming strength, she was able to sort out true sound in the rooms around her. Beldorian's thick voice came from his quarters close by. "Beautiful, beautiful!" All that, from just those unprepossessing little Gletmites. And the harsh, nasally whine of a Cubaz inflection. "It's all in finding the correct solution, you see, master." That would be the chef, she thought. The unworthy heir of the great and lamented Zabindi Ibsuk. Tinder ordinary circumstances, of course, Glepmites would never have contact with a solution of Hall D main excretions. Their worlds aren't even in the same sector. But it so happens that the hormones contained within Halley's D main are the exact physiological complement of the Glepmite teleological systems. And under it a cheap in and tiny voices protesting. Leia shivered. Of DZYM she could hear nothing. Did he make sound, when he Tavita? Pressed to the harsh plaster of the wall, she ignored the sudden jab of a drock bite on her ankle, probed deeper with her mind. There was a kind of heavy vibration somewhere in the house, the steady whine, as of machinery. The house generator, of course. Legis had said DZYM wasn't capable of that kind of thinking, to cut into the household computer and make it tell what the security keypad numbers were. Leia wondered how good their security was. Whether it was the smell of hut or revulsion over the Drox or just overwrought nerves, she was feeling lightheaded by the time she found her way out of the dim, curtained quarters of the hut to a door into what was clearly set. Ashgad's portion of the house, the long, sun-flooded chamber that looked out onto the terrace below her own balcony. Here the ceilings were higher, the heavy, heat-trapping curtains drawn back from the line of transparent steel panels that gave onto the terrace. There was an airy functionality about the place, with its immobile wood and leather chairs, its desk put together from planks of buttonwood, its simple sideboard. The monitor screen in the niche above the desk was new, Leia saw, a high-definition source of X80. They had to cut the niche bigger for it, and so recently that the chipped-out plaster hadn't yet had time to discolor. Leia paused in the doorway to listen again. If DZYM's mind doesn't work in terms of computers, how did he get a job as secretary? Then crossed to the desk and brought out the board, keying in quickly a request for systems shell. Once she knew the type of system, she pulled up data on the house itself. Wiring diagrams showed her the shaft that led down through the heart of the mesa, to the garage from which she'd seen Ashgad's henchmen take that elegant and nearly new black speeder at dawn. After a little puzzling, she identified where she was and where the head of the shaft lay on the other side of the house near the docking bay and its compound of workshops and labs. She ran a print, then called up another instruction and asked for further data. The docking compound beyond those blast doors she'd seen was enormous. For a world where equipment of any sort was scarce, there seemed to be no shortage of it there. A complete complement of the extremely expensive equipment that charged the anti-grav coils of speeder buoyancy tanks. A major computer system hooked to an independent generator and dedicated to hyperspace engineering. Legis's hollow faking works, good grief. Millions of separate data clips, far beyond hobby or art. That, too, had to have been part of their plan, and might explain why in 5 days there'd been no attempt at rescue. Another system centered in this very room probably, thought Leia, behind the slatted cupboard doors to her right. She got up, still reading down at the backup system's screen, high security locks with backup wiring on various doors, including, she saw with a certain annoyance, that of the lift from this level down to the garage. She ran a zoom check on the schematic. No such backup existed on the lift shaft's repair stairway. Her calf muscles would ache, but she could do it. She keyed a further command to open the combinations on file. Yes, she'd gotten that of her chamber door correct silly, but it gratified her to have her skill officially confirmed. It was listed as having been changed shortly after dawn that morning, probably the moment set. Ashgad disappeared into the morning glow. She ran a print, folded the sheets of plast together, stuffed them into the pocket of her trousers, and went to investigate what was behind the slatted doors that rated a separate power backup. It was a CCIR board. The central control unit for synthroids. How many of the things did he have? Leia counted wiring for 24. 24? She tried to remember what she'd learned about synthroids from her one tour of the Loriner Corporation facility on Karosi's larger moon. That had been during the Daesong uproar about the relative rights of synth flesh. Synth flesh, Leia recalled, was supposed to retain automatic immunities to virus and antibodies, but obviously they'd gotten around that one. She did remember the officials of Loriner telling her that CCIR technology operated on near-instantaneous transmission between a special variety of programmable matrix crystals. Was that an intrinsic part of the plan, she wondered, or just a convenience? Leia returned to the computer. Every second she remained in this room increased the likelihood of encountering DZYM, or Legis, or Beldorian, but this might be the only chance she had. It was hard to know what else she might need. She ran a compressed print of a Kurvide scan on the names she had overheard: Demura, Gatels, Reliant. When it was over, she copied the information to a wafer, shoved both the wafer and the formidable sheaf of flimsoplast into the thigh pockets of her trousers, and replaced the plast in the printer with fresh so that it would not be obvious that some 200 sheets had been printed out. Heart beating hard enough to sicken her, she closed her eyes again, probing at the stillness of the house. She heard nothing, but she wasn't sure if she was doing this right or not. If she'd had more training, if she'd concentrated more on it, could she have reached through this strange, heavy miasma of the Force to summon Luke? That way lay despair, and she shook the thought away. She studied her first printout of the wiring schematic again, identifying the lift shaft, the stairway that wound down its side. By overlaying the schematic of the backup systems, she could easily identify the room that contained both the CCIR terminal and the main computer station, the room where she now stood. Through that door. Down another flight of steps to a round reception area that contained nothing more important than an enormous light sculpture and a couple of artificial waterfalls. The lift doors opened there, as did the access hatch for the maintenance stairs. She glanced over her shoulder at the wide transparent steel panels leading onto the terrace, aware of how secure the light made her feel, how safe. As she headed toward the reception area, the doors to the lift, and the access stairs, she found herself hoping that the room would have transparent steel. It didn't. It was dark, save for the flamboyant rainbows of the light sculpture, whose colored patterns twinkled and flashed in the murmuring waterfalls, half seen in the gloom. It stank of Drox and Hut, and Leia dared not touch what she thought were the glow panels, for fear of activating something that would reveal to others where she was. Picking her way between the pale mushroom shapes of cushioned furniture years unused, by the dim reflections of the light sculpture, she thought, the stairs will be unlit. She pulled her shirt out of the waistband of her trousers, fumbled underneath to untie the lightsaber from around her body. The cold laser blade didn't give much light, but at least, she thought, it was better than groping downward in utter dark. True Jedi can see in the dark, Bartim. Beldorian had rumbled to her once a day or two ago, when he'd asked her to join him for lunch and a bask on the terrace. She no longer even remembered how the subject of Jedi powers had arisen. They see not with their eyes, they see with their noses, with their ears, with the hairs of their head, and with their skins. You have neglected your training, little princess. He'd shaken a tiny bejeweled finger at her. They used to have us run races in the caves of Maspashani, miles below the ground. Used to drop us on the dark sun worlds of AFL and Inibeth, where there is no spectrum of visible light. But the great Jedi, the Masters Yoda and Thrawn and Nomi Sunrider, they could summon light, could make metal glow so that their puny little friends wouldn't stumble either. They'd hold a pinso. He'd reach one slimy hand to pluck a hairpin from her head, Leia flinching but too dazed with the drug to pull back. The Hutt had held the pin between thumb and forefinger, vast ruby eyes looking past it into hers. And she saw. Like a dream she'd dreamed and forgotten. A fragment of his memory, a man's thin face, bone-thin and horribly scarred within a great grey tousle of hair, holding a hairpin as the Hutt was holding hers, the metal curve of its upper end incandescent, and shedding light enough to see the pillars and frescoes of the room in which he stood. Leia had shivered, as the memory vision died, shivered to think of all that ancient learning, all the techniques and knowledge that Luke had been so painstakingly trying to jigsaw together for years, sunk in the mucky well of the Hutt's indolent mind. All that unlimited power, put, not to evil use, as Vader and Palpatine had put it, but to the service of utter pettiness, even as he could think of enslaving her for no better purpose than to regain his rule over defenseless farmers or to beat an old rival who had no more actual power than he. The lightsaber weighed heavy in her hand. You must learn to use your powers, Luke had said. We need champions of the Force. There aren't so many of us that we can afford to choose. But every time she thumbed the toggle, every time the cold, clear sky-hued blade hummed to life, Leia saw only shadows, the shadow of Vader. The shadow of Palpatine. The shadows of her own anger, her own impatience, and the righteous certainties she had come to distrust. And now, the moldy shadows of Beldorian and the pettiness of greed. The shadows of the future she feared, when Anakin, Jason, Jaina, those three incalculable fragments of her body, and her life came to the age when they would choose either the light or the dark. Still, at the moment she had no other option. She activated the blade, and pushed open the discreet access hatch that led into the service stairs. Something she couldn't see clearly whipped out of sight down the first curve of the flight. The smell of Drox was choking. The dim glow of the lightsaber's blade showed her only the faintest of outlines a meter around her. The steep little wedge-shaped stairs cut into the rock of the mesa itself, the descending curve of the ceiling close over her head. Right hand clutching the weapon's haft, left hand touching the center post of the stairs, she moved downward, the scald of adrenaline cold fever in her veins. She didn't know what she'd do if she reached the garage to find one of the synthroid servants on guard there, or if there were no land speeders to steal. From the high balcony outside her room she had looked west and north as far as she could and had seen nothing but the wastelands of crystal mountains and endless, glittering plains. There might, of course, be a resort casino and green putt playing field 100 meters south of this place. She could almost hear her friend Callista's wry, soft comment, and her heart ached with the hope that Luke would somehow find her, here on this world. But I wouldn't bet the tent on it. Just the memory of the kind of thing Callista would say made her smile, the ironic image giving her courage in the darkness. She stopped. There was something sitting on the step ahead of her, just beyond the range of the cold blade's light. It was about the size of a pit-in, sitting upright 20 or 30 centimeters high, glistening, crab-like, cocking its long eye stalks at her with malign awareness. Sitting upright. Waiting for her. Leia took another step, and extended the blade. The thing swayed back. In the dense shadows it was extremely difficult to make out what it looked like. But glancing up, Leia saw that there were other things like long-legged spiders splayed out on the ceiling and walls, things like short-legged slugs that scooted along the walls, catching and eating the huge drogs that rustled in the shadows. As she watched, the upright thing on the step bent and turned, extruding what looked like a single spiky limb from itself to pounce on a particularly gross drog, catching it in a pincer that seemed to alter in shape and transform into a gulping mouth. For a moment she heard it purr, a soft little thrum of deep pleasure. Then it swung back, eye stalks swiveling to face her again. Sickened, overwhelmed with the sensation that this was an evil that could not be fought, Leia extended the lightsaber so that the glowing tip advanced on the crab thing. Movement flickered in the corner of her eye, and she swung around as something dropped from the ceiling, landing on her shoulder with a wet plop. Pain stabbed through her, like a drog bite but far worse. The soft body thing that had fallen on her morphed out, grabbing legs, hooks that sank into her flesh as she cried out and tried to pull it loose. Weakness. Pain in her chest. Cold and dreamy sleep. Something else fastened on her leg. The crab thing on the steps purred louder, a sound of dreamy pleasure. She felt as if she were dropping down in a lift bound for the center of the world. She whipped the lightsaber around in her hand, shrinking in terror from the glowing blade that she knew could take her own arm off as she touched it to the parasite on her shoulder. It frizzled horribly, and the pain it felt went through her like a knife, and in her dreamy, sickened weakness she felt it die. It was like a part of her own flesh dying. She turned the blade, fried the thing on her leg, taking the pain, taking the sense of black slipping death, and moved another step down. The crab thing scudded ahead of her, vanishing into the dark, save for the orange sparks of its eyes. Around the curve of the stair she could see the walls moving with them, all shapes, shifting one into the other, feeding on one another but all turning as one toward her with the awareness of the light. Leia backed up, catching her heel on the stair in her weakness and almost falling. Another one, whatever they were, dropped from the ceiling onto her neck, smaller, so that both the sinking weakness of dying and the pain of its death were less, but they were coming after her. 2 more bites. She felt like she would faint from lack of air. The crab thing's soft throb of delight made her long to find it, cut it to shreds, wherever it was. Her hand fumbled with the lightsaber's hilt, pain of a different sort lancing through her arm as the tiniest edge of the blade brushed her flesh and killing another parasite. If she fell, she thought, if she lost consciousness, she would die. Clinging to the walls, sobbing, trying to breathe, fighting not to sink into that cool, welcoming sleep, she stumbled upward. 15 steps, 20. The crab thing was following in the darkness behind, as if reveling in her exhaustion and pain. They'll find me, she thought. I won't be able to make it back to my room and they'll find me. Seti Ashgad was away. Seti Ashgad, who had warned, Skywalker will know if she dies. She had tried, again and again, to call out to Luke, to send him signals with her mind, but wasn't sure that he had heard. The humming, singing power of the Force in this world might have drowned out everything else. Only DZYM was there, silent in this silent house. If he finds me, I shall die. She fell through the door, lay panting, cold, unable to breathe or think, while the wan patty-colored glow of the light sculpture flickered over her, and the lightsaber, its blade vanished with the relaxation of her grip, glinted an inch or so from her fingers. I have to pick it up. I have to stand up. To get out of here. To get back to my room. Dying would be easier, she thought. She wondered if Luke really would know. At least if I died, they could appoint a successor. As an idea, it had its merits. But in the slow-sinking dimness of cold that surrounded her, she heard movement, the heavy, thick, slug-like panting of Beldorian. Somewhere near, she thought. Heading this way. Don't let him find me, she prayed, trying to stand. She couldn't, but on her hands and knees she crawled, across the darkened chamber, up the endless stairs. He would take her prisoner for his own purposes, Legis had warned, but in time he would trade her to DZYM, as he had some other poor slave. She thought there were parasites still on her, the pain of them chewing her arms and thighs and back, the weakness draining her, sapping her strength away. But when she crawled into the long, narrow office where the computer was, and lay in the ghastly tinted grayish-purple bands of the setting sunlight, she felt better, and feeling herself after a time, found no sign of them. I can't let them find me, she thought. I can't. It took everything she had left to climb the stairs again, holding to the walls, exhausted and sick with the pain of the lightsaber burn. She collapsed again on the floor after letting herself in the room, and lay there for a long time, curled in a fetal position in the fading bars of sunlight, wanting only to sleep until the universe was made new. In time she got up and hid the lightsaber, the wafer she had copied, and all the printouts under the duvet and pillows of her bed. She called out again, reaching out with her mind, but it was little more than a despairing whisper, Luke. Then she did pass out, into dreams like the colorless wells of death. Igpekdrun, boomed the deep voice of the masked and hooded passenger. And what looked like a bad prosthetic hand in a cheap black glove, so bad it might almost have been a droid's jointed metal fingers under there, held out 57 credits worth of various bars and tokens to the captain of the freighter Zikriex. I'm in the employ of the Anti-Meridian Freight Lines. It's necessary that my droid and I reach Psi Block 12 as soon as possible. The captain counted the money, looked at the glowing yellow lenses that were visible through the full-face breathing mask that covered most of her prospective passenger's head. Long, pale hair flowed out around it, giving it the eerie look of a decorated skull. With the driving back of the Gopso riders by government troops, every docking bay still operable in the port was jammed, with business people, stranded travelers, aliens of all sorts and descriptions fleeing the fire-ravaged city. Most were paying lots more than 57 credits, but then, most were trying to get on to better vessels than the Zikrieks, which would have been termed unprepossessing even by the charitable. Captain Ugmush didn't care. She had a human for an engineer who kept the thing running, and her several husbands, when they weren't fighting one another, made a fair team for trading goods to the rougher worlds of the sector, which was about as good as Gamorreans could do in competition with more sophisticated species. Ugmush herself, her long hair dyed pink and her heavily muscled arms and breasts sporting 15 parasitic morts to demonstrate her strength and endurance, was aware that few aliens could stand to travel on Gamorrean ships. She knew it wasn't likely she'd be besieged with offers as long as there was one other vessel in port. You got a deal. The black-robed alien who called himself Igpek Drun, clanking just faintly as he walked, made his way up the ramp and into the ship, trailed by his little R2-unit droid. Ugmush wondered if this person Drun might be talked into selling his droid when they got to Psi Block 12. It was all there, in black on the pale green plast. Seti Ashgad's communication with Moff Gatels of Antimeridian, making arrangements to destroy the gun stations in return for weaponry and first cut of the profits, when Lorner Corporation moved in on Nam Chorios to strip mine it for its crystals. Memos from Demura, who turned out to be CEO of Lorner for the core systems, detailing which minorities, disaffected factions, and splinter groups would rise in revolt, suitably armed at Lorner Corporation's expense, in order to split the Republic peacekeeping fleet and allow Gatels's Admiral Larm to move in. A comparison chart by Seti Ashgad, showing the trade-off in costs between the expenses of weaponry, bribes, agitators, and planted atrocity stories against the first year's profits on programmable CCR crystals. Details of the meeting, including a payoff to Councillor Kuvarg, coordinating Leia's disappearance with the poisoning not to death, the memo assured Gatels, so that no successor could be appointed without hopeless legal wrangling among the Council of Minister of State Recon. At no point in his letter did Ashgad mention the death seed plague of centuries ago. The plague vectors do not appear on any sensor, since within the body they mimic exactly human electrochemical fields and tissue composition, he said, which explained why they needed the quasi-living flesh of the synth droids. Once the illness has taken hold, even regenerative therapy has no effect. However, be assured that it is in my power to completely control the outbreak and spread of this malady, and I offer you my personal guarantees that it will not affect anyone other than those on the Republic's ships and bases. And bases, thought Leia, breathless as if she had run for miles and hot with anger to the core of her being. Idiot! Idiot! It is in my power to completely control the outbreak. My grandmother's left hind leg. Don't you have any idea, any concept, of what will happen if there's an accident? A miscalculation? Something you hadn't thought of, Master Noel Ashgad? She was almost trembling with rage. Accounts were scanty of the original death seed,